Chapter 13-17. The next day, the morning court was adjourned. Li Er led the officials out of the imperial city. They passed through the Vermilion Bird Avenue and headed straight for the south gate of Chang'an. The citizens who had noticed the chaos in Chang'an yesterday saw Li Er leading the officials out of the city. They were even more certain that the imperial court was preparing for war. The Tang dynasty, which had unified the world and enjoyed peace for many years, finally welcomed another war. However, most of the citizens did not know where the war was going to take place this time. However, they would know everything in an hour. That was because the latest issue of Datong Daily would be released in an hour. Outside Chang'an, in the southern suburbs. At this time, the soldiers of the three armies had already gathered. More than 60,000 soldiers stood neatly on the drill ground with their heads held high and their chests puffed out. They formed a line horizontally, a line vertically, and a line diagonally. Speaking of which, such a neat formation was all thanks to Li Zishuan. Last year, when Yanhuang College held its opening military drill, Li Er led the officials and envoys from various countries to watch it. The neat formation and running movements of the students shocked Li Er, the officials, and the envoys from various countries. After that, Li Er announced that he would patrol the barracks. Hence, the daily training of the various barracks in the capital was more or less influenced by the military drill of Yanhuang College. Therefore, it was not surprising that these 60,000 soldiers were in such a neat formation. Li Er led the officials out of Chang'an's Mingda Gate and went straight to the drill ground. The officials stood on the left side of the drill ground while Li Er went up to the stage to call out the generals. In addition, Li Zishuan had also arrived. He had arrived earlier than the others. He had handed Meng Wenhao, iron egg, Pang Feiji, a telegraph machine, and 2 fairy lamps to Li Jing and waited there. Now that Li Er had arrived, he slipped into the crowd of the officials. "Greetings, Your Majesty." After Li Er ascended the stage, the civil and military officials, as well as the 60,000 soldiers below the stage, bowed and saluted him. Their voices were like a great bell, and their auras were majestic. "Rise." Looking at the mighty and majestic army in front of him, Li Er could not help but feel agitated. The battlefield was the place he, Li Shimin, yearned for. After a moment of silence, Li Erhong said, "Ever since I ascended the throne, I have worked hard every day and night. I have only one goal, and that is to let the people of the Tang Empire live and work in peace and contentment. After more than a year of hard work, I have almost achieved it. Especially last winter, no one in Chang'an froze to death. I believe all of you know this. However, there are some people who have evil intentions and want to overturn my country. Let the people, let your family, elders, and fellow villagers live a bitter life again, and let the world become chaotic again. I ask you, do you agree or not?" "No. I don't agree." As soon as Li Er's words fell, the 60,000 soldiers on the drill ground all roared at the top of their lungs. Their shouts shook the sky, and the clouds above everyone's heads disappeared at this moment. It was as if they were scattered by this earth-shattering roar. After a few breaths, Li Er pressed his hand down, and the soldiers of the three armies immediately became quiet. Then he said, "Good. Today, Cui Junchuo of the Cui family of Qinghe disregarded the emperor's grace and cooperated with the Cui family of Bowling, the Zheng family of Xinjiang, and the provincial governor of Zhengzhou to rebel against the emperor, destroy our country, and subvert the country. I order you to go to Zhengzhou immediately to suppress the rebellion. Where is Li Jing, the general officer of the army of Hunan province?" Li Jing, dressed in armor, stepped forward and saluted, "I am here." Li Er raised the long sword in his hand and said, "This is my sword, and also the emperor's sword. When you go to Zhengzhou, the 28 states of Hunan province will be under your control. If anyone dares to disobey, you can directly kill him with this sword. I give you the right to kill first and report later. Come forward and receive the sword." After that, all the officials looked sideways. Li Jing's body and mind were shocked. Li Er gave him such a heavy right in front of everyone's eyes, which all showed Li Er's deep trust in him. This made Li Jing, who had been hiding at home in recent years, very moved in his heart. "Thank you for your trust, Your Majesty. Li Jing will go and eliminate the rebels for the imperial court." Li Jing saluted and said solemnly, "Yes. I believe you." Li Er nodded and gestured for Li Jing to go on stage to accept the emperor's sword. Li Jing went on stage and respectfully received it with both hands. Right at this moment, a red sun rose from the east, and instantly, it shone brightly onto the drill ground. Li Er suddenly had a feeling of lofty ambition, and he shouted, "Beat the drums, soldiers of the three armies, set out. Destroy the rebels and reinforce Luoyang." Dong, 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 dong. The four bare-chested strongmen on the stage began to beat the drums at the same time. The drumbeats went from slow to fast, as if they were beating on everyone's hearts. Everyone on the drill ground couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion. Li Jing, who was on the stage, hurriedly cupped his hands and stepped down to command the army to set off. What was interesting was that the Tang army's turning and running movements were very similar to the military training of Yanhuang College's students. Their movements were very uniform. However, in comparison, the movements of these soldiers had more iron and blood. One could feel the killing intent emitted by the army from afar. Bang, bang, bang. More than 60,000 soldiers, led by their generals, left the drill ground in an orderly manner. Only the sound of their neat footsteps and shouts could be heard in the world. "Destroy the rebels and reinforce Luoyang. Destroy the rebels and reinforce Luoyang." The army gradually moved away. The civil and military officials on the drill ground looked in the direction of the army and could not help but feel agitated. At this moment, Fang Xianling stood behind Li Er and said with emotion, "Your Majesty, with such a powerful army, there is no need to worry about the rebels and the Tang Empire not prospering." Li Er turned to the officials and faintly smiled. If the great Tang wants to prosper, it still has a long way to go. Now that the internal problems have arisen, there are still external problems. In the future, my beloved officials, only by working diligently can you help us build a prosperous great Tang. Your subjects will definitely do our best until the day we die. The officials heard this and bowed in unison. "Ah. Good. Prepare the carriage and return to the city." Li Er waved his sleeves and turned to leave. The mobilization meeting before the war finally came to an end. Li Zishuan looked to the south again. Among the 60,000 soldiers, there were his personal guards, students, and apprentices. He would not believe it if he said that he was not worried. However, the army of the imperial court this time was unprecedentedly strong. With Li Zishuan as the commander, Cheng Yaojin, Niu Jinda, and Qin Xiong as the generals, not to mention the rebels of the Chui family, they could even fight against the Turks. It was because of this that Li Zishuan dared to let Iron Egg and Meng Wenhao go south with the army. The officials returned to the city while Li Zishuan returned to Yunshan. The people of Chang'an only heard the sound of drums and deafening shouts from outside the city. However, for them, a lively day had just begun. Chapter 13:18. Newspapers are being sold. Newspapers are being sold. The freshly printed Datong Daily. Today's headline: Chui family of Qinghe rebelled against the imperial court. Li Jing, the Minister of War, led troops into Jianghu to quell the rebellion. The commotion outside the city had just subsided. Inside Chang'an city and the surrounding counties began to bustle with noise and excitement. The manservants at the newsstands and the paperboys on the streets were hawking as usual. However, the content that came out of their mouths today was earth-shattering. What? The Chui family rebelled? Quick! Give me a copy of the newspaper. Give me one too. When the people heard this, combined with yesterday's rumors and the commotion outside the city this morning, they instantly believed 90% of it. Everyone rushed to the newsstands or the paperboys, wanting to buy a copy of Datong Daily to find out what was going on. In today's Datong Daily, the articles on the interaction of literati and current news sections were all talking about the same thing, the Chui family's rebellion. Many of the authors of the articles were big shots in the imperial court, such as Zhangsun Wuji, Fang Xianling, Du Ruhui, and so on. These big shots had never appeared in Datong Daily before. Now, because of the Chui family's rebellion, all of them appeared at once. It was really a feast for the eyes of the literati. Under the condemnation of the big shots in the imperial court and the reporters in the editorial department of Tang Daily, the numerous crimes committed by the Chui family in the early years, the conspiracy to rebel in Jianghu this year, and the instigation of the people to rebel, were all exposed in front of everyone's eyes. Ghastly, it could only be described as ghastly. Last year, Li Zishuan had used the unjustly dead maid Ninyu to ignite the anger of the people in Chang'an City. He had directly flattened the Chui family's stronghold in Chang'an City. Therefore, the people did not have a good impression of the Chui family. Now that this matter had happened, the people did not have a good impression of the Chui family of Qinghe that had existed for thousands of years. How dare they? The Chui family actually dared to privately recruit soldiers and rebel against the imperial court? To think that they are from the 5 surnames and 7 nobles. How dare they do such a disgraceful thing? What? The Chui family colluded with bandits to assassinate Minister Wei in Jianghu? Who gave them the guts? Tisk. Isn't it because Wei Zhucheng found out too much about the Chui family's illegal activities in Jianghu that they became anxious? What? Wei Zhucheng was assassinated? How is he now? Oh. This is not clear. Datong Daily only said that last month, Jianghu Guangcheng County was attacked by a group of bandits. This group of bandits also collided with the provincial government office. Wei Zhucheng's whereabouts are unknown. Datong Daily's reporters suspect that all of this is the Chui family's doing. Wei Zhucheng was harmed by the Chui clan? Damn the Chui family. Left Minister Wei is a rare good official in our great Tang. Nothing must happen to him. After a few years of peace, the Chui family wants to start a war again. The ones who will suffer are the local people. Humph. The Chui family has committed all kinds of evil deeds and should be punished by both humans and gods. I want to join the army and quell the rebellion for His Majesty. Although the aristocratic families of today had won over many scholars, there was still a considerable number of scholars from humble backgrounds who were biased towards the imperial court. Once they heard that the Chui family had plotted against Wei Zheng and plotted a rebellion, many scholars rolled up their sleeves and prepared to give up their brushes to join the army and rush to the battlefield. Perhaps this was the spirit of a scholar. Scholar Zhang, you should save your breath. With your delicate skin and tender flesh, how can you endure the hardships of the battlefield? You should study hard and obtain scholarly honors. Uncle Hu, you're wrong to say that. If I can endure the hardships of studying, why can't I endure the hardships of the battlefield? Hee hee. Say whatever you want. Even if you want to join the army to quell the rebellion, it's already too late. Because when this old man entered the city this morning, I saw that the army outside the city had already set off. What? The army has already set off? So soon? Of course. If it were any later, wouldn't the Chui family have done even more evil? Yunshan, Yanhuang College. The news of the Chui family's rebellion caused a huge uproar among the students. Of course, what shocked the students even more was that Iron Egg and Meng Wenhao had also set off with the army this time. This was quite incredible to them. Since ancient times, the dreams of scholars were nothing more than self-cultivation, ruling the country, and pacifying the world. Now, Iron Egg and Meng Wenhao were leading everyone on the path of pacifying the world. This made the students very envious and yearn for it. Damn! Why can Iron Egg and Meng Wenhao go, but Bao Lin and I can't? With our martial arts skills, if we go to Jianghu, won't we be able to kill 7 times in and 7 times out of the rebel army? When Cheng Chumo heard the news, he couldn't help but pat his thigh and gloomily said. Speaking of this rebellion, his father Cheng Yaojin directly led the army. He should be the one who went the most. In the end, the people who went were Meng Wenhao and Iron Egg. It would be strange if he wasn't depressed. Chumo, I want to go too, but my father definitely won't let me go. You too? Yuchi Baolin thought about it and shook his head. Why? My martial arts skills are so good, I can definitely make a name for myself if I go. Cheng Chumo stared at him and shamelessly said. Yuchi Baolin pursed his lips and hesitated. After a while, he said, Chonyo, I think Yamacho is right. Next year, on Arbor Day, I should plant a tree in your heart. Damn, Baolin, are you asking for a beating? Cheng Chumo almost choked to death. Just as he was about to hit him, a light cough came from behind him. Ahem. Cheng Chumo turned around and saw Li Zishuan. He quickly stopped. Li Zishuan glanced at him, then ignored him and went straight to the podium. In Class 1, the students suddenly quieted down. The 2 empty seats were a bit conspicuous at this time. The Chui family is rebelling. Wenhao and Iron Egg are going south with the army. They are both Yanhuang College's heroes. I know that some of you want to be heroes, but before you do, please learn the knowledge that the teachers from the school have taught you. Do you know why I chose them to go to Jianghu? It is because they know how to use a telegraph. The transmission of information from Jianghu to Chang'an requires a telegraph. In the future war, it is not enough to just rely on martial arts. When the time comes, the wisdom of Yanhuang College's students will be used more and more. So, if you want to serve the country, you have to learn well. Do you all understand? Li Zishuan looked at the pairs of eager eyes below the podium and nodded with satisfaction. He then spoke to all the students. Understood. After the students heard the reason why Meng Wenhao and Iron Egg joined the army, they felt energized. In the past, they only thought that engineering could allow them to become a small official or a wealthy person. Now, they realized that engineering had a more important role, and that was to protect the country. Chapter 13:19. How many soldiers do we have now? Do we have enough provisions? Jianghu, Guangcheng County, Chui Family Courtyard. Chui Junchuo looked at Pan Jinyue who came to report and asked. Pan Jinyue cupped his hands and replied, in the past 2 months, we have secretly and openly recruited a total of 200,000 soldiers. All the youths inside and outside the city have been taken away by us. In addition to the 20,000 soldiers and the 30,000 secret guards of the Chui family, we have a total of 250,000 soldiers. As for the provisions, the Chui family of Bowling and the Jing family of Xingyang are not willing to provide manpower. They are only willing to provide material and financial resources. Therefore, we have enough provisions to feed the 250,000 soldiers for 3 months. Humph. Chui family of Bowling? Jing family of Xingyang? They are all old foxes. Chui Junchuo heard this and snorted with dissatisfaction. He thought for a while and said, let's not care about them for now. They are all people who sail according to the wind. After we take down Luoyang, they will bring their soldiers and deliver themselves to us. Great-grandfather is wise. Pan Jinyue cupped his hands and agreed. The aristocratic families valued benefits. The Chui family of Bowling and the Jing family of Xingyang were only tied to the same boat because of benefits. They were far from being able to live and die together. Try to recruit more people for tomorrow's pledge ceremony. As long as they are under 40 years old, you can recruit them. Some of them are weak, so let them charge and break through the enemy lines. Luoyang is big and strong, so it needs to be filled with human lives. Remember, the soldiers of the provincial governor's office and the secret guards of the Chui family must not be used as vanguards. Cui Junchuo's eyes flashed coldly and said coldly. Pan Zhenyue felt a chill in his heart. He quickly cupped his hands and said, yes. Great-grandfather. Cui Junchuo nodded and said, however, the Jianghu experts that the Cui family has raised over the years can be transferred to you. Although these people are strong in martial arts, they are simple-minded and far from being generals. However, if they are used for assassination or as the vanguard to attack the enemy's formation or kill the enemy's generals, they should be competent. Pan Zhenyue was excited. Most of his subordinates were mediocre, so he needed those experts. Therefore, he cupped his hands and said, Great-grandfather, thank you for your trust. Have you found Yi Minglei and Wei Zheng? After a moment of silence, Cui Junchuo suddenly asked. Wei Zheng had always been a thorn in his heart, but Yi Minglei, who had mysteriously disappeared yesterday, had planted another thorn in his heart, making him unable to eat or sleep in peace. Pan Zhenyue cupped his hands in embarrassment and replying to Grand Duke, this student has sent people to search the entire Guangxing County, but we couldn't find Wei Zheng and Yi Minglei. Lost in thought for a long time, Cui Junchuo sighed helplessly and said, it's fine if we can't find them. They should be hiding in some unknown corner, struggling at death's door. Anyway, it won't affect the overall situation. Let's prepare for tomorrow's morale-raising ceremony. His words sounded like he was comforting others, but only Cui Junchuo knew that he was comforting himself. Yes. Wen Hao, how is it? Are you not used to it? On the official road from Chang'an to Jianghu, tens of thousands of soldiers stretched for several li and were advancing rapidly. The soldiers ran for a while and walked for a while without resting in between. This was the rapid march of the ancient times. Because of Li Zishuan, Meng Wenhao and Iron Egg received some preferential treatment. They didn't have to walk, but rode horses instead. Iron Egg was as agile as a monkey, so riding a horse was not a problem for him. However, Meng Wenhao had never ridden a horse before, so he had to ride with Pang Feiji. At this time, Iron Egg looked at Meng Wenhao's pale face and asked worriedly. Riding a horse was not like riding a carriage. Riding a horse would only be more bumpy. The army had only advanced for more than 30 li, but Meng Wenhao was already a little dizzy from the bumpy ride. At this moment, when he heard Iron Egg's concern, he forced a smile on his face and said, I'm fine. Iron Egg, how many li have we traveled? About 20 or 30 li? Wenhao, if you persist for a while, the army will probably stop to rest and cook in a while. Iron Egg looked at the sun that was about to reach the top of their heads and said. Oh. Meng Wenhao heard and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Then he asked curiously, Iron Egg, why do I feel that you are very familiar with marching and fighting? Iron Egg smiled and said, I heard it from my father. He often told me about his battles in the north a few years ago. Oh. I see. The Grand General has ordered the 3 armies to rest and reorganize. All the cooks in the barracks will cook. After 2 hours, the army will set off and continue to march. The Grand General has ordered the 3 armies to rest and reorganize. All the cooks in the barracks will cook. After 2 hours, the army will set off and continue to march. Coincidentally, as the two were talking, a messenger came from the front of the army, riding a horse and shouting at the same time. Zhengguan's 2nd year, the 30th of March. Hunan Province, Jianghu, Guangxing County. Early in the morning, the soldiers of the government office knocked on every door and asked all the people to gather at the drill ground in the east. No matter men or women, old or young, everyone must go. Adjunct Lu, are we really all going? In the south of the city, in the house rented by Lu Rengui and the others, a big man asked Lu Rengui. Just now, Su Fangzheng came to tell them that the soldiers were coming to urge them to go to the drill ground. Lu Rengui frowned and hesitated for a moment. Then he gritted his teeth and said, Go. If we don't go, this place will probably be surrounded by the state capital's troops when the time comes. But Deputy Wei and Deputy Yi can't go. I will talk to them later and ask them to hide in the tunnel. Oh, old Feng, I heard that you know how to disguise yourself. Can you help me? Registrar Wang of the county government has seen me before. We can't let him see through it. Old Feng's real name was Feng Wu. He used to be a lieutenant in the Bianzhou provincial governor's mansion. He was almost the second in command in this army. Hearing this, he was a little embarrassed and said, "Hey, Adjunct Liu, I used to brag about it to others. To put it nicely, it's called a disguise. In fact, it's just putting a few mustaches on the face and making a few wrinkles. It's not a disguise." Lu Rengui choked. After a while, he said helplessly, "Just put on the mustaches. It's fine as long as Registrar Wang doesn't recognize me." Old Feng, hurry up. Feng Wu was suddenly energized. He said excitedly, "Okay. Adjunct Liu, just wait and see." Hey! A quarter of an hour later, Lu Rengui returned with a basin of water. Looking at the ferocious-looking man with an unshaven beard and a hideous scar on his face reflected in the water, Lu Rengui suddenly had the urge to chop him up with a knife. He used to be a handsome Confucian general, okay? How could he meet people like this? Adjunct Liu? Adjunct Liu? How's my skill? Look, this scar looks like a real one. I'm sure your mother won't recognize you. Old Feng didn't have good eyesight. He was still complacent. Get out. Lu Rengui was furious. He suddenly raised his head and roared. Old Feng was so scared that he immediately ran away. This Registrar Wang is really a hindrance. If it wasn't for him, would it be so troublesome? I have to find a chance to get rid of him. Lu Rengui pinched his big beard and muttered softly. East of the city, on a drill ground. Tens of thousands of people came to the drill ground. These people not only included the people in the city, but also many people from the villages outside the city. In the past month, people were only allowed to enter the city, but not allowed to leave the city. Those farmers who didn't know the truth, once they entered the city, they couldn't leave. Today, they were also sent to the drill ground. Stand in line. Men stand on the left, women stand on the right. Children under 10 years old and people above 40 years old stand at the back. On the drill ground, there were thousands of armored soldiers patrolling and maintaining order. You stop. Suddenly, a soldier stopped a middle-aged man. The man trembled and said, "Sir, you called me?" The soldier said coldly, "Where are you going? How old are you?" I'm 45 years old this year." The man said with a panicked look. The soldier said angrily, "Bullshit. Men, take him to the secretary for verification. If he lied about his age, cut off his head and feed it to the dogs." Immediately, the two soldiers behind him rushed forward and grabbed the middle-aged man. "Spare me. Sir. I don't dare to lie anymore. I'll stand in front now." The middle-aged man's face was full of fear and he repeatedly begged for mercy. "Humph. Sure enough, he lied to me. Drag him down and behead him." The soldier said coldly and mercilessly. When Lu Rengui arrived at the drill ground, he saw this scene. Similar situations had happened more than once today. Under such deterrence, the commoners were much more well-behaved. There were very few people who lied about their age and secretly snuck to the back. "You guys? Which village do you live in? Why don't you go to the front and line up?" After the soldier finished showing off, he noticed Lu Rengui and the others and shouted again. Lu Rengui hurriedly went forward and said, "General, we are not locals. We came to Guan County last month to help Boss Zhou of Bianzhou escort a batch of goods. Later, we couldn't leave the city, so we have been living in Wuning village." "From another place?" The soldier rolled his eyes. No one knew what he was thinking. He said again, I seem to have heard about you guys. How many people are there in total? Lu Rengui had a bad premonition, but he still braced himself and answered, we have a total of 200 people. 200 people? Good, good, good. You guys just stand here. After the provincial governor finishes speaking, all of you come and find me. Do you hear me? My surname is Huang, and I'm an adjunct of the provincial governor's mansion. The soldier clapped his hands and laughed. Lu Rengui didn't know what this guy was up to, but he didn't want to cause trouble here, so he could only say, yes. Adjunct Huang. That's more like it. The soldier nodded his head in satisfaction and then walked away. On the other side, a few people with noble auras appeared on the stage in front of the drill ground. Chapter 1320. Guangxing County, on the drill ground in the east of the city. Jianghu Provincial Governor Pan Jinyue, Chui Junshuo of the Chui clan of Qinghe, Chui Wenji of the Chui clan of Bowling, and Zheng Shiwu, Chui Shiwu of the Chui clan of Xingyang, the four of them led the officials of the state government up the stage. The soldiers below quickly maintained order and calmed the commoners down. Pan Jinyue looked at the hundreds of thousands of people in front of him, and a sense of heroism rose in his heart. The speech he had carefully prepared last night floated through his mind word by word. At this moment, Pan Jinyue took a deep breath and loudly said, the current emperor killed his brother and imprisoned his father. He obtained the position unjustly. He is tyrannical and oppressive. He is licentious and is worse than a beast. He is a completely incapable ruler. The commoners of Jianghu, ever since the imperial court sent Wei Xuanqing to Jianghu, countless good officials have been dismissed, causing the people's livelihood to wither and local law and order to fall into chaos. Last month, bandits even entered the city to burn and rob. This is the imperial court that you worship. Do you think it is worth it? Not worth it. Not worth it. Not worth it. As Pan Jinyue's voice fell, the state government soldiers on the drill ground took the lead to shout loudly. Slowly, some commoners also began to shout. After all, in the past half a month, those reactionary articles in the Jianghu Daily had brainwashed many commoners, making them feel that Li Er was an incapable ruler. They felt that if they wanted to live a good life, they could only rely on Pan Jinyue, this great and honest official. Those commoners who were not brainwashed, although they did not believe Pan Jinyue's nonsense, the state government soldiers were watching them from the side. They had no choice but to follow suit. Pan Jinyue was very satisfied with the enthusiastic response given by the commoners. After the commoners quieted down, he continued to shout at the top of his voice, the Chui clan has been entrenched in Jianghu for hundreds of years. In these hundreds of years, how many poor commoners have the Chui clan raised in Jianghu? How many talents have they cultivated? Chui Junshuo wholeheartedly served the people. Last year in Chang'an City, he was harmed by scoundrels and was demoted back to Jianghu. He, Li Shimin, was known as a wise ruler, but he appointed traitorous officials and killed the loyal. Such an incapable ruler, yet he seized the country's important weapon. As long as he is alive, the commoners of Tang will not have a good life. This official is the Jianghu provincial governor, Pan Jinyue. In order to let all of you live a good life, this official has decided to rise up today and lead all of you to overthrow the tyrant. I hereby promise that as long as Li Shimin can be overthrown, all the common people in the world will be given a share of the hereditary Yongye fields, and all the gentry will not have to pay taxes. I will take out all the treasures in the Chang, an imperial palace, and distribute them to the generals and soldiers who have rendered meritorious service. From today onwards, all the males in Jianghu who were above the age of 10 and below the age of 40 would have to join the army. They wouldn't be joining the army for free. Every soldier would receive a monthly salary of 200 copper coins. If they were able to kill the enemy, the reward would be even greater. Other than monetary rewards, they will also be rewarded with official positions. As for the soldiers who have rendered great service, they will be rewarded with official positions according to their discretion. After we overthrow Li Shimin, these people will become the founding ministers of the country. Being conferred the title of Marquis and Prime Minister will not be a problem. Of course, with rewards comes punishment. As for those traitors who fled and secretly colluded with the imperial court, once discovered, they were all killed without mercy. Their family members were also implicated in the crime. Therefore, fellow villagers, if you want to live a good life in the future, then let the men in your family join the army. Together, we will destroy the tyrant and enforce justice on behalf of the heavens. Disgraceful, Pan Jinyue's words could only be described as disgraceful. Lu Rengui frowned as he listened to what Pan Jinyue had said. If there were no guards on the drill ground, he would have rushed up to the stage and killed Pan Jinyue. Destroy the tyrant and enforce justice on behalf of the heavens. Destroy the tyrant and enforce justice on behalf of the heavens. The soldiers on the drill ground were elated. Many common people also followed and shouted crazily. Especially the scholars and gentry who were standing at the front. They shouted the most fiercely because according to what Pan Jinyue had said, if they could overthrow Li Er, then they, the top people, in Jianghu, would be the biggest beneficiaries. The gentry did not need to pay taxes. The country had just been established, so there would be many vacancies. The scholars and gentry would undoubtedly have the greatest opportunity. After a full quarter of an hour, the drill ground finally quieted down. Pan Jinyue's eyes darkened as he said, "As for the old, weak, women, and children, although you cannot participate in the war, the logistics of the army, such as cooking, transporting rations, and tailoring, will be your responsibility in the future." Where is the provincial governor's commandant Chui Quan? A middle-aged soldier stepped out from the crowd and cupped his fists. This general is here. Pan Jinyue ordered, "These men of suitable age will all be handed over to you. From today onwards, everything will follow the rules of the military camp and manage them. Now, send someone to record their names and addresses and assign them to various camps. Give them half a day to go home and pack up. Before the sky turns dark in the afternoon, they must all report to the military camp. Those who do not arrive in time will be executed immediately." This general receives the order. Chui Quan cupped his fists and said loudly. Buzz. The people below the stage immediately became a little restless. Many of them had their sons conscripted to the state capital to serve as soldiers. The men standing in the front left were usually the pillars of their families. The women all panicked. Pan Jinyue was conscripting not only their sons, but also their husbands. Ancient people married early. Their sons were in their teens and their fathers were in their 30s. What are you making so much noise for? Everyone be quiet. Whoever makes any more noise will be thrown into prison. Chui Quan saw the situation and let out a loud roar. His voice reverberated throughout the drill ground. The thousands of soldiers from the state capital quickly scattered into the crowd of commoners and arrested a few dozen who were the fiercest. The rest of the commoners immediately quieted down. Generals of all camps listened to my order. Bring your men and horses and register these men. Whichever camp they are registered in, that will be where they will be placed in the end. Before the sky turns dark today, all generals of all camps must report all the deserters. Tomorrow, I will send people to arrest them. Chui Quan ordered loudly. This general receives the order. A few dozen soldiers below the drill ground shouted in unison. F***ck. Motherf***ker, the thing that I was most worried about still happened. This is great. I have to serve the rebel army. Lu Rengui felt a little bitter. When he came, he had this worry. After all, according to the information that Yi Fashion received, the Chui family would be holding a pledge ceremony today. Therefore, he estimated that if he went, he would be kept as a strong man. But could he not go? Of course not. If he did not go, he could only hide in the tunnel. After all, Guangcheng County was only so big. There was nowhere else to hide. However, if so many of them suddenly disappeared, it would definitely arouse suspicion. When the time came, the soldiers of the provincial governor's office would search inside and out of their rented residence. It would be very easy for them to find the secret passage under the house. Not only would they be arrested, but Wei Zheng, Yi Minglei, Li Yu, and Yi Fashion would also be implicated. Therefore, Lu Rengui and his 200 men knew that there was a tiger in the mountain, but they still chose to go there. All of you will follow me from now on. At this moment, the Jianghu provincial governor's office's army that Lu Rengui met earlier came over and said to him, "Yes. Adjunct Huang. Thank you so much for your support." After hesitating for a moment, Lu Rengui clenched his teeth and pretended to be touched. Don't worry. Follow me and work hard. When you have enough merits in the future, I will naturally let you go back to Bianzhou. Don't think about escaping, because once you are caught, the consequences are not something that you can bear. Adjunct Huang patted Lu Rengui's shoulder and smiled meaningfully. His full name was Huang Cheng. Now that Pan Zhenyue had raised the flag of rebellion, as an adjunct of the provincial governor's office, he naturally wanted to follow behind and make contributions. Lu Rengui and his men were all strong men, and they seemed to have good combat strength. If these people were placed under his command, they would definitely help him make a lot of contributions. Therefore, he took advantage of the fact that the other officers were not paying attention to him and came to snatch them away. Yes. Adjunct Huang is right. I understand. People under the eaves had to bow their heads. Lu Rengui completely acted like a grandson. Huang Cheng nodded with satisfaction and said, "Good. What's your name?" Adjunct Huang, my name is Rendaniu. Good. Rendaniu, you will help me take care of these people around you in the future. Now, take them to my adjunct officer to register. After registration, go back and pack some luggage and come to the barracks. Don't run away or be late, understand? Huang Cheng said with a serious face. The reason why he chose Lu Rengui to be the small leader of this team was probably because he thought Lu Rengui looked more fierce. When Lu Rengui heard that Huang Cheng did not scatter his men into the barracks, he was immediately happy. As for whether he was the leader or not, he did not care. Yes. Thank you for your guidance, Adjunct Huang. I will kill the enemy well in the future and repay Adjunct Huang. Lu Rengui had turned into a bootlicker at this moment, nodding and bowing with joy. At this time, the joy on his face was somewhat real. Good. Go quickly. Adjunct Lu, this is bad. Are we betraying the country and defecting to the enemy? When the army of the imperial court arrives, what are we going to do? After registration, Lu Rengui and his men hurried to Wuning Square in the south of the city. On the way, Feng Wu said with a sad face. What do you mean what to do? How do I know what to do? We can only take one step at a time. Okay, don't cry. Let's go back and ask Wei Zhuqiang later. He has a lot of ideas. Maybe he can find a way. Lu Rengui waved his hand impatiently and said gloomily. Oh. Yes. Let's go and ask Wei Zhuqiang. Hurry, let's go back. When Feng Wu heard this, his expression immediately changed and he quickened his pace. Squeak. Everyone returned to the rented house. Old Feng took the lead and jumped into the dry well in the courtyard. Wei Zhuqiang, this is bad. This is bad. Adjunct Lu and I have joined the enemy. P.S. Recently, the subscriptions and ticket sales have not been very good. It's too bad to look at. I almost don't have the motivation to continue writing. Please support the original version and give the swordsman more motivation to continue writing. The swordsman will definitely update more to repay everyone. Chapter 1321. Speaking of which, Wei Zheng was quite pitiful recently. A while ago, he he could still stay in the underground tunnel during the day and return to the surface at night. However, in recent days, the situation in the city had become more and more tense. He had to stay in the underground tunnel 24 hours a day, living a life without seeing the light of day. It was really depressing. What was worse was that Yi Fashion, Li Yu, and Yi Minglei's family also stayed in the underground tunnel yesterday. Wei Zheng suddenly felt that the air down there was more suffocating. At this moment, Wei Zheng felt a little dizzy. This old man was short of oxygen. Suddenly, he heard Feng Wu yelling at the entrance of the underground tunnel, which was the dry well in the yard. Wei Zheng was shocked at first, then he was furious. He walked to the well angrily and said righteously, "How dare you? You are greatly indebted to the country. How can you betray the country and join the enemy?" When he heard that Feng Wu had betrayed the country, the first thing that came to his mind was not to run for his life, but to persuade Feng Wu to change his ways. Lu Rengui, who was still on the surface, couldn't help but cover his face when he heard the terrible conversation. It was really shameful to have such a one-track mind as a subordinate. Helplessly, in order to prevent Feng Wu from making things worse, he had to quickly walk to the well and jump into it. Left Minister Wei, don't misunderstand. Don't listen to old Feng's nonsense. I will tell you the whole story. Before Feng Wu could continue, Lu Rengui came over and interrupted him. If old Feng was allowed to continue, wouldn't Wei Zheng treat his allies as his enemies? You? Are you army officer Lu? Wei Zheng's face was filled with shock because the person in front of him had a full beard and a hideous scar on his face. It was truly frightening. However, he still recognized Lu Rengui's voice and asked in surprise. Well, yes, I am. I was worried that Registrar Wang would recognize me, so I disguised myself. Only then did Lu Rengui remember that his current face had been processed, so he quickly explained. Xiao Yu walked over and looked at him from head to toe. She couldn't help but laugh. Brother Lu, you don't look like a soldier at all. You look like a bandit. Old Feng couldn't hold back his laughter and laughed out loud. Lu Rengui turned his head and stared at Old Feng. Old Feng was scared and covered his mouth. Lu Rengui glared at Old Feng and then turned to look at Wei Zheng. He told Wei Zheng everything that happened in the drill ground and how they were forced to join Huang Cheng's force. Big brother Lu, wouldn't you all be in danger if your identities are exposed? Yi Fashion, who also lived in the tunnel, asked worriedly after hearing Lu Rengui's explanation. Lu Rengui gave a relaxed smile and said, Brother Yi, don't worry. Although the names we use are fake, the documents we carry are all signed by our provincial governor personally. No one will be able to see any flaws. Ancient travel permits and customs documents were similar to modern travel permits, not tourist visas. In different dynasties, they had different names. In the Han and Tang dynasties, they were called Guosua, in the Yuan dynasty, they were called Wenyin, in the Ming dynasty, they were called Lu. According to the ancient laws, residents who went out for business, travel, or visit relatives needed to check the pass. If they didn't have the pass, they would be arrested and punished. Even travelers who wanted to stay in hotels and other places needed to check the pass. During the Tang dynasty, the application process was very complicated. First of all, the applicant had to find a good guarantor and explain the purpose and time limit of the trip to the county government. After the county government received the application, they had to examine the applicant. Those who had not completed their term of service or had committed a crime were not allowed to apply for a transfer. After the county government checked and approved the application, it would be sent to the prefectural government for approval. After the prefectural government verified the application, the applicant could be granted the pass. Lu Rengui and his men lied that they were helping a boss in Bianzhou transport goods to Guangcheng County. Naturally, they had to show their pass. But they were backed by the Bianzhou provincial governor's manor. They had already prepared fake passes and identities before they came. How could the officials in Guancheng County find out? The problem now is, if we work for Pan Jinyue, won't we be helping the evildoer? What's more, Pan Jinyue might lead his troops to attack Luoyang tomorrow. Do we really have to help him attack the city? Lu Rengui looked at Wei Zheng worriedly and said. Ha ha ha. God bless Tang. God bless Tang. To everyone's surprise, Wei Zheng suddenly threw his head back and roared with laughter, completely out of character. Wei Zhucheng? Wei Zhucheng? Are you okay? Lu Rengui thought that Wei Zheng had lost his mind after hearing the bad news. He quickly shook Wei Zheng's arm, trying to wake him up. Huh. I'm fine. I'm fine. Wei Zheng looked at Lu Rengui with joy and said, Adjunct Lu, now it's time for you to serve the imperial court in Tang. Now that county deputy Yi is wanted by the entire city, we have one less channel to get information from the county government. But I never thought that you would have such an opportunity. This is a good opportunity, a great opportunity to sneak into the rebel army. Adjunct Lu, you and your men can not only pass on the rebel army's movements to me, but you can also unite the people in the rebel army who don't want to rebel against the imperial court. When the imperial court's army arrives, we can work together from the inside and outside. Even if the rebel army has a lot of people, they can be defeated in an instant. It had to be said that Wei Zheng was indeed a famous official. Other than being good at scolding people, he was also better than anyone in this underground tunnel in terms of strategy and calculation. A moment ago, it was still a dead end for them. But after he said that, he immediately revived the dead end. I see, Wei Zhucheng is wise. I admire you. Lu Rengui's eyes lit up, but then he asked worriedly, if Pan Jinyue sends troops to attack Luoyang tomorrow, what should we do? Wei Zheng stroked his beard and suddenly smiled mysteriously, humph. They can't attack Luoyang tomorrow. Don't worry, Adjunct Lu. Now you have to hurry up and prepare, and then report to the state capital camp directly. Remember, you must be careful and don't expose yourselves. Lu Rengui was confused. He thought, why can't Pan Jinyue attack Luoyang tomorrow? But seeing that Wei Zheng didn't want to talk about it, he didn't ask further. He clasped his fist and bowed, I'll be careful. Goodbye. After that, he left the underground tunnel with Feng Wu. Adjunct Lu, why is Wei Zhucheng so sure that Pan Jinyue can't attack Luoyang tomorrow? Old Feng climbed out of the dry well and asked with a confused face. You're asking me? Who should I ask? And, Old Feng, why were you laughing just now? Lu Rengui turned to look at Feng Wu and said in an unfriendly tone. Well, Adjunct Lu, why don't I go down and stay for a while? It's cooler down there. Feng Wu swallowed his saliva and couldn't help but sneak his feet towards the mouth of the well. Get back here. Go back to your room and pack up. We're going to the camp in a while. Lu Rengui knew that now wasn't the time to make a fuss. He said in a bad mood and then left. Oh. Old Feng was relieved and quickly followed him. We're Adjunct Huang's soldiers. We're here to report. Although there was still a long time before the sky turned dark, Lu Rengui had already brought 200 men to report to the camp. The guards at the gate stopped them, and Lu Rengui explained to them. What's your name? A guard asked expressionlessly. Sir, my name is Rendaniu. These people all came with me. Lu Rengui said with a flattering smile. Another guard next to him flipped open a booklet. After searching for a moment, he said, Rendaniu, I've heard Adjunct Huang mention you guys. All of you belong to the 9th camp. Quickly go in and report to Lieutenant Ji of the 9th camp. Yes. Thank you. Lu Rengui cupped his fists and thanked him. Then, he led Old Feng and the others into the camp. In the early days of the Tang dynasty, the army used the Fu army system. Based on the peasant households who used the equal field system, there were 634 military manors set up in the various Daoists, prefectures, and counties under the heavens, collectively known as the Zhichong manors. According to the size of the organization, they were divided into 3 ranks, upper, middle, and lower. The head of the manors was the Zhichong Dui, primary 4th rank. The deputy heads were the Zhua and Yugui Dui. Below the Dui were the Zhangjun. Under the government, there were regiments, also known as battalions, with officers and captains. Under the regiments, there were squads, with captains. Under the squads, there were squads, with captains. Each battalion had 5 squads, and each squad led 3 groups. Shui Quan, who was at the pledging ceremony, was the commandant of the Zhichong house in Jianghu. He was the highest military officer in this camp. Greetings, Officer Ji. After coming to the 9th camp, Lu Rengui finally saw the captain of the 9th camp, Ji Zhongsheng, a middle-aged man with a small mustache and a cunning look. Oh. You are Ren Dainu? Not bad, not bad. Looks like you guys can fight. Not bad, not bad. In the future, you guys will be the 5th group of the 9th camp. You will be the commander of the 5th group. When you fight in the future, be brave. That will be good for you and good for me. Do you understand? Ji Zhongsheng stood up and walked in front of Lu Rengui. He looked at him from head to toe and then shouted. Lu Rengui frowned inwardly. This officer Ji in front of him reeked of alcohol. It was obvious that he had drunk a lot before Lu Rengui arrived. Drinking was prohibited in the army. However, this person was an officer and yet he dared to be so unscrupulous. From this, it could be seen how lax the military discipline of the Zhichong house was. Thank you, officer, for your support. This lowly one knows many rich merchants in Bianzhou. In the future, I will definitely offer you 2 jars of pure immortal drunken wine as repayment for your support. Since this fellow liked to drink, Lu Rengui naturally had to cater to his taste. As for whether the military discipline was lax or not, what did it have to do with him? He couldn't wait for the entire camp to be lax and unorganized. Chapter 13:22. Good. 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 You're very good. When our army passes by Bian province in the future, you have to send your 2 jars of immortal drunken wine to me. Zhengzhou's Zhitsong Residence's camp. Lieutenant Ji of the 9th camp was immediately energized when he heard Lu Rengui mention immortal drunken wine. His eyes lit up as he looked at Lu Rengui with admiration. Although the immortal drunken wine was commonly seen in Chang'an City, it was priceless in the local counties. Generally, only high-ranking officials and wealthy families had the right to enjoy it. Therefore, Officer Ji couldn't help but be tempted by it. Of course. I only hope that Lieutenant Ji can let us take a look at it when the time comes. I'm not afraid that you'll laugh at me, but I haven't seen my wife for almost 2 months after the curfew in Guan County. Lu Rengui said with a hoarse voice. This was where he was smart. If he blindly flattered Ji Zhongsheng without asking for anything, it would be easy for Ji Zhongsheng to feel that he had a bigger scheme in mind. Now that he made such a reasonable request, Ji Zhongsheng felt that he could only flatter Ji Zhongsheng because of Gu Nianji's family, but it wouldn't make things too difficult for Ji Zhongsheng. Small matter, small matter. Ren Dainu, I've heard about your matter from the military governor. As long as the army passes by Bian province in the future, I'll give you half a day off to visit your family. Once you've made enough contributions, the military governor will let you go back. Ji Zhongsheng patted Lu Rengui's shoulder and laughed. Lu Rengui cupped his hands and said, hee hee. Thank you, Lieutenant Ji. However, my brothers and I have changed our minds. We won't leave even if we make great contributions. We want to follow behind the provincial governor to make contributions and be conferred the title of Marquis. We hope that Lieutenant Ji can guide us in the future. Ji Zhongsheng burped and then gave a thumbs up. Good. Good job. You have the same thoughts as me. Why can't we be conferred the title of Marquis and enter the imperial court? Burp. Yes. Lieutenant G. Lu Rengui cupped his fists in response, then left the room. Just like that, they settled down in the camp of the House of Subjugation. But when he thought of Ji Zhongsheng's words, "We should be leaving the city tomorrow morning," Lu Rengui couldn't help but worry. Leaving the city meant going to war, and war meant going to war with allies. This was something he didn't want to see. After all, he was only pretending to surrender, not really. Dong dong dong. The next morning, at the first glimmer of dawn, the sound of drums could be heard in the camp of the House of Surrender. Then, the soldiers of the various camps began to shout, "All soldiers, get up immediately and gather at the drill ground. Those who are not there in 15 minutes will be flogged 30 times. All soldiers, get up immediately and gather at the drill ground. Those who don't arrive within a quarter of an hour will be flogged 30 times." The soldiers in the tent immediately moved when they heard the sound. "Old Feng, go and wake the brothers up. Don't get beaten up later." Lu Rengui got up from the bed and quickly put on the armor that was given to him yesterday. Then, he shouted to Feng Wu, who was next to him. This was the quality of a soldier. Compared to the people who had just joined the camp, Lu Rengui's group was undoubtedly much stronger. A quarter of an hour later, at the drill ground on the east side of the camp, the 50,000 new recruits who joined yesterday and the 20,000 veterans who were in the camp before this gathered here. Of course, there were also many who came late and were being beaten at the side. Since you are in the camp, all of you have to follow the rules. Whatever the higher-ups tell you to do, you have to do it. The next time there is someone who is late, the punishment will be doubled. The House of Subjugation's Lieutenant Chui Quan stood on the podium and said with a gloomy face. The new soldiers were hard to lead. This was within his expectations. Although he didn't expect the new soldiers to have much fighting power, as soldiers, they had to listen to orders. The 70,000 soldiers on the drill ground suddenly became silent. Chui Quan paused for a moment and then said, "Generals of the various camps, today we are going to march into Luoyang. Let all your soldiers take their weapons and dry rations and immediately leave the city. Gather with the other two armies and go straight to Luoyang." "Yes, Lord Lieutenant." The entire camp immediately became lively. The sounds of weapons clashing, the shouts of the generals, and the noisy footsteps entered the ears. Half an hour later, all the soldiers were ready and the army headed straight for the south gate of Guancheng County. On the way, they happened to meet the other armies that Chui Quan had mentioned. The Chui family originally had 250,000 soldiers. Yesterday, they had forcefully recruited a few middle-aged men. In total, they had 300,000 soldiers. Lu Rengui, who was advancing with the army, was secretly complaining. He thought to himself, didn't Wei Zheng say that the battle wouldn't start yesterday? Why is the army leaving the city now? The city gates opened and the 300,000 soldiers left the city in succession. The villagers outside the city all made way when they saw them. But at this moment, the ground began to tremble. Outside the city, on both sides of the official road, countless black-armored cavalry suddenly rushed out. All of them were covered in thick armor, even their heads were covered, only revealing pairs of cold eyes. They were like killing gods from the abyss of hell, holding Modeo in their hands as they rushed towards the army that had just left the city. Kill! The leading cavalry raised the Modeo in his hand and roared. Immediately, the cavalry rushed over at an even faster speed. It's the Imperial Court's army. The Imperial Court's army is here. Quickly run. The Imperial Court's army is here. Quickly run. This cavalry formation was too powerful. Even from afar, one could feel the murderous aura emitted from their bodies. As for Zhengzhou's Zhichong residence's troops, the ones who were walking in front as cannon fodder were all new recruits. When had they ever seen such a terrifying cavalry in their lives? Their survival instinct did not allow them to have the courage to raise their swords to fight. Instead, they directly ran away. Initially, Cui Junchuo's original intention was to use these new recruits who had no combat power as cannon fodder. After all, since ancient times, attacking a city required the sacrifice of human lives. However, Cui Junchuo did not expect that once the battle went south, the first to collapse and flee would be these new recruits with weak willpower and low military literacy. And their collapse would not only disrupt their formation, it would also greatly affect the morale of the army. Do not flee. Those who flee before battle will be killed without mercy. The generals of the various battalions were all veterans. When they saw the situation, they drew their swords from their waists and cut down a few fleeing soldiers as they roared loudly. But this did not stop the soldiers in front from fleeing. This was because the black armored cavalry brought even greater fear to them. If they were asked to fight, they would rather die. This was not an army of the human world. In the blink of an eye. In the blink of an eye, the black armored cavalry had already charged into the midst of Zhichong Residence's army. Puff puff puff. When wolves entered a flock of sheep, their warhorses first sent countless soldiers flying. Then, with a swing of their swords, heads fell from the sky. To the black armored cavalry, no one was a match for them. It was like chopping vegetables. They only needed to charge forward, swing their swords, and reap the lives. Spare me. Don't kill me. I don't want to rebel. Run. Run. The soldiers in front of the troops turned around and desperately ran towards the city gate. They did not want to face this group of evil spirits. Zhichong Residence's army was instantly thrown into chaos. Black Armored Army? This is the Black Armored Army? Lu Rengui belonged to the 9th Battalion. His position was not very close to the front. When he saw the formation of the Black Armored Cavalry, he suddenly thought of something. His face was filled with disbelief. Old Feng. Tell our men to retreat in the chaos. Don't fight with the Black Armored Army. Lu Rengui pulled Feng Wu over and whispered. Yes. Old Feng replied and quickly went to pass down the order. Zhichong's commandant, Cui Quan, happened to be 30 feet away from the city gate. He sat on his warhorse and looked up. He could tell that the cavalry in front of him was the unparalleled Black Armored Army. He quickly exclaimed, Quick! Adjunct Huang, order all the soldiers to retreat immediately. Retreat into the city. Commandant, although these cavalrymen are fierce, there are at most 3,000 to 5,000 of them. We have more than 300,000 soldiers. What is there to be afraid of? Huang Cheng had never left Jianghu in his life. He did not know that they were facing the Black Armored Army. Therefore, he was very confused by Cui Quan's order. What do you know? They are the Black Armored Army. Retreat now. Cui Quan was not stupid. He knew that Li Shimin was able to defeat Wang Shichong's army of 100,000 with his 3,500 Black Armored Army. Even though he had 300,000 soldiers with him now, they were just small fries. The strength of these 300,000 soldiers was far inferior to Wang Shichong's army. How could they defeat the Black Armored Army? Therefore, after Cui Quan explained, he turned his horse around and galloped back into the city. Black Armored Army. They are the Black Armored Army. Huang Cheng's heart skipped a beat. Although he had never seen the Black Armored Army with his own eyes, how could he not have heard of them? At this moment, he was scared out of his wits. How would he dare to fight them? He quickly shouted at the messenger, Retreat, and took the lead to escape. Retreat! Retreat! The Zhe Residence's army outside the city gate changed from the rear to the front and ran into the city. Not good. The city gate is about to close. Brothers, quick! When they were about 4 to 5 feet away from the city gate, Lu Rengui saw 2 soldiers starting to push the gate open. He quickly shouted at his brothers. Bang! 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 More than 200 men used all their strength and ran towards the city gate. At the last moment, they finally managed to rush into the city before the gate closed. The 1,000 soldiers who had not entered the city in time put down their weapons and knelt down to surrender when they saw that the city gate was closed. Chapter 1323. As soon as they left the city gates, they were chased back. Cui Quan ran back to the provincial governor's manor and reported the situation outside the city to Pan Jinyue. Pan Jinyue, Cui Junchuo, Zheng Shouwu, and Cui Wenji were drinking tea and discussing matters in the front hall of the provincial governor's manor. Although the four powers had formed an alliance, the follow-up plan still needed to be discussed. Hearing the shocking news, everyone in the front hall could not sit still. What? There are 3,000 black armored troops outside the city? How is that possible? Why would the black armored troops come to Jianghu? Could it be that Chang'an knows that we have mobilized? The old man next to Cui Junchuo, Zheng Shouwu, the great-grandfather of the Zheng family, exclaimed in surprise. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Guangcheng County has been sealed for more than a month. Not even a bird has flown out, let alone a person. How could Chang'an have received the news? Cui Junchuo's face was as white as a sheet of paper as he spoke with a trembling voice. Since Chang'an doesn't know that we have mobilized, why would Li Shimin send the black armored troops to Jianghu? Junchuo, when you persuaded our Zheng family to join you, you promised me that we would be able to take down Luoyang before the imperial court could react. What about now? Zheng Shouwu said with an unfriendly expression. Cui Junchuo was instantly speechless. Cui Wenji could not stand it anymore, so he said, all right. Since it has already happened, what's the point of arguing about it? Now that our three families are in the same boat, once we are caught by the imperial court, none of us will be spared. Instead of arguing here, why don't we think of a plan to retreat? Cui Junchuo nodded. He looked at Zheng Shouwu and said, Wenji is right. Shouwu, it was indeed this old man who didn't consider this matter thoroughly. But the urgent matter at hand is that we should work together to defeat the enemy. Zheng Shouwu said with a dissatisfied expression, work together to retreat? What can we use to retreat? The black armored troops' combat power is unparalleled. How can we defend against them with just those newly recruited soldiers? Even if we are lucky enough to win, we will definitely suffer heavy casualties. When the time comes, how can we attack Luoyang with these defeated soldiers? A trace of anger flashed across Cui Junchuo's eyes as she said, the urgent matter at hand is to solve the problem, not to blame each other. If the Cui family is defeated, your Zheng family can forget about getting any benefits. Shu Wu, if you really want to defeat the enemy, then send out your Cui family's 30,000 secret guards as well. Our three families together have a total of 80,000 secret guards. Only then can we have the power to fight against the imperial court. Cui Junchuo, what do you mean? Are you blaming my Zheng family for not doing our best? Aren't the provisions and armors of 300,000 soldiers supported by our Zheng family? If you're thinking about my Zheng family's shadow guards, then why are your Cui family's shadow guards cowering in the back and not daring to make a move? Everyone is well aware of what you're planning. Stop pretending to be selfless. Hearing the hidden meaning in Cui Junchuo's words, Zheng Shouwu was instantly enraged. His Zheng family had been living well in Guan City, but after Cui Junchuo returned to Jianghu, the Zheng family was dragged into this mess. Now, if things went wrong, the entire Zheng family would be wiped out. How could Zheng Shouwu not be angry? Three Grand Dukes, we can't go through the south gate. Can we go to the other gates? Pan Jinyue interrupted. Yes. Then let's go to the east gate. They only have 3,000 cavalrymen. It's impossible for them to set up an ambush at every gate. Cui Junchuo suppressed her anger and ordered. When the other two old men heard this, they did not express any objections. Seeing this, Cui Quan bowed and said, "Yes. Grand Duke. This general will lead the army out of the East Gate and take a detour to attack Luoyang." With that, he cupped his fists and turned to leave. He was truly convinced by the quarrel between the three old men in the room. At this time, he felt a trace of regret for choosing to rebel with Pan Jinhue. The aristocratic families were already rotten. Half an hour later, Cui Quan reorganized the army and went out of the east gate of Guan City. However, as soon as he went out of the gate, he was stunned. He saw at least tens of thousands of soldiers waiting outside the city. "Cui Quan, where are you? Quickly get off your horse and surrender." At this time, in the army camp outside the city, an old general came out and shouted at the army outside the city gate. "So it's the pacifier. Sir, you are really fast." Cui Quan came out and was shocked when he saw the person. The person opposite him was the pacifier of Hunan province. Renkan. Cui Quan's heart sank. Renkan laughed and said, "Hee hee, Cui Quan, His Majesty already knows that you want to rebel. He ordered this old man to lead the troops of 10 provinces to encircle and suppress you. Now that things have come to this, if you can put down your weapons and turn to the light, perhaps His Majesty will spare your lives. If you continue to follow behind the Cui family and do treacherous things, only death will await you. This official hopes that you will think carefully." As soon as these words were spoken, the soldiers in Jianghu were immediately thrown into chaos. The soldiers all panicked. Since ancient times, the common people had a natural fear of the imperial court. Now that they heard that the imperial court already knew that they were going to rebel and even sent a large army to encircle them, these people, especially the new recruits, immediately wanted to kneel down and surrender. Silence. Cui Quan saw that the morale of the army was in chaos and quickly shouted, "Since you have joined the camp of the House of Subjugation, you have already betrayed the imperial court. If you fall into the hands of the imperial court, only death will await you. What you can do now is to resist with the Cui family to the end." After that, he looked at Renkan and said angrily, "The pacifier really has a good tongue. With just a few words, you have disturbed the morale of my army. If you have the guts, let's fight face to face." Renkan waved his hand and said, This official is old and not good at fighting and killing. If Commandant Cui wants to lead the army into battle, this official's 100,000 soldiers are more than welcome to join. Ha! Kill! Kill! Kill!" As soon as he finished speaking, the 100,000 soldiers behind Renkan shouted, "Kill," in unison. Their voices shook the sky and their momentum was like a rainbow. Cui Quan's expression changed. After a long silence, he waved his hand and said, "Retreat. Return to the city. Adjunct Wang, lead 50,000 soldiers and guard the east gate." "Yes." Cui Quan did not dare to take the risk. The soldiers led by Renkan were all seasoned soldiers. If they fought face to face, his 300,000 soldiers might not be able to win. He decided to send someone to the provincial governor's office to report the situation here. At the same time, he planned to lead the army to the west gate. There were people at the south and east gates, but there should not be anyone at the west gate, right? The gate opened and Cui Quan led the army out. However, the black mass of the army that greeted him made him feel a sense of despair. "Where is Cui Quan? Come out and answer me." An old general shouted at Cui Quan. "Who are you?" Cui Quan said coldly as he rode out. "Humph. I am the provincial governor of Sui province, Wang Yu. I am here under the imperial order to encircle you rebels. Cui Quan, you are greatly favored by the emperor. You are the commandant of a province, but instead of serving the imperial court, you have joined the rebels. I advise you to abandon the darkness and join the light before it is too late to regret." Wang Yu shouted. "Wang Yu?" Cui Quan's heart sank. Sui province was not far from Jianghu, but it was definitely not close. It would take at least 4 to 5 days to rush the army. However, Wang Yu was able to lead the army here. This meant that the imperial court had long been on guard against the Cui family's rebellion. At this moment, Cui Quan's heart sank completely. Humph. Wang Yu, does your Wang family of Taiyuan really want to go against the three of us? Cui Quan said unwillingly. He could not understand why the Wang family would be willing to be a dog of the imperial court when they were all from the same family. Wang Yu said indifferently, go against. This official's honor and disgrace were all bestowed by His Majesty. Since you want to rebel, you are going against me, Wang Yu. There's nothing to say. Cui Quan said in exasperation, do you really think that you can stop me with just your army of tens of thousands? Humph. Then you can try, Commandant Cui. Wang Yui waved the sword in his hand and said with a murderous aura. Although he looked calm, he was actually panicking. He only had 20,000 some soldiers behind him. If they really fought, they were no match for Cui Quan's group. Cui Quan frowned, unable to understand where Wang Yu's confidence came from. He stretched out his hand and said, all troops, attack. Every person killed will be rewarded with 5 strings of cash. Those who refuse to fight will be killed without mercy. Charge. Kill. At the eastern gate, Cui Quan had left 50,000 new soldiers behind to defend the city. Now, he had 250,000 soldiers under his command. Most of them were veterans, and their military training was quite good. The moment Cui Quan gave the order, the 3 armies charged at Wang Yu's army. Kill. The rebels might have the advantage in numbers, but our reinforcements will be here soon. Wang Yu braced himself and roared. The 2 armies quickly clashed. As the provincial governor of a province and the current head of the Wang family of Taiyuan, Wang Yu naturally would not personally charge into the fray. He was at the rear holding the fort. After seeing the situation on the battlefield, his face immediately darkened. In this situation, if reinforcements didn't arrive in half an hour, the 20,000-man army he brought with him would soon be wiped out. Bang! 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 Provincial Governor Wang, I'm here to help you. Just as Wang Yu was feeling anxious, a cloud of dust suddenly rose from the south. Following that, a black mass of soldiers charged out of the dust. The old general in the lead roared. Provincial Governor Zhao. Wang Yu looked over and was instantly overjoyed. He hurriedly roared, the provincial governor of Bianzhou has led his army to reinforce us. All soldiers, listen up. Attack Guangxing County and capture the rebels. Kill. Wang Yu's army's morale was high, but Cui Quan's army was panicking. Retreat. Retreat into the city and defend the city gate. Cui Quan looked toward the east and estimated that there were at least 70,000-80,000 reinforcements. At this point, the only 3 city gates of Guangxing County were blocked by the imperial court army. Cui Junchuo's plan to attack Luoyang was officially declared a failure. Chapter 1324. Guangxing County was surrounded on 3 sides, and Cui Quan's army had lost 2 battles, losing over 6,000 soldiers. Cui Quan left behind 150,000 soldiers to guard the 3 city gates, while the rest stayed within the city to maintain order. Arriving at the provincial governor's manor, Cui Quan told Cui Junchuo and the rest about the situation outside the city. The few of them were shocked, and Cui Junchuo's face was as white as paper. How is that possible? According to what you said, there are over 100,000 soldiers outside the city, and there are even soldiers that Wang Yu brought from Sui province. Doesn't that mean that the imperial court already knew that we were going to attack? But Guangxing County had sealed the city gates for over a month, so how did the news get out? Zheng Shuo's face was dejected as he muttered, it's over. It's all over. If I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have listened to your slanderous words. Now that Guangxing County is surrounded by the army, what should we do? Cui Junchuo looked at Zheng Shuo coldly and opened his mouth, but he did not say anything. At this time, he did not have the mood to argue. Cui Wenji was the oldest out of the three, but because he took good care of himself, his body was the best. He stroked his beard and pondered for a moment before saying, "Now is not the time of life and death. There are only 100,000 soldiers outside the city, and we have 300,000. Furthermore, our Cui family and Xinjiang family have not gone all out, and we can still mobilize 50,000 hidden guards and thousands of death warriors. Furthermore, our consecrators have not made a move, and with their martial arts, they can fight against 100. When the time comes, we can attack from the inside and outside, and we can definitely kill our way out. But at that time, Li Shimin will definitely not let us go. But our families can go to the Turks or live in seclusion in Southeast Asia, and when the time is right, we can return to the Central Plains." Hearing that, Cui Junchuo and Zheng Shuo's eyes lit up, and Zheng Shuo hurriedly said, "Then in Brother Cui's opinion, what should we do now?" Cui Wenji muttered, "The two of us will send a messenger pigeon to mobilize the hidden guards outside, and let them rush to Jianghu as soon as possible. When the time comes, we will wait for the opportunity to make a move. During this time, we just need to be careful of the army outside the city. Our army might not be able to defeat them outside, but we can defend the city. With the city walls as our backing, the hundreds of thousands of soldiers outside won't be able to break into the city. Yes, yes, yes. Let's defend the city first. When the reinforcements arrive, we'll launch a pincer attack and kill our way out. Didn't they recruit a bunch of new soldiers? Let them guard the city gates. Even if the imperial court's army attacks the city, the casualties won't be our people. In the future, with the strength of our clans, where can't we dominate?" Zheng Shuo nodded as he listened. Cui Junchuo also felt that it was reasonable. He turned to look at Pan Jinyue and ordered, "Jinyue, send the new army to defend the city. The old soldiers will supervise from the side and enforce martial law in the city. Strictly forbid the citizens from gathering and causing trouble. Let all the retainers of the Cui residents come to the various commoners' square regularly to give lectures to pacify the citizens and encourage them to help us defend the city. Increase the patrols and prevent anyone from inciting the people to defect to the imperial court." "Yes. Tai Gong. I'll make the arrangements right away." Pan Jinyue cupped his hands and left with Cui Quan. "Hey! Join the army." As expected, the army didn't attack Luoyang today. Wei Zhucheng is really good at foresight. Tell me, how did he know that the black armored army and the pacifier would lead the army here today? Does Wei Zhucheng, that old man, know how to calculate? Guangqing County, East City Gate. Lu Rengui and his group were standing on top of the city walls to defend the city. Seeing that there were no outsiders around, Old Feng whispered excitedly. Lu Rengui faintly said, "Miss Li, you must have used the telegraph to send a message to Chang'an that day. The black armored army's combat power is unparalleled, and their speed is astonishing. From Chang'an to Jianghu, they can reach there in less than 2 days. Minister Wei must have calculated the time in private. As for the pacifier, it shouldn't be hard for him to gather 100,000 soldiers in 2 days. Oh! I thought Wei Zhucheng was an old immortal who could foresee things." Feng Wu scratched his head and muttered, "Sigh, join the army. I just heard that Cui Quan's army met Wang Yu, the provincial governor of Suizhou, and our provincial governor's army at the West City Gate. After a bloody battle, Cui Quan left behind 6,000 corpses and fled back into the city." Wang Yu? Suizhou is more than 400 miles away from Jianghu. Why would he appear in Jianghu now? Lu Rengui was puzzled. After a moment of silence, he said, "Guangqing County is surrounded by Guangqing County. The Cui family can either go out of the city and fight a bloody way out, or stay in the city and wait for the reinforcements of the Cui family of Bowling and the Zheng family of Xinjiang. But in my opinion, the possibility of them choosing the latter is higher. So before their reinforcements arrive, we must find a way to get in touch with the army outside the city." Otherwise, the Chui family may really escape this time. I'll find a way to go back tonight and discuss with Wei Wucheng. You help me cover it up. Feng Wu nodded and said, don't worry, join the army. It's cold at night. I don't think anyone will come to patrol. Just go. Outside the city. The black armored troops and the provincial government's army had already set up their tents and started cooking. Apparently, they were planning to set up camp outside the city. South of the city, in the central tent. General Duan, now that Guangxing County is surrounded by us from 3 sides, the rebels will not be able to escape even if they have wings. When do you plan to attack the city? Ren Can also came to the central tent of the black armored troops. At this time, he looked at Duan Jixuan and asked. Even though he was a pacifying ambassador, he did not dare to be negligent in front of Duan Jixuan. Duan Jixuan was also involved in the Black Tortoise Gate incident. He was a real hero. Duan Jixuan picked up the teacup and took a sip. He then pondered for a moment and said, we only have 150,000 soldiers. Although we are not afraid of the Chui family's army in the open, if we want to attack the city with this small number of people, it is no different from wishful thinking. Moreover, the black armored troops are only good at fighting in the open. They are not good at attacking the city. So, let's just surround the city first. In 2 days, General Li's army will arrive. At that time, we will discuss attacking the city. That's the best. Ren Can and Wang Yu both nodded. It was a moonless night. On the other hand, Guangxing County's Qing Tower was filled with torches. Although under normal circumstances, no one would attack the city at night, there were still many soldiers guarding the tower. Lu Rengui used the excuse of going to the toilet to sneak away. Along the way, he avoided the patrolling soldiers and finally came to the house in Wuning Lane. Is Lu Rengui back? At this time, Wei Zheng and the others were still awake. Wei Zheng asked softly when he heard some movement from the well. It's me. It's me. Lu Rengui answered and quickly walked over. At this time, a weak candlelight was lit in the tunnel. Lu Rengui looked at everyone excitedly and said, good news. Good news. In a few more days, you won't have to hide in this tunnel anymore. Li Yu's eyes lit up when she heard that. She asked, Brother Lu, are the reinforcements here? Girls love to be clean. Ever since she moved into this tunnel, she had not taken a bath for a few days. She was very uncomfortable. Moreover, the tunnel was not very ventilated. With so many people living here, the smell was naturally unpleasant. She had had enough of this place. Lu Rengui looked at little Yu with admiration and said, Miss Li Yu is right. The reinforcements sent by the imperial court have arrived. 3,000 black armored troops, 130,000 soldiers from the Hunan province pacifier, and 20,000 soldiers from the provincial governor of Sui province, Wang Yu, have surrounded Guangxing County. When the army outside the city breaks into the city, you will be saved. Ah! That's great. That's great. Finally, the army is here. We can finally see the light of day again. Little Yu cheered when she heard that. Wei Zheng shook his head and said, it's too early to say that. The army outside the city will not be able to break into the city. We have to wait for the reinforcements to arrive. Reinforcements? How can Wei Wucheng be so sure that there will be reinforcements? Lu Rengui was puzzled. They had returned after sending the information to the imperial court at Songhua Temple. As for how the imperial court had arranged it, they had no idea. Wei Zheng smiled and said, Duan Jixuan's black armored troops are very mobile and fast. They are very suitable to be the vanguard. Since His Majesty has sent the black armored troops to be the vanguard, he will definitely send reinforcements. Let's wait. Wang Yu's appearance means that His Majesty has already taken precautions against the Chui family. In this battle, the army sent by the imperial court cannot be underestimated. The Chui family cannot win. Wei Zhucheng is right. Lu Rengui nodded thoughtfully. Little Yu said, Wei Zhucheng, since we have reinforcements behind us, do you think the Chui family will have reinforcements outside the city? Wei Zheng's eyes darkened when he heard that. After a while, he looked at Lu Rengui and said, you have to ask Lu Rengui this question. Lu Rengui quickly cupped his hands and said, I think the Chui family will definitely have reinforcements. Why do you say so? Wei Zhucheng, as far as I know, the 300,000 soldiers in the city, other than the young men recruited in the past few months, the rest are the state soldiers and the secret guards raised by the Chui family. The Chui family of Bowling and the Zheng family of Xingyang did not send out a single soldier. Therefore, I guess that they must have some forces outside the city that they can mobilize. And today, they chose to guard the city instead of going out to fight. This confirms my guess. Lu Rengui cupped his hands and replied. The atmosphere in the tunnel became solemn again. Wei Zheng stroked his beard and said in a deep voice, now, it depends on which side's reinforcements arrive first. If the Chui family's reinforcements arrive first, they will definitely go out to patrol the city. The situation will not be good if they are attacked from both sides. Chapter 1325. Brother Lu, where are the reinforcements of the Zheng family and the Chui family? Are they far from Guancheng? Inside the tunnel of Lu Rengui's rented house in Wuning Square. Little Yu asked after listening to Wei Zheng's analysis. Lu Rengui shook his head and said, I don't know. Logically speaking, the Chui family's army should be in Dingzhou, and the Zheng family's army should be in Guancheng. But since they decided to betray the imperial court with the Chui family of Qinghe, they must have set up an ambush in a county adjacent to Jianghu. We just don't know which county they are in. Yi Fashion frowned and said, according to the time, the imperial court's army will need at least 2 more days to reach Guan City. As for the Zheng and Chui families' reinforcements, if Brother Lu's analysis is correct and they are hiding in a county near Jianghu, then their reinforcements will definitely reach Guan City first. Then what should we do? Little Yu was anxious. Lu Rengui suddenly asked, I wonder if the imperial court will bring along a telegraph machine with them when they send reinforcements? Little Yu's eyes lit up and said, we'll know if we try. The army must be closer to us than we are to Chang'an. Maybe we can send a message without going to Songhua Pagoda. That's right. Then Miss Li Yu, try using the telegraph machine. No. Using the telegraph machine underground will be very difficult to send messages. We should at least go to the surface. Li Yu shook her head. Lu Rengui thought for a while and said, the Chui family and the government are busy dealing with the army outside the city. They shouldn't be able to send people to patrol the houses. Also, Su Fangzheng of Wuning Square knows that we have joined the army, so there must be no one in the house. Once the gate is locked, normal people won't be able to break in. So why don't you all disguise yourselves and stay in the backyard? But don't light candles at night, and don't go out during the day. Wei Zheng frowned and said, no. If we all stay there, there will be too many targets. Once someone breaks in, we won't even be able to hide. Let Miss Li Yu stay there alone. She needs to keep in touch with the army. Also, if someone breaks in, she can hide easily. Although he also wanted to stay there, he didn't want to give himself away at such a crucial moment. Yes. Indeed, we should focus on the big picture. Yi Minglei nodded in agreement. Seeing this, Lu Rengui could only say, then, Miss Li Yu, you can bring your telegraph machine to the attic in the backyard. If the imperial court or the reinforcements send a telegram, you will know in time. Little Fishy pouted and shook her head. No, no, no. I'm alone. I'm not even allowed to light up at night. How would I dare to stay? Why don't you let Auntie Yi stay with me? She did want Yi Fashion to go up, but this was such a big backyard. How could a man and a woman live together? Therefore, Li Yu thought about it seriously and decided to invite Yi Minglei's wife to accompany her. Madame Yi looked at Yi Minglei and saw him nod. She smiled and said, "All right then. Since that's the case, I'll go up and stay with Miss Li Yu for a few days." After that, Li Yu, Madame Yi, and Lu Rengui took the telegraph and climbed to the ground. Then, the three of them walked towards the backyard. Beep beep beep. 15 minutes later, in the attic in the backyard, there was a soft beep sound. In the house, Li Yu used the weak candlelight to control the telegraph machine to send out a message. In order to prevent the candlelight from leaking out, she was surrounded by a screen. "All right. I've sent it out. Let's see if anyone can receive and reply to me." After a while, Li Yu clapped her hands and said. Lu Rengui nodded and said, "Then we'll wait." Li Yu took the opportunity to ask, "Brother Lu, how are you doing in the military camp? Did anyone from the higher-ups make things difficult for you?" Lu Rengui shook his head and smiled. "No. The lieutenant in our camp is a drunkard. I promised him 2 jars of immortal drunken wine. He treats me like a brother. Why would he make things difficult for me? Immortal drunken wine? Where can we get immortal drunken wine at this time? If I was in Chang'an, I could get some for Brother Lu. But now, I'm in charge of the city." Little Fishy frowned and said in a dilemma. Lu Rengui smiled. "It's fine. I guess that lieutenant won't have the fortune to drink a sip of immortal drunken wine in his life." Hundreds of miles away, on an empty field, there were countless tents of various sizes. The campfire in the camp was brightly lit. There were also groups of soldiers patrolling the camp. Beep! 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 Did Little Fishy send a message? Meng Wenhao reacted immediately. He quickly took out a pen and paper and laid on the ground to record. After a while, the beep stopped. Iron Egg asked curiously, "Wenhao, what did the message say?" To prevent more people from knowing about the telegraph machine, he, Meng Wenhao, and Pang Feiji stayed in a tent alone. At this time, Meng Wenhao had already translated the code. He looked up and said, "Nothing. This is just a test code sent by Little Fishy. She's not sure if I can receive her message. Wenhao, you should reply quickly." Iron Egg said hurriedly. "Okay." Meng Wenhao nodded and pressed the handle of the telegraph machine to reply the message. Beep! 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 On the other side, Little Fishy was chatting with Lu Rengui about the battle during the day. Suddenly, the telegraph machine rang. "It's here. There's a reply." Little Fishy exclaimed and quickly recorded the message. After a while, she stood up and said, "Brother Lu, it's the reinforcements sent by the imperial court. They are now 30 miles east of Luoyang in the wilderness. They should be about 100 miles away from us. The general manager this time is Duke Wei, Li Jing." Lu Rengui heard and frowned. "Duke Wei is leading the army? 100 miles? If that's the case, it's hard to say who will be the first to arrive. How about this, Miss Li Yu, you send the situation of Guangcheng County and the deployment of the troops. The decision will be up to General Manager Li." "Okay. Okay." Li Yu thought for a while and started to send the message. She had a preliminary understanding of the situation in Guangcheng County from the conversation with Lu Rengui. Outside Luoyang, Tang Army Camp. This time, there was a very long beep 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 beep. Meng Wenhao's hands were almost sore from recording the code. After a full 15 minutes, the telegraph machine finally stopped beeping. Next was the translation. Fortunately, Meng Wenhao had already memorized the code book, so the translation didn't take much time. "Wenhao, how is it? How's the situation in Guangcheng County?" Iron Egg saw Meng Wenhao's work and quickly came over to ask. Meng Wenhao frowned. "It's a long story, and the military situation is urgent. Let's meet General Manager Li together and report to him as soon as possible. Okay. After a while, Iron Egg and Meng Wenhao came to the command tent. After reporting, they met Li Jing. Qin Xiong, Cheng Yaojin, and Niu Jinda were also in the tent. They were probably having a meeting. Greetings, General Manager Li and the generals. Iron Egg and Meng Wenhao bowed. Li Jing nodded and said, "There's no need to be polite. Meng Wenhao, I heard that you have urgent military matters to discuss with me?" "Yes. General Manager Li, this is the information that was just sent from Guangqing County." Meng Wenhao took out the translated message and raised it above his head as he replied. "Oh. Let me take a look." Li Jing's expression changed as he walked down and took the message from Meng Wenhao. The other three old generals in the tent also cast their gazes on Li Jing. "Medicine Master, what is written on it? Why are you looking at it for so long?" A moment later, Cheng Yaojin asked impatiently. Li Jing passed the message to Cheng Yaojin and said, "The Chui family in Guangqing County has gathered 300,000 troops and is preparing to attack Luoyang. Luckily, the Black Armored Army, Ren Kan, and Wang Yu's 150,000 troops arrived in time and killed the rebels back into the city. However, according to the Bian Province army hidden in the city, the Chui family of Bowling and the Zheng family of Xinjiang definitely have reinforcements outside the city. If we don't want the Chui family to escape, then we have to reach Guangqing before the reinforcements arrive." Qin Xiong stroked his beard and said, "Since that's the case, then let's march through the night." Li Jing thought for a moment and looked at Iron Egg and Meng Wenhao. "Iron Egg, you and Wenhao go up to the Celestial Lamp and send information to Guangqing. Say that we will definitely reach Guangqing before dark tomorrow. Then send a message to Chang and inform His Majesty about the situation here. Also say that we plan to change the route of the army and merge the three armies into one to head straight for Guangqing." Li Er had told him before he left that although he would not interfere with his battle plans, he hoped that he could send the situation of the battlefield to the imperial court regularly. The two fellows quickly cupped their fists and said, "Yes. General Manager." Li Jing looked at the three generals in the tent and said, "Jijia, Shubao, Jinda, we originally planned to split into three groups to enter Jianghu tomorrow. However, the situation is urgent and the Chui family is hiding in Guangqing waiting for reinforcements. We have to merge our forces and move out immediately. We have to rush to Guangqing before the reinforcements of the Chui and Zheng families arrive. This time, we will surround them and attack the reinforcements. We will wipe out all the hidden powers of these three families." "Good. Then I, Old Cheng, will go clean up the army and set off immediately." Cheng Yaojin was instantly energized and hollered loudly. Speaking of which, his horse Lance was already thirsty and could not take this chance to see some blood. Qin Xiong and Niu Jinda also cupped their fists and left. Half an hour later, all the tents were kept and the 60,000 troops were gathered. Then, they all held torches and started their rapid march. They traveled through the night and night to head straight for Guangqing. Chapter 1326. Late at night, the entire Chang'an city was asleep, but the Taiji Palace was still brightly lit. Li Er was looking at the sand table in front of him thoughtfully with his hands behind his back. Yes, it was a sand table. Ever since Li Zishuan created the Yanhuang College sand table last year, the sand table was finally used in war for the first time. Reporting. Your Majesty, Prince Wei has something urgent to report. At this moment, a chamberlain rushed in and bowed. Li Er's eyes flashed. He turned around and said, "Let him in. In the future, there's no need to inform Qin Ke when she comes to Ganlu Hall." Understood. The eunuch cupped his hands and left. Not long after, Li Tai walked in with a letter. He raised the letter above his head and said, "Reporting to Imperial Father, the frontline army sent an urgent report. Imperial Father, please take a look." "Oh. Let me take a look." Li Er impatiently walked to Li Tai's side, took the report, and began to read it carefully. Jianghu has a 300,000 army? Cui Junshuo, that old thing, probably conscripted all the youths in Jianghu, right? Fortunately, Duan Jishuan, Ren Kan, and Wang Yu arrived in time. Otherwise, Luoyang would be in danger. After a while, Li Er put down the report and whispered to himself. Li Tai stood at the side in silence. He had personally translated the telegram. Even if Li Er didn't say it, he knew the contents. Qingke, what do you think? Li Er glanced at Li Tai, who was beside him, and asked. His son used to like to hang around him. Li Er knew why. It was nothing more than fighting for favor. However, ever since Li Tai went to Yanhuang College, this child was obsessed with strange things. He heard that the Prince Wei's residents had built a laboratory to fiddle with strange things. The little fatty who used to hang around him every day and call him father, father, was gone. Every time he thought of this, Li Er felt gratified, but he couldn't help but feel a little lonely. Imperial father, this son doesn't dare to have any opinions on the matters of the country. This son believes that with Imperial Father's wisdom and martial prowess, a mere rebel army is like a grasshopper after autumn. They won't be able to survive for more than a few days. If Imperial Father has nothing else, then this subject will take his leave first. If there are any urgent reports from the front lines, this subject will report to Imperial Father again. Li Tai cupped his hands and said. From the day the army left the capital, he was asked for leave. He was asked by Li Er from Yanhuang College back to Chang and to be in charge of communications with the front line. He was quite interested in this, so he came back half-heartedly. However, what he was interested in was the first practical use of a new technology like the telegraph, not the situation at the front line. To put it bluntly, he was now a technical geek. All right then. Qingke, you've worked hard these days. Li Er saw that Li Tai's mind was not here, so he could only helplessly say. This son is not tired. Father, please rest early. This son will take his leave. Li Tai cupped his hands and took his leave. The three armies combined into one army, besieging the enemy and attacking reinforcements. The medicine master's actions are very much to my liking. I'd like to see how much power is hidden behind the three of you. After Li Tai left, Li Er lowered his head to look at the intelligence on the table and muttered to himself. Back then, he had indeed noticed the Cui family's disloyalty and had secretly made preparations. The reason why he did not nip the rebellion in the bud was mainly because he wanted to see how much power the Cui family had hidden in the dark, or how many people were willing to rebel with the Cui family. He wanted to cast a long line to catch a big fish. He wanted to take this opportunity to wipe out all the remnants of the aristocratic families in one fell swoop. Li Jing's strategy of besieging the enemy and attacking reinforcements was exactly what he wanted. However, after this battle, Jianghu is bound to lose a large number of young and strong laborers, and the people's livelihood will wither. I'm afraid it will be difficult to fully recover in the next 10 years. What should we do? A moment later, a hint of worry appeared on Li Er's face as he sighed softly. Reporting. Reporting to the general, the head chief has ordered the Black Armored Army and 150,000 provincial government troops to strictly guard the city and guard against the reinforcements from the Zheng family and the Cui family from Bowling. The head chief is leading 3 armies to travel through the night and will arrive before nightfall. The next day, a messenger rode a fast horse to the Black Armored Army's tent in the south of Guangcheng County. He cupped his fists and reported to Duan Jishuan. When Duan Jishuan heard this, he suddenly stood up and said, "You said that the rebels in the city have reinforcements near Jianghu? Is the information accurate?" Obviously, he also realized that if the Cui family's rebels were to form a pincer attack, it would be extremely disadvantageous for them. Reporting to the general, the head chief obtained the information from within Guangcheng County, and it is extremely reliable. I hope the general can deal with it carefully, the messenger replied and then fainted immediately. He was really too tired after rushing all the way here on a fast horse. Quick! Someone come and help him to the tent to rest. Duan Jishuan hurriedly shouted outside the tent. Then, 2 soldiers came in and carried the messenger away. Duan Jishuan then ordered, Wu Feng, Zheng Chang, immediately send out scouts to scout along the south of Jianghu. If you find the enemy, come back immediately and report to me. Yes, sir. The 2 generals cupped their fists and immediately left. Duan Jishuan thought for a moment and followed them out of the tent. Someone, prepare the horses and follow me to the East Gate camp. Hiya! Hiya! Quick, quick, quick! Follow me. Everyone behind me. We must reach Guangcheng County before nightfall. On the official road in the north of Shuzhou, an army of more than 10,000 people was galloping. The general in front was riding a war horse and the soldiers behind were chasing after him. Hey! I heard that the 300,000 soldiers in Guangcheng County were surrounded by 150,000 soldiers outside the city. If you ask me, that Cui Quan is really useless. If I were to lead the army, I would definitely kill the imperial army. Hee hee. Next to the army, there was a small group of people who were not wearing military armor. They were all holding strange weapons, and their appearance was even more unrestrained. They were dressed rather casually, as if they were not going to the battlefield, but rather to attend some grand event. They were the Jianghu experts that the Cui and Jing families had been keeping all these years. The rest of them were the secret guards of the Cui and Jing families. Who would have thought that the 2 families would hide their troops in Shuzhou, which was south of Jianghu? Hey! Iron Fist Wang, you are really shameless. I heard that the imperial court had sent the black armored army this time. With your mediocre skills, I don't think you can last more than 3 rounds with the black armored army. Another shifty-eyed man chuckled. Bah! Hua Xiaojian, if you say one more word, do you believe that I will cut off your manhood so that you can go and harm other people's maidens? Hey, hey, hey! What a joke! What a joke! Brother Iron Fist, don't mind me. In Guangcheng County. Since yesterday, when the commoners knew that the army was outside the city, there were more and more people who were dissatisfied with the Cui family in private. But because the provincial governor's troops had not only strengthened the city's defense, they had also increased the patrols in the city. They had also caught a few groups of people who were spreading rumors, so the commoners did not dare to talk nonsense anymore. As the saying goes, if you do not explode in silence, you will perish in silence. Some things, the more oppressed, the more they would rebound. The longer the silence, the stronger the rebound would be. For example, the public opinion. A formless anger was brewing in Guangcheng County. However, those who were still immersed in their dreams of killing their way out of Guangcheng County did not feel this anger. Sigh. Now that the imperial court's army has surrounded Guangcheng County, but the Cui family is still dreaming of dominating the city. It's fine if they are dreaming, but it has caused us, the commoners, to suffer. In a few more days, when the imperial court's reinforcements arrive, they will attack the city. And us, the new soldiers guarding the city gate, will definitely die. On the east side of Guangcheng County, Lu Rengue looked at the densely packed military tents and sighed deeply. And behind him on his right, there was a soldier holding a javelin in his hand. When the guard heard this, his face twitched imperceptibly. However, due to his fear of the general in the camp, he did not say anything. Seeing Lu Rengue shake his head and turn to leave, he finally could not help but say, "Brother Ren, please wait." "Oh. It's Captain Wang of the 6th Battalion. Just now, you didn't hear anything, right?" Lu Rengue's face flashed with a trace of surprise, followed by fear. He carefully probed. That soldier shook his head and said, "The wind was strong just now, I didn't hear anything." Lu Rengue heaved a sigh of relief and said, "Oh. That's good. That's good." Captain Wang, why did you call me? Actually, he had purposely said those words in front of this person. And this Captain Wang's background, he had already investigated clearly. His name was Wang Lang, the son of the Wang family village outside the city. A month ago, he was captured and used some unknown method to become the captain of the 9th Battalion's 6th Battalion. He was also quite popular among his subordinates. More importantly, the Wang family village outside the city had been bullied by the Chui family for many years. This was also the main reason why Lu Rengui dared to say those taboo words in front of Wang Lang. Come. Brother Ren, let's talk here. Wang Lang carefully pulled Lu Rengui to the corner of the city wall and asked softly, Brother Ren, let's not beat around the bush. Just now you said that there will be reinforcements from the imperial court, and when the reinforcements arrive, they will attack the city, is that true? You don't have to worry, I will never tell anyone what you said to me, I, Wang Lang, swear to the heavens. Lu Rengui originally wanted to, humbly decline a few more words to prevent this kid from getting suspicious, but after hearing Wang Lang's honesty, he simply said, Brother Wang, since you said so, then I won't hide it from you. What I said just now was actually accidentally heard from our adjunct Wang. He also said that when the imperial court's army attacks the city, he will send us, the new soldiers, to our deaths. After a quarter of an hour, Lu Rengui returned to his position and continued to stand guard. How is it? Joining the army? Is it done? Old Feng asked sneakily. Hey! Is there a need to ask? This should be the 12th one, right? It's almost enough. Chapter 1327. Right now, the public opinion of Guangxing County was like a ticking time bomb. What Lu Rengui was doing right now was to collect these ticking time bombs and wait for a specific time to detonate them all at the same time, blowing up a crack in this impregnable city. Many things looked impenetrable from the outside, but from the inside, they might be easily broken. Reporting to the Grand General, the scouts at the front discovered a large number of troops and a group of unidentified Jianghu people at the junction of Zhengzhou and Shuzhou. They are rushing towards us. At 5 past noon, a soldier rushed in from the Black Armored Army's tent in the south of the city and reported to Duan Jishuan. Oh! At this time, 50,000 unidentified troops suddenly appeared. They must be the reinforcements of the Chui and Jin families. As for those Jianghu people, they might be the retainers of these two families in recent years. Did you see how many of them there are? How long will it take to reach Guangxing County? Duan Jishuan's expression changed as he stood up. Replying to the Grand General, the other party has about 50,000 people. According to their marching speed, they will reach Guangxing County around 5. Then when will the Grand General Manager and the rest arrive? Duan Jishuan's expression changed slightly as he thought about it and asked again. According to the latest intelligence, the Grand General Manager's army is more than 30 miles away from Guangxing County. They will probably reach Guangxing County around 5, but, the soldier suddenly became hesitant at the end. Duan Jishuan frowned and said, But what? But the Grand General Manager's army travels day and night. As far as I know, they only rested for less than 4 hours last night. The soldier cupped his fist and said. His meaning was obvious. He wanted to tell Duan Jishuan that even if the army led by Li Jing arrived, their combat power would probably be less than 10%. After all, they didn't really rest for a day and a night. Duan Jishuan's brows furrowed deeply. After pondering for a moment, he ordered, Wu Feng, Zheng Chang, the two of you go to the east and west camps respectively. Ask Ren Kan and Wang Yu to take 20,000 men each and go with me to stop the reinforcements of the Chui and Jing families. Then, Grand General, if the rebels in the city take the opportunity to escape from the south gate, what should we do? The general to the left of Duan Jishuan cupped his fist and said. I will only bring 1,000 black armored troops with me. The remaining 2,000 will be led by the two of you. If the Chui family intends to escape from the south city gate, the 60,000 elites that you brought along with the head chief will be able to defeat them easily. Duan Jishuan said coldly. Wu Feng and Zheng Chang looked at each other, and then they cupped their fists and said in unison, "Understood." Report the military situation here to the general director while you're at it. In the end, Duan Jishuan instructed. Here. Reporting. Reporting to the three great-grandpas, the two young masters have sent a letter saying that our reinforcements have arrived 40 miles outside the city. In another 4 hours, we will reach the south of the city. Guangcheng County, Provincial Governor's Office. A soldier carrying a piece of paper hurriedly ran in and bowed. The reinforcements of the Cui and Zheng families this time were personally led by Cui Wenji and Zheng Shuwu's eldest grandsons, Cui Shen and Zheng Huijia. The troops carried carrier pigeons so that they could send messages into the city at any time. This message was, of course, directed in one direction. Cui Shen and Zheng Huijia could use carrier pigeons to send messages into the city, but Cui Wenji and Zheng Shuwu could not use carrier pigeons to send messages to Cui Shen and the rest. This was because the army was constantly on the move, and carrier pigeons would only return to the home in their memories. Compared to that, the superiority of telegraphic messages was obvious. Good. Good. When Shen, and the rest arrive with their reinforcements, we will fight our way out from the South City Gate. With a pincer attack, I don't believe that we can't fight our way out. Cui Wenji got up and laughed. Cui Junchuo hesitated and said, "Brother Wenji, the army has been on the move for a whole day. Why don't we let them rest for a night and fight again tomorrow?" Cui Wenji nodded and said, "Junchuo is right. Look at my brain, I'm probably old and confused. Once I get excited, I forget everything. The army is fatigued from the journey and should indeed rest for a night. In that case, we will attack again tomorrow. It's just that, how are we going to spread the news?" When he said that, Cui Junchuo, Cui Wenji, and Zheng Shuwu were all in a dilemma. Previously, they had sealed the city so that Wei Zheng and Lu Rengui could not spread the news even if they wanted to. It was only after Li Yu came to manage the city that the situation changed. Now, Guangcheng County was surrounded by the imperial court's army. Cui Junchuo and the rest finally experienced Wei Zheng and Lu Rengui's situation. For now, we can only wait for Huijia and the rest to send another message and act according to their plan. If they choose to fight tonight, then we will go out of the city and fight. If they choose to rest for a night, then we will wait until tomorrow to lead the troops out of the city." After a long silence, Zheng Shuwu said helplessly. "That's the only way." Reporting. Reporting to the chief steward, General Duan sent an urgent report. In the wilderness 30 miles west of Guangcheng County, a huge army was advancing quickly. Suddenly, a knight in black armor came toward them. Li Jing quickly ordered the army to stop. The knight quickly got off his horse and cupped his fists. "Read it," Li Jing said in a low voice. Reporting to the chief steward, General Duan found the reinforcements of the Cui and Zheng families 40 miles south of Guangcheng County, as well as the martial arts experts and death warriors that the two families have raised. General Duan took 20,000 soldiers from the east and west gates and brought 1,000 black armored soldiers to ambush them. General Duan said that the chief steward and the rest must be tired after traveling through the night. When the time comes, we only need to help in the south of the city to stop the rebels from escaping. The black armored soldier cupped his fists and said, "Defense was always more energy efficient than taking the initiative to attack." Duan Jishuan's arrangement was reasonable and there was nothing wrong with it. Bastard! What does Duan Jishuan mean? What do you mean by tired? He is looking down on us old generals. Motherf *Ker, you want to steal old Cheng's credit? Impossible. Chief Steward, I request for an order to bring 1,000 elites to stop the reinforcements of the Cui and Zheng families. When Cheng Yao Jin heard this, he was instantly furious. He cupped his fists at Li Jing and said angrily, "Jijia, don't be rash. General Duan is right, the army has traveled for a day and night, the men and horses are tired. Qinxiong pulled Cheng Yaojin and stopped him. Li Jing frowned and did not say anything. After a while, he stretched out his hand and said, "Give me the map." "Yes." A soldier at the side quickly handed over the map. Li Jing opened it and pointed at a location on the map. He said to Cheng Yaojin, Qinxiong and Niu Jinda, "The reinforcements of the Chui and Zheng families should be around Mi County, and they are less than 30 miles away from us. Since they are the last trump card of the Chui and Zheng families, their fighting strength cannot be underestimated. Furthermore, there are many martial arts experts and death warriors. I'm worried that Duan Jishuan's men are not their match. Jijia, you bring 5,000 elites and support Duan Jishuan. When the time comes, you will act according to the situation. After I stabilize the defense line at the 3 gates of Guangxing County, I will bring people to support you." Cheng Yaojin laughed when he heard this. "Ha! Good. Don't worry, head chief, I, Old Cheng, will kill all the rebels." Qinxiong said anxiously, "Manager, it's easy for Jijia to take risks. I will go with him. Guangxing County has you and Jinda, so there shouldn't be any accidents." When Cheng Yaojin heard that, his face fell. However, Qinxiong was talking about him, so he did not dare to talk back. Li Jing thought about it and said, "That's great." A moment later, Qinxiong and Cheng Yaojin chose 5,000 elites from the 60,000 army and rushed towards Mi County. "We will be able to see Guangxing County in an hour. Huaijia, should we find a secluded place outside the city to rest for the night or launch an attack directly?" On the road north of Mi County, the reinforcements of the Chui and Zheng families were rushing. Chui Shen, who was at the front, opened his mouth. Zheng Huaijia rubbed his thighs that were almost scraped open. He had always been a spoiled brat, so he had never suffered so much. If it weren't for the Zheng family's crisis, he wouldn't have gone through so much trouble to come here personally. After hesitating for a moment, he said, "Why don't we launch the attack tomorrow? The soldiers have walked for a day and should be tired." Chui Shen nodded and said, "That's good. I will send someone to send a message to grandfather." The army continued to move forward. At this moment, there was a mountain path in front of them. The mountain path was not very narrow and could allow 4 horses to walk side by side. The hills on both sides were not very steep and there was a dense forest growing on the hills. "Young master, please tell the army to be on high alert and be careful of an ambush." An old man beside Chui Shen, Wang Taishou, who had said that he would lead the army to kill the black armored army, came to Chui Shen's side and said solemnly. Chui Shen frowned, "Ambush? At this time, they will ambush me. Kung! 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 Kill!" Before Chui Shen could finish his sentence, countless soldiers suddenly rushed down from the hills on both sides. They held Mo swords in their hands and charged toward the Chui and Zheng armies with an indomitable will. "Ambush! Draw your swords and fight. Remember to maintain the formation," Wang Taishou shouted. Then, he and a few other experts surrounded Chui Shen and Zheng Huaijia in the middle to protect them. The 2 armies soon engaged in battle. As they did not know where the enemy came from and whether they would have any reinforcements, Chui Shen and Zheng Huaijia ordered the army to advance as they fought. They planned to get out of this mountain path first and get rid of the terrain that was disadvantageous to them. Soon, they saw the mountain path. Once they got out of this mountain path, there would be a vast plain in front of them. At that time, they would be able to fight the enemy head-on. Bang bang bang. Just as Chui Shen and his army were about to get out of the mountain path, everyone suddenly felt the ground tremble. Then, a group of black armored cavalry appeared on the plain outside the mountain path. They were emitting a strong and cold murderous aura, like a group of death knights from hell. Black armored army? Young master, it's the black armored army. But why are the black armored troops here? Wang Taishou said with a face full of fear. Chapter 1328. 2 in 1 chapter. Black Armored Troops. Isn't the Black Armored Troops stationed outside of Guangcheng County? Why are they here? When Cultivation and Jianghu heard that the enemy was the Black Armored Troops, their faces turned green with fear. The Black Armored Troops were known for their unparalleled combat prowess. The two of them had never been on the battlefield before, but this was their first encounter with the Black Armored Troops. How could they not be terrified? Young masters, there is no need to worry. The Black Armored Troops only have about 1,000 men. Let the experts from the Hall of Worship and the men of sacrifice from the Kamikaze Battalion meet them. As for the troops on both sides of the mountain path, let the Shadow Guards deal with them. If we can take down 1,000 Black Armored Troops, the south side of Guangcheng County will be defenseless. At that time, we will have a better chance of rescuing old grandfather and the rest. Taizhou Wang was also panicking at the start. However, when he saw the number of Black Armored Troops, he calmed down and tried to persuade them. Hall of Worship Wang is right. Let's do as he says. At this moment, Cultivation and Jianghu were in a state of being out of their wits. Iron Hand Wang's words were like a life-saving straw, letting them see some hope, so they desperately climbed up this life-saving straw. Yes. Young master. Taizhou Wang clasped his hands and shouted, "Brothers from the Hall of Worship and the men of sacrifice, follow me to meet the Black Armored Troops." Yes. Following a chorus of voices, hundreds of Jianghu people dressed in various colors rushed out from the army. Together with 3,000 to 4,000 warriors dressed in black, they charged straight at the Black Armored Troops. You are courting death. Listen to my command, charge with me. Duan Jishuan saw that the opposing army dared to take the initiative to meet the Black Armored Troops head-on. He roared angrily and urged his horse forward. With a lance in one hand, he charged forward at an even faster speed. Kill! 1,000 Black Armored Troops roared in unison and charged forward. The war horses neighed and their shouts shook the heavens. The Hall of Worship and the men of sacrifice from the Cui and Jing families felt that it was not 1,000 men charging at them, but tens of thousands of ferocious beasts. This was the unparalleled Black Armored Troops. After so many years of training, the Black Armored Troops of today was much better than the Black Armored Troops of Li World. Bang bang bang. Duan Jishuan's warhorse sent countless soldiers from the Cui and Jing families flying. Wang Taizhou panicked when he saw this. He said to the two people beside him, Chu Xiaofeng, Hua Xiajian, you two come with me to deal with Duan Jishuan. Iron Fist Wang, you're sending us to our deaths. I'm not going. Hua Xiajian mocked as he swung his sword to block the Black Armored Troops around him. Wang Taizhou panicked and shouted angrily, Hua Xiajian, can you be a little more mature? With us three great grandmasters working together, would we still be afraid of a single Duan Jishuan? If we don't capture him first, our formation will be disrupted by him alone. At that time, no one will be able to survive. Humph. All right then. Hua Xiajian's expression changed. Moments later, he sent a flying kick towards one of the Black Armored Troops who was about to attack him. He then turned his head towards Wang Taizhou and snorted angrily. Humph. Duan Jishuan, your opponents are the three of us. Just as Duan Jishuan was killing as if he was invincible, suddenly, 3 masters wielding swords and sabers came flying towards him. 3 martial Dao grandmasters. The Cui and Jing families are really generous. Duan Jishuan frowned. He felt that this was going to be tricky. He had only just entered the martial Dao grandmaster realm a few years ago. He could fight and kill enemies, but in a one-on-one fight, he was definitely no match for these 3 grandmasters. However, with the enemy before him, even if he could not win, he had to fight. Duan Jishuan slapped his horse's back and soared into the sky, dodging the fatal blows from 2 grandmasters. Then, he used his lance to stab the 3rd grandmaster, Wang Tieshou's chest. His speed was as fast as lightning, and so was the situation on the battlefield. Previously, it was 3 against 1, but in the blink of an eye, one of the 3 was about to be killed. Duan Zhixuan had been on the battlefield for many years. Unlike these Jianghu ruffians, he paid the most attention to killing efficiency. His moves looked simple, but often, the simplest move was the fiercest killing move. His lance moved forward without hesitation. Wang Taizhou was in the air and had no time to dodge. Ah! Duan Zhixuan! How dare you! At the moment of life and death, Wang Taizhou roared. His hair moved without wind. He channeled his strength into his sword and swung it to block this sure-kill lance. Clang! There was a sharp sound of metal clashing as the sword and lance clashed together. But at this moment, there was a cracking sound. What shocked Wang Taizhou was that the long sword that he had always regarded as a treasure actually had a crack on it. Duan Zhixuan sneered. Humph! To think that ordinary iron would dare to block this general's lance. Go to hell! With a crack, the long sword in Wang Tieshou's hand suddenly split into 2 halves. Duan Zhixuan's lance continued to stab at Wang Tieshou's chest. Humph! Duan Zhixuan, it's not that easy to kill me. Wang Taizhou growled. Then, he did something that made everyone speechless. He actually used both hands to grab Duan Zhixuan's lance. Clang! Just when the onlookers thought that there would be the sound of a sharp blade piercing into flesh, there was a sound of metal clashing on the horse lance. Duan Zhixuan's horse lance was actually blocked by Iron Hand Wang with his bare hands. Ha! Duan Zhixuan, now you know why the Jianghu people call me Taizhou, right? What are you two still standing there for? Hurry up and attack! Wang Taizhou sneered and shouted at Hua Xiajian and Chu Xiaofeng. Master Wang, we're here to help you. As long as we kill Duan Zhixuan today, the 3 of us will be famous all over the world. Ha! Chu Xiaofeng laughed and slashed with his sword. Hua Xiajian was not willing to be left behind. He also hurried over to help. Duan Zhixuan frowned. He wanted to injure one of the grandmasters when they were not prepared. Then, he would go and stall for time with the other 2 grandmasters. After all, the grandmasters were too powerful. If he did not hold them back and let them kill him, the black armored army might lose a few hundred men. But now that his sneak attack did not work, the enemy must be prepared. He would have to face the pressure of the 3 grandmasters head-on. It was no different from suicide. Half an hour ago. Guangxing County, Provincial Governor's Mansion. Reporting to the 2 grandmasters, a portion of the soldiers from the 3 directions outside the city have been transferred to the south of Guangxing County. A provincial government soldier hurriedly ran into the main hall of the provincial governor's office and reported. What? To the south of Guangxing County? Isn't that where our reinforcements are? Cui Wenji stood up and said. Pan Zhenyue thought for a while and said, Grandmasters, could it be that they have discovered the traces of our reinforcements and sent their soldiers to stop them from reaching Guangxing County? Zheng Shuo nodded and said, yes, it's very likely. Duan Zhixuan scouts are the best in the world. It shouldn't be difficult for them to discover that our reinforcements are from Shuzhou. Cui Junchuo looked at the soldier and asked, let me ask you, how many soldiers have been transferred to the east, west, and south gates? The messenger cupped his fists and replied, in reply to Tai Gong, I can't see the exact number. However, about 20 to 30,000 soldiers have been deployed from the east and west gates. As for the south gate, it seems that more than 1,000 black armored soldiers have been deployed there. Cui Junchuo's eyes lit up and said, more than 1,000? That means there are only about 2,000 black armored army left at the south gate? Wenji, Shuwu, the east and west gates are still there. But there are only about 2,000 black armored army left at the south gate. Although the black armored army's combat power is unparalleled, they won't be able to withstand the combined attack of 300,000 soldiers. We will concentrate on breaking through the south gate and then rendezvous with the reinforcements brought by Shen, and Huai Jie. Cui Wenji thought for a while and saw Zheng Shuo nodding. He replied, "All right. We will transfer most of the soldiers and break through the south gate. If the other two gates send reinforcements to the south gate, we will lead the rest of the soldiers to escape from the east and west gates." He was indeed an old fox. This was what it meant to attack in the east and attack in the west. Cui Junchuo nodded and said, "That's the best. Jinyue, Cui Quan, go and make the arrangements quickly." Half an hour later, the south gate of Guangcheng County opened. Cui Quan led 150,000 soldiers and the guard stationed at the south gate and charged towards the 2,000 black armored army outside the city. "Soldiers, we are the black armored army. We will win. Kill." Duan Jishuan's lieutenant, Wu Feng, roared and led the black armored army to charge forward. "Pay attention to the formation, don't fall behind." Duan Jishuan's other lieutenant, Zheng Chang, shouted from behind. Reporting. "Lord Pacifier, the rebel army has found out that the south gate is empty." Cui Quan led 100,000 soldiers and charged out from the south gate. "I don't think the black armored army can hold on for much longer." East City Gate, Central Army Tent. The messenger hurriedly ran in and bowed to Ren Ken. "What? The rebel army has left the city?" Ren Ken was shocked and immediately became anxious. He said, "There are only 2,000 black armored troops at the south gate. Although the black armored troops have unparalleled battle prowess, how can they fight against the hundreds of thousands of rebels in the city? Men, quickly! Gather the soldiers and reinforce the black armored army." "Lord Pacifier, you can't do that. You can't do that." A middle-aged officer to the left of Ren Ken hurriedly stood up to stop him. "Cui Junchuo has only mobilized a few 100,000 soldiers this time. The other few 100,000 soldiers are obviously still waiting for an opportunity to make their move. Once we send too many people to the south gate, the main force of the rebels will definitely escape from the east gate. At that time, the ones who let Cui Junchuo and Pan Jinyue go will be us. Lord Pacifier, please think twice before you act." Ren Ken frowned and said coldly, "Captain Meng, in your opinion, should we stay put and watch as the black armored army is annihilated and the Cui family escapes from the south gate? You must know that the black armored army is the army that His Majesty values the most. If His Majesty finds out that we watched the black armored army being destroyed without doing anything, then our sins will be even greater." Captain Meng was speechless. He clasped his fist and said, "Lord Pacifier, Lord Pacifier. Pacifier, there are currently 55,000 soldiers guarding the east and west city gates. We can only deploy 5,000 soldiers each to reinforce the black armored troops. This way, we won't weaken the defense of the east and west city gates by much. Moreover, with 2,000 black armored troops and 10,000 prefecture soldiers, even if we lose, we won't lose so quickly. Now, we just have to see if Butler Lee's army can arrive before the 2,000 black armored army is completely defeated. Other than that, we have no other choice." Ren Can's brows furrowed. He lowered his head and fell into deep thought. After a while, he raised his head and said, "Captain Meng, immediately take 5,000 elite soldiers and go to the south gate to support the black armored troops. Also, send someone to the west gate to inform Wang Yu." "Yes, Lord." The middle-aged general replied loudly and left the tent. At the south gate, the two armies were engaged in a fierce battle. The black armored army lived up to their reputation as the heavy armored cavalry. Even in the face of hundreds of thousands of enemy soldiers, they were not completely defeated. The 2,000 black armored army formed a long snake formation. With their strong charging force and armor, they charged through the rebel army several times. Cui Quan's army of hundreds of thousands had already lost at least 20,000 soldiers. Most of them were killed by the fully armored horses. However, the black armored army had also paid a heavy price. After a few charges, they had lost more than 300 soldiers. This made Wu Feng and Jing Chang's hearts ache. Those who were able to join the black armored army were all elite soldiers who could fight against 100 soldiers. Set up your formation and surround the black armored army. Cui Quan roared, and the remaining 100,000 soldiers, under the command of their respective captains, formed an encirclement and surrounded the black armored troops. Without an open space, the black armored army could not charge forward. They were like caged beasts. Kill! From all directions, the rebel soldiers wielded long spears and charged towards the black armored troops. Without their advantage in speed, the black armored army could only raise their swords to defend themselves. But as the saying goes, 2 fists are no match for 4 hands. Under such a dense encirclement, many of the black armored army were dismounted. Bang! 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 Kill! Suddenly, 2 armies of thousands of soldiers appeared from the east and west. The rebel army panicked. Wu Feng made a prompt decision and shouted, "Charge out from the east! Kill!" Soon, the eastern side of the rebel army's encirclement was attacked from both inside and outside. It did not take long for a gap to be torn open. The black armored army was finally able to charge forward again. Together with the 10,000 soldiers, they started to fight the rebel army again. However, the hundreds of thousands of soldiers that Cui Quan brought with him were not just a motley crew. There were also 20,000 Cui family's shadow guards. Coupled with the fact that there were so many of them, the black armored army and the 10,000 soldiers from the provincial government showed signs of defeat. Hee. Looks like we've won. We can leave Guan City from the south gate now. On the city gate tower, Cui Junchuo heaved a long sigh of relief after she saw the situation of the battle below. Bang! 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 Soldiers, follow me. We're going to save the black armored army. Just when Cui Junchuo thought that the situation was settled, a black mass of soldiers suddenly rushed out from the wilderness to the west. The leader was a large number of people holding long lances, riding horses and galloping towards them. Niu Jinda? Li Jing? How is that possible? Chapter 1329. Cui Junchuo, Cui Wenji, Zheng Shouwu, Pan Jinyue, and the rest were devastated when they saw Li Jing and Niu Jinda leading at least 60,000 soldiers to the south gate. Just a moment ago, they were still overjoyed that they had won the battle and could finally break out of the encirclement. However, the army led by Li Jing and Niu Jinda had extinguished the flames of hope in their hearts. The 2,000 black armored troops and 10,000 prefecture soldiers had already caused them such heavy losses. Now that the Tang military god was leading 60,000 soldiers, how were they supposed to fight back? In terms of reputation, Li Jing was much more powerful than the black armored troops. The Tang military god had never lost a single battle since his debut. Cui Quan was also a little dumbfounded at this moment. He looked at the tanned and thin veteran who called himself Old Niu and was shocked. Could this be Langyi County's old Niu Jinda? Then, wouldn't the army he brought be the elites from the capital? Who would be able to withstand this? Reinforcements are here. Generals, listen up. Follow me and kill. Kill every last one of them. Wu Feng was overjoyed when he saw the army coming from the west. He shouted loudly. Kill! 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 Hearing that the reinforcements were here, the black armored troops' morale was boosted, and they charged even more fiercely at the rebels. At this moment, Niu Jinda had already led his soldiers over. As soon as they came into contact, 4 to 5 rebels were sent flying by him. Then, he swung his sword left and right, and more than a dozen soldiers were killed by his sword in an instant. He was unparalleled in bravery. Roar! Kill! 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 Although the army behind Niu Jinda had been traveling for a day and a night, and their bodies were extremely tired, they still couldn't help but feel their blood boil when they saw this scene. Their bodies were instantly filled with a primordial energy, and they forgot all their fatigue and launched a fearless charge. To Cui Quan, the current situation on the battlefield could be said to have taken a sudden turn for the worse. Very soon, his army of over 100,000 was scattered and utterly defeated. Beat the gongs to retreat. Quick! Beat the gongs to retreat. Order everyone to return to the city immediately. Cui Junchuo, who was watching the battle from the city gate tower, hurriedly ordered. Cui Wenji and Zheng Shuo looked at each other, shook their heads, and said nothing. Obviously, they also thought that Cui Quan's men couldn't defeat Li Jing's men. Yes. A soldier rushed out hurriedly. Clang, clang, clang. Not long after, a sound similar to the sound of a gong sounded from the city gate tower. It was written in Sun's Han army, Sun Zi's Han army, advance at the sound of the drum, sound, sound, retreat. East, west, north, 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 east, 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 west, north, 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 and central central. Because technology was west west in west, west, Yong, west west, west 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 west, Sun west. When the, and, when, and the Sunday were. When Sun, Li heard the after Wang heard the Sun, army, and Sun, and Wang, sounded, Sun heard of the retreat. Yai and retreat. Sun. S wait. Fong. When this heard the sound of the this to, the, when twos, to, s. He didn't have the courage to fight against a famous general of the great Tang like Niu Jinda, much less win. If he could retreat, he would do so with all his might. Commandant. Why do you want our 2 battalions to bring up the rear? A young general roared unwillingly. Commandant Song, this is an order. Cui Quan looked at the young general coldly and said, the rest of the soldiers, listen to my order. Retreat. Retreat into the city. After saying that, he turned his horse around and took the lead to escape. The remaining 100,000 rebels hurriedly followed behind Cui Quan and ran toward the city gate. Although the thousands of soldiers in the 13th and 14th battalions were unwilling, they could only stay behind to stop the imperial court's army. The rebels on the battlefield were getting fewer and fewer. Not long after, only these 2 battalions were left. Just as the commandants of these 2 battalions were about to bring their troops back to the city, they saw that the wooden bridge over the moat had been put away, and the city gate was gradually closing. Ah! Cui Quan, you'll die a horrible death. When Commandant Song saw this, he knew that his 2,000 men had been abandoned. He immediately let out an indignant roar. At this moment, Niu Jinda had already surrounded the 2,000 men with his army. He said coldly, put down your weapons and surrender immediately. Then, I might spare your lives. Thank you, General Niu. We surrender. We surrender. Hearing this, the rebels put down their weapons without hesitation. Since Cui Quan was using them as cannon fodder, what was there to hesitate about? Take them away. Niu Jinda waved his hand, and the soldiers took the captives away. At this moment, Niu Jinda looked at Cui Junchuo and the others on the city gate tower and shouted, Cui Junchuo, you've committed treason and disregarded the imperial court's favor. I advise you to surrender as soon as possible. Otherwise, you'll die without a complete corpse. Cui Junchuo was disheartened. Li Jing and Niu Jinda's appearance made him lose all hope of winning. However, things had already come to this. If he retreated, he would die. If he advanced, he would also die. There was no turning back. Niu Jinda, it's impossible for me, Cui Junchuo, to surrender. There are still 200,000 men in the city. If you and Li Jing want to attack the city, then come at me. Cui Junchuo's eyes flashed with viciousness. Even if there was no chance of winning, he would drag the entire city down with him. Humph. Old bastard, you really don't know what's good for you. Niu Jinda said angrily. All right, Jinda, quickly clean up the battlefield. Then, bring the rest of the black armored troops to support Xu Bao and Ji Jia. Leave this to me. At this moment, Li Jing walked up and patted Niu Jinda on the shoulder before speaking softly. Oh. Okay. I'll do it now. Niu Jinda was shocked. Only then did he remember that there were still two armies fighting in the south. He cupped his fists in response and quickly went to find the black armored troops. In the southern suburbs of Guangcheng County, the 50,000 shadow guards from the Chui and Jing families and the 40,000 soldiers from Duan Jishuan had suffered heavy casualties. However, the shadow guards from the Chui and Jing families still had the upper hand. As for Duan Jishuan's black armored troops, the Chui and Jing families' hall of worship and camp of sacrifice, the situation was even more one-sided. More than half of the black armored troops were either dead or injured. As for Duan Jishuan himself, he was severely injured. His light armor was stained with blood from both the enemy and himself. It could be said that if the battle continued like this, the people that Duan Jishuan had brought with him would be completely annihilated. So what if the black armored troops were brave and powerful? The hall of worship of the Chui and Jing families were all elite fighters. As for the camp of sacrifice, they were all assassins who were not afraid of death. In terms of combat power, the black armored troops were not that strong. Moreover, the enemy outnumbered them by a few times. Hey! Black armored troops? Didn't you say that 3,000 black armored troops could defeat 100,000 soldiers? Why is the general of the black armored troops so weak? Wang Taizhou threw a punch at Duan Jishuan and sent him crashing to the ground. This man did not know the saying that all villains die because they talk too much. So, he wanted to mock them and show off his strength. Pfft! Duan Jishuan supported himself with his lance and stood up unsteadily. He looked at Wang Taizhou and said coldly, "The black armored troops' reputation is not for trash like you to judge. Let's see how long you can be so arrogant when my reinforcements arrive." Huh? Reinforcements? If you have reinforcements, why are they taking so long? Why don't you call for your reinforcements to come quickly? Wang Taizhou sneered. In this battle, although it was 3 evolved Jing masters against 1, all 3 of them were injured. At this time, he had a stomach full of anger. Now that he had beaten Duan Xuanji to the ground with great difficulty, of course he wanted to show off his prestige as the victor. Bang! 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 Suddenly, a series of hurried footsteps came from outside the mountain. Wang Taizhou, Cui Shen, Zheng Huijia, and the rest were shocked. Oh no! Their reinforcements are here. Cui Shen said in a panic. Ha! How dare the remnants of the noble families resist the imperial army? Soldiers, charge with me, old Cheng. Kill every last one of them. Cheng Yaojin held a lance in his hand and took the lead to rush over. Kill! 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 The 5,000 elites that Cheng Yaojin and Qin Qiong had brought with them also charged forward. Damn it! They really have reinforcements. Then you can go to hell first. Wang Tieshou's face darkened. He cursed himself for saying such a thing. He used his leg to pick up a saber beside a dead soldier and slashed it at Duan Jishuan's neck with one hand. Ha! How dare you, old man! At the crucial moment, Cheng Yaojin roared and threw out the stallion in his hand. His target was Iron Hand Wang. Wang Taizhou did not dare to take it head-on. He quickly dodged, and the lance stabbed into the ground. It was obvious how powerful Cheng Yaojin's attack was. Whoosh! In just a short while, Cheng Yaojin and Qin Qiong had arrived and stood in front of Duan Jishuan. General Duan, take care of yourself. Leave these 3 to me and Jijia. Qin Qiong looked at Duan Jishuan and said. Duan Jishuan clasped his fist and said, "Thank you, General Qin." Thank you, General Cheng. Cheng Yaojin laughed. Hey! Little Duan, next time you encounter something like this, don't force yourself. You're a good fighter. If you die in the hands of these idiots, it won't be worth it. Duan Jishuan was immediately choked by this shameless old man. Alright, Jijia. Focus on the enemy first. Qin Xiong pulled out his sword and looked at the three grandmasters in front of him. Alright. Today, I can finally show my skills. The three of you, old men, come at me together. Cheng Yaojin picked up the lance that was inserted into the ground and laughed loudly. Qin Xiong, Cheng Yaojin, Wang Taizhou, Chu Xiaofeng, and Hua Xiaojian's pupils shrank. Their faces were filled with shock. Hey! Cut the crap. Today, none of you can leave. Cheng Yaojin did not waste any more time. He shouted and charged forward with his lance. Chapter 1330. Clang, clang, clang. On the mountain path, Cheng Yaojin and Qin Xiong fought the three grandmasters from the Chui and Zheng families together. The sound of weapons clashing echoed throughout the valley. Although in terms of overall strength, Cheng Yaojin and Qin Xiong were weaker than Wang Taizhou, Chu Xiaofeng, and Hua Xiaojian, in the previous battle with Duan Jishuan, each of them had expended a lot of their qi and suffered some injuries. Although those injuries were not fatal, they were unable to maintain their peak condition. It was because of these reasons that Cheng Yaojin and Qin Xiong could fight the three grandmasters without losing. On the other side, with the addition of the 5,000 elites brought by Cheng Yaojin, the shadow guards of the Chui and Zheng families were gradually losing. The scales of victory were slowly tilting towards the imperial court. The sun was setting in the west, and the sky was gradually turning dark. Of the three grandmasters from the Chui and Zheng families, one was dead and two were injured. Chu Xiaofeng was dead, and only Wang Taizhou and Hua Xiaojian were left struggling to hold on. The two of them could not hold on for much longer. On the other hand, less than 10,000 of the Chui family's 50,000 shadow guards were left. All of them were injured, and the battle was coming to an end. Cui Shun and Zheng Huaijie were watching from the side. They were anxious, but there was nothing they could do. Huaijie, our shadow guards can't hold on for much longer. Why don't we run? Cui Shun said with a pale face. He was afraid of death. He had not lived long enough. Gulp. Zheng Huaijie swallowed and hesitated. Okay. Let's run now and hide in the forest on both sides of the mountain path. Even if they find out that we have escaped, it won't be easy for them to find us. After that, the two young masters of the aristocratic families led a few guards and began to sneak toward the side of the mountain. Dong, dong, dong. Just then, the sound of horses galloping came from outside the mountain path. A moment later, the clan people saw a group of black-armored knights galloping toward them. Shubao, Jijia. Jinda is here to help. Niu Jinda urged the warhorse beneath him to gallop over at a high speed. Black-armored troops. Black-armored troops again. The Chui and Zheng families are done for. When Wang Taizhou saw Lai Jun clearly, he suddenly felt a wave of despair and said with a painful expression. At this time, he was truly in despair. He even wanted to give up resisting. Quick! Run! Another group of black-armored troops is here. Cui Shun heard the commotion at the entrance of the mountain path. When he took a closer look, he was scared out of his wits. He hurriedly urged Zheng Huaijie and the guards around him to speed up. Jinda. Don't worry about us for now. Those two should be the young masters of the Chui family and the Zheng family. Capture them. Don't let them escape. Qin Xiong had already noticed Cui Shun and Zheng Huaijie who were surrounded by a group of people trying to escape. He hurriedly said to Niu Jinda who was running over. Good. I'll go and capture those two kids right now. Niu Jinda looked in the direction Qin Xiong was pointing at, and then he shouted and urged his warhorse to gallop towards Cultivation and Zhenghuijie. Young master! Hurry up and leave. Someone was chasing after them. I'll help you block them for a while. One of the guards beside Cultivation saw Niu Jinda galloping over and said. Then he turned around with a solemn expression and went to meet the enemy with his weapon. Go! Go! All of you, go and block that person. The Cui family will help you take care of your family. Cultivation panicked and hurriedly shouted at the rest of the guards beside him. Yes. Young master. The guards looked at each other, and a trace of despair flashed in their eyes. They cupped their hands and turned to rush out. Hey! You think you can stop me with just the few of you? Niu Jinda snorted coldly and did not slow down at all. He continued to gallop towards these few soldiers. These few soldiers did not see Niu Jinda move, but their weapons were already sent flying by the lance in Niu Jinda's hand. And they were also pushed back by this huge force. Niu Jinda did not kill them. Instead, he went straight for Cultivation and Zhenghuijie, who were running up the hill. In the blink of an eye, he had already caught up with them. He jumped down from his horse and knocked the two unconscious without any effort. Cultivation's guards wanted to go forward to rescue them, but they were surrounded by the prefecture soldiers who had rushed over. At this moment, Cheng Yaojin and Qin Xiong respectively found a flaw in Wang Taizhou and Hua Xiajian's defense and killed them with a single blow. Two Grandmaster-level consecrators of the aristocratic families fell unwillingly just like that. The reinforcements of the Cui family and Zheng family who had not fallen saw that their young masters had been captured and that their top fighters had died. Instantly, they lost the motivation to continue fighting and put down their weapons, kneeling on the ground and surrendering. Seeing this, Qin Xiong decisively gave the order to quickly clean up the battlefield and then regroup with the main force. In this battle, the Cui family and Zheng family's consecrators were completely wiped out. Only 3,000 of the 50,000 secret guards were left, and they surrendered in the end. As for the imperial court, the black armored army suffered heavy losses. More than 500 war horses were lost, 512 soldiers were killed, and General Duan Jixuan was severely injured. Of the 40,000 prefecture soldiers, 3,568 were killed, and 5,032 were severely injured. All in all, it was a heavy loss. If Qin Xiong and Cheng Yaojin had not arrived in time, the losses would have been even worse, or even completely wiped out. Jixuan, you are recovering from your injuries. The military situation is urgent. You made the right choice. The black armored army suffered heavy losses mainly because we underestimated the hidden power of these aristocratic families. After returning to the central tent in the south of Guangcheng County, Qin Xiong reported the situation to Li Jing. Duan Jixuan bowed to Li Jing and asked for forgiveness. Li Jing shook his head and comforted him gently. 3 grandmasters, hundreds of Qi transformation realm martial artists, and thousands of fearless men of sacrifice. With such a lineup, perhaps only the black armored army led by Duan Jixuan had the ability to fight against them. Although the black armored army suffered heavy losses in the end, Li Jing understood that it was not easy for them to fight to this extent with the military strength at that time. In the end, they had underestimated the strength and foundation of these millennium-old aristocratic families. Thank you, General Manager, for your mercy. Duan Jixuan saluted and then turned to leave with a sad face. In this battle, he won, but he also lost. General Manager, the identity of these 2 boys has been verified. They are the eldest grandson of the Cui family in Bowling, Cultivation, and the eldest grandson of the Zheng family in Xinjiang, Zhenghuijie. How should we deal with them? Niu Jinda pointed at Cultivation and Zhenghuijie on the ground and asked Li Jing. Li Jing thought for a moment and replied, take them down and guard them well. When the time comes, bring them back to Chang'an and hand them over to His Majesty. Okay. Niu Jinda heard and nodded. Qin Xiong asked, "General Manager, when are we attacking the city?" When Li Jing heard this, he could not help but frown. He said in a deep voice, "Although theoretically, our victory is already decided, and the Chui family probably knows this, they still want to resist stubbornly and even want to drag the entire city's people to be buried with them. Their thoughts can be said to be vicious. If we rashly attack the city, they will probably let the newly recruited young men and even some old and weak women and children go up to the city tower to defend the city. In this way, if we attack by force, countless innocent people will be injured. Once the battle ends, Jianghu will definitely be transferred to the people's livelihood, and it will not recover for 10 years. Therefore, the matter of attacking the city needs to be considered at length. I also have to report this to His Majesty. Let the soldiers rest for a night. Anyway, the rebel army in the city will not be able to escape for a while." Qinqiong frowned and thought for a moment, then nodded and said, "General Manager's words make sense. Then let's rest for a night." Li Jing's prediction was right. Chui Junchuo had the intention of dragging the entire city to be buried with him. Wen Ji, Shuwu, you don't have to have any more hope. Since Li Jing is here, the reinforcements brought by Cui Shen and Huai Jia must have all been killed. They can't possibly defeat Li Jing's scheme. In the main hall of the provincial governor's mansion, everyone's face was gloomy. The atmosphere in the hall was very oppressive, so oppressive that it was difficult to breathe. Cui Junchuo shakily stood up and let out a long sigh. "No. I don't believe that my Huai Jia will die just like that." Zheng Shuo shook his head with a pained expression. Cui Junchuo sighed and ignored him. Unexpectedly, Zheng Shuo suddenly stood up and walked quickly to Cui Junchuo's side. He grabbed his collar and said crazily, "It's all your fault. It's all your fault. If you, Cui Junchuo, had not charmed me with your words back then, how would the Zheng family have come to this point today?" Cui Junchuo's body did not dare to move. Being pulled by Zheng Shuo like this, he immediately had some difficulty breathing. He quickly shouted at Pan Zhinyue beside him, "Quick! Zheng Shuo is crazy. Quickly capture him. Quick! What are you still standing there for?" Pan Zhinyue was originally hesitant, but seeing that Cui Junchuo was almost out of breath, he quickly waved his hand and ordered, "Men! Capture old grandfather Zheng." "Yes. Cui Junchuo, you dare to capture me?" Zheng Shuo was quickly captured by the guards. He looked at Cui Junchuo in disbelief and asked, "Humph. Why wouldn't I dare? Quick, take him away." Cui Junchuo said angrily. Now that the Cui and Zheng family's reinforcements had been annihilated by Li Jing's men, he no longer needed to rely on the Zheng family, so he naturally did not need to spoil Zheng Shuwu anymore. Because the entire army in Guangxing County was his Cui family's people. "Cui Junchuo, you're ungrateful, you'll die a horrible death." Cui Junchuo was quickly taken away, leaving behind a wave of vicious curses. Cui Wenji just watched and did not say a word from the beginning to the end because he could see the situation clearly. "Zhinyue, if Li Jing attacks the city later, let the new soldiers go up to defend the city. After the new soldiers are all dead, let the people in the city to defend the city. Even if the Cui family cannot win, I will make Li Jing lose a few teeth in Guangxing County. I will let the entire Guangxing County be buried with the Cui family." After a moment of silence, Cui Junchuo looked at Pan Zhinyue and said word by word fiercely. After everyone in the hall heard this, they could not help but feel a chill in their hearts. Chapter 1331. 2 in 1 chapter. After cleaning up the soldiers and counting the casualties, there were many more tents of various sizes in the open space in the south of Guangxing County. Li Jing's 60,000 elites from the capital were able to set up camp. The generals of the army in the east and west naturally came to visit Li Jing, the general manager of the Hunan province army, and report the situation of the war in the past 2 days. After receiving the generals, Tai Dan walked in and bowed. Chief Steward, I was on the celestial lamp just now. I used the binoculars to observe the situation in the city and found that the 3 city gates were heavily guarded. There were also some elderly and children among the guards in the south of the city. They were all captured by the Chui family to guard the city. Li Jing frowned and said angrily, Chui Junchuo, that old bastard. Does he want all the people in the city to die with his Chui family? That's outrageous. At this time, he couldn't help but recall what Chui Junchuo said to Niu Jinda in the afternoon on the city gate tower. Niu Jinda, it's impossible for me, Chui Junchuo, to surrender. There are more than 200,000 soldiers in the city now. If you and General Manager Li want to attack the city, then come. Now it seemed that Chui Junchuo not only wanted to bury these 100,000 new soldiers with him, but also wanted all the people in the city to be his cannon fodder. That was simply insane. Yes. I know all of this. Iron Egg, you've been traveling day and night. Have an early rest. Iron Egg's grandfather and Li Jing were cousins, so strictly speaking, Iron Egg also had to call Li Jing granduncle. With this relationship, Li Jing was quite close to Iron Egg. Yes. Bruiser clasped his fists and left. In the tent, Li Jing closed his eyes and concentrated. After a while, he opened his eyes and wrote the situation here into a memorial. Then he asked someone to call Meng Wenhao and said, Meng Wenhao, send this letter to Chang'an City by telegram. Right now, Meng Wenhao and Iron Egg had become the core members of the entire army. They were in charge of the army's communication with the outside world. The rescue of Guancheng relied on the unparalleled transmission speed of the telegraph machine. Li Jing had fought in wars all his life, but he had never been so comfortable as this time. Grasping first-hand information at the first moment allowed him to calmly make various tactical arrangements to deal with the changes in the situation on the battlefield. This was more efficient and useful than strategizing. He had already secretly made up his mind. After returning to the imperial court, he would definitely suggest to Li Er to build a telegraph machine. With this thing, it would be extremely convenient to fight in the future. Think about it. If an army had a telegraph machine in every camp, it could send their location and the deployment of the enemy's forces to the central tent in a timely manner. Then, he would be able to receive the news as soon as possible, formulate a strategy, and send the battle orders to the front line. Li Jing felt that it was impossible to lose such a war. Information was crucial to the direction of the war. Yes. Chief Steward. Meng Wenhao clasped his fists and was about to turn and leave when Li Jing called out to him again. Wenhao, contact little Yu Er and ask her how the situation in the city is. Yes. Beep. 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 A series of long codes were sent to Chang'an City. Little fatty Li Tai was busy recording the codes. He was extremely busy. Similar to him, there was another person busy collecting the codes outside Chang'an City. It was Li Zishuan from Yunshan residence. Since the day the army set off, Li Zishuan had handed over the 2 remaining telegraph machines. He had made a few more telegraph machines. Because he knew all the codes and passwords used by the imperial court, Li Zishuan had also received a copy of all the telegrams that Meng Wenhao sent to the imperial court. Because of this, although Li Zishuan had never left Yunshan residence, he knew the situation at the front line like the back of his hand. However, only God knew if what he did was considered as stealing the imperial court's military secrets. Wife, go and tell grandmother and grandfather that the imperial court has won a great victory in Guan City. The Chui family is at the end of their rope. The monk is not in any danger for the time being. Tell them not to worry. After copying the codes, Li Zishuan quickly translated them. After reading the information, he found Han Yushi and said softly, "Yes, yes." Han Yushi nodded. Then, she hesitated for a moment and asked, "Husband, Iron Egg. Is Iron Egg doing well over there?" Li Zishuan smiled and said, "Wife, don't worry. Iron Egg is with Uncle Li. He is safe. This time, he and Meng Wenhao have made a lot of contributions. When they return, His Majesty will reward them. Han Yushi heaved a sigh of relief and said, "That's good. Husband, I will go and find grandfather and grandmother." "Yes. Go." After watching Han Yushi leave, the smile on Li Zishuan's face disappeared. A trace of coldness flashed in his eyes. He muttered to himself, "Cui Junchuo, I didn't expect you to be so vicious. You know that you will lose, but you still use the lives of hundreds of thousands of young people in Jianghu to buy time for yourself. It's a pity that this time, it may not be as you wish." Imperial Palace. Li Tai sent the information he received to Li Er. After reading it, Li Er frowned and said coldly, "What a vicious old man from the Cui family." The thing that worried him the most had happened. When he first learned that the Cui family had 300,000 soldiers, he was worried that after this battle, Jianghu would lose a large number of young people and their livelihood would wither. Now, he didn't expect that the Cui family would be even more vicious. They even wanted the old, weak, women, and children in the city to help defend the city. After taking 2 deep breaths, Li Er suppressed the anger in his heart. He looked at Li Tai and said, "Qing Ke, send a telegram to inform Li Jing. Ask him to send 2 groups of troops directly to Xinjiang and Bowling. Capture all the clansmen of the Zheng family in Xinjiang and the Cui family in Bowling. The collateral descendants will be directly exiled to Cheongzhou, and the direct descendants will be escorted back to Chang'an. In addition, let him handle all the military affairs in the county as he sees fit. Under the premise of eliminating the rebels, try to reduce the casualties of the people in the city as much as possible." As Li Tai spoke, he asked the servants for a pen and paper to record at the side. In the end, Li Tai cupped his hands and said, "Yes, sir. Tomorrow, I will go to the pagoda of Xingshan Temple and send the information to Supervisor Li." Xingshan Temple was built during the Sui dynasty and was the largest Buddhist temple in Chang'an. Although it wasn't as tall as Songhua Temple, it was still one of the taller buildings in Chang'an. In any case, it was already late at night and there was no need to rush to send out the information. Li Er nodded and said, Good. Then, Qing Ke, go back and rest early. Your son will take his leave." Li Tai cupped his hands and left, while Li Er sat on the dragon bed and fell into deep thought. Although the outcome of the Battle of Jiangzhou was already decided, Cui Junchuo's final counterattack made Old Li very uncomfortable. "Your Majesty, Li Junxian requests an audience." After an unknown period of time, an attendant walked in and carefully reported. "Oh. Let him in." Li Er came back to his senses and hurriedly said. A moment later, Li Junxian walked in and was about to bow when Li Er waved his hand and said, "There's no need to be so courteous. Why have you come to find us so late at night?" Li Junxian cupped his fists and said, "Replying to your Majesty, ever since the army went south to Jiangzhou, a total of 42 officials have tried to send pigeons to inform the Cui family and Zheng family, but the letters have all been intercepted by the cavalry. This subordinate has come today to ask your Majesty, how should we deal with these officials?" Li Er's face darkened and he expressionlessly said, "Do you have a list? Let us take a look." Li Junxian took out a piece of paper from his bosom and handed it over. "Your Majesty, please take a look. Cui Liang, Cui Cheng, Zheng Shanguang, bastards. A bunch of bastards. They eat from the emperor, but instead of sharing the emperor's burdens, they colluded with the enemy and betrayed the country. These people have gone too far. Tonight, arrest all of them and hand them over to the Supreme Court, Ministry of Justice, and censorate for public trial." Looking at the familiar names on the paper, the anger in Li Er's heart grew stronger and stronger. Finally, he slammed the dragon table and exploded. Li Junxian's spirit was shaken and he solemnly said, "This general obeys the decree." Li Er's casual words set off a storm of blood in Chang'an city. At night, the doors of dozens of houses were opened by the cavalry department. The owners of 42 mansions were arrested almost at the same time. The screams, pleas, and shouts woke up many people who were sleeping soundly. However, no one dared to go out and check what was going on. Because at this time, there were only two possibilities for such a huge commotion. One was that they were attacked by bandits, and the other was that the imperial court was arresting criminals. Regardless of the situation, it was not something that ordinary people could afford to offend. Most of the officials who heard the news were unable to continue sleeping. Everyone had a premonition that something big was about to happen in Chang'an City. Guangqing County, East Gate. A group of new soldiers were still guarding the city walls. "Brother Ren, do you have time?" "Brother, I have some matters to discuss with you." At this moment, Lu Rengue was leaning against the city wall and dozing off. Speaking of which, this fellow wasn't afraid of falling off the wall in his sleep. At this moment, someone patted him on the shoulder and said, Who? "Oh, so it's Brother Wang Lang. Do you need something from me?" Lu Rengue woke up from his sleep and saw that the person who had come was the captain of the 6th platoon, Wang Lang, whom he had wanted to join a few days ago. He immediately perked up and greeted him. Wang Lang nodded and whispered, "Brother Ren, can we talk in private?" Seeing his mysterious expression, Lu Rengue's eyes turned. There was no reason for him to refuse. Of course. "Brother Wang Lang, follow this one." A few moments later, Lu Rengue led Wang Lang to a corner of the city wall. This place was rather remote, and under normal circumstances, no one would come here. "Brother Wang Lang, what do you need?" "Speak," Lu Rengue asked as he leaned against the wall. Wang Lang looked around and whispered, "Brother Ren, don't you think that Provincial Governor Pan and Commandant Chui are getting more and more overboard?" Lu Rengue asked, curiously, "Brother Wang Lang, what do you mean?" Wang Lang said with a face full of resentment, "Brother Ren, don't you know about the battle in the south of the city today? At first, Commandant Chui's army did have the upper hand, but later on, Duke Wei Lijing and Duke Niu Jinda of Langyi County led an army of 50 to 60,000. Commandant Chui was so scared that he fled in panic. It's fine if he fled, but he actually had the brothers of the 13th and 14th Battalion stay behind to cover his retreat. After the army retreated back to the city, he ordered his men to close the city gates. And the several thousand brothers of the 13th and 14th Battalions were all locked outside the city gates. Do you think Chui Quan is still human? In my opinion, he thinks that the 13th and 14th Battalions are all new recruits like us, so he doesn't care about us. What's even worse is that according to what I know, Chui Quan's men have started to capture some old, weak, women, and children to guard the south gate. Because of today's battle, more than half of the new recruits guarding the south gate were killed or injured. He's short of manpower. This guy is really a beast. In my opinion, if the army outside the city attacks later on, us new recruits will definitely be the first to die. If we're all dead, Chui Quan will definitely capture the citizens in the city and put them on the city walls. Bah! This son of a bitch is really a good-for-nothing. Hey! Brother Wang Lang, keep your voice down. If someone hears you, then we'll be in big trouble. Lu Rengue was overjoyed when he heard this, but he tried to persuade him out of good intentions. After talking for a long time, Wang Lang's heart was already burning with anger. He wanted to smash the pot to smithereens. So what if they hear me? At worst, I'll die. If this continues, I'll die sooner or later. Although my family doesn't live in the city, I have many relatives in the city. If Chui Quan captures my relatives and puts them on the city walls to guard the city one day, how do you think I should face them? How much do they hate me? Lu Rengue looked at him sympathetically and said, "Brother Wang Lang, calm down first. Being angry won't solve the problem. Actually, Chui Quan is just a lackey of the Chui family. The reason why he did so is because the Chui family ordered him to do so. The Chui family is now able to cover the sky with one hand in Guangxing County. Although they can't defeat the army outside the city, but dealing with the citizens below is still easy. Wang Lang said angrily, "Humph. When I was young, my father told me to study hard. If I can become a hanger-on of the Chui family in the future, then I'll bring glory to my ancestors. Now it seems that I'm lucky that I didn't study hard at that time. Otherwise, if I rely on the Chui family, such a dirty place, I might as well cut my own throat." When Lu Rengui heard this, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He thought to himself, the Chui family is dirty, is that the reason why you didn't study hard? Brother Wang Lang, now we're all chess pieces under the Chui family. If they want us dead, what can we do? Lu Rengui pretended to sigh helplessly and said, "Bullshit. Brother Denyo, I, Wang Lang, respect you as a man. Today, I'll tell you something from the bottom of my heart. If you want to report me after hearing it, then I'll accept it. We're going to die anyway. Instead of dying in the hands of the Imperial Army without knowing why, and ending up with the title of a traitor, making our descendants unable to raise their heads, why don't we rebel against the Chui family together? Even if we die, we'll die like a real man. How about it? Brother Denyo, do you dare to rebel with me?" Chapter 1332. Sure. Brother Wang Lang, lower your voice. Even if you want to rebel against the Chui family, you don't have to be so loud. On the East Gate Tower of Guangxing County, Lu Rengui had a thought and secretly thought that the time was ripe. He first calmed Wang Lang's emotions and then whispered, "Brother Wang Lang, I won't hide it from you. I, Lu Rengui, am also hot-blooded and have long disliked the Chui family. But so what? The Chui family is powerful and they have countless soldiers under their command. With just the two of us, I'm afraid we can't even get close to Chui Quan, Pan Jinyue, Chui Junchuo, and the others. We will be killed immediately." Wang Lang's face lit up. He quickly said, "Brother Dainu, who said it's just the two of us? Actually, the brothers in the 6th squad all want to rebel against the Chui family just like me. There are many people like us in other camps. As long as there is a hero who can take the lead, Wang Lang can guarantee that there will be thousands of brothers who will be willing to follow him to destroy the Chui family." Lu Rengui was shocked and said, "Oh. Brother Wang Lang, are you serious?" "Of course. Brother Dainu, you can ask around in other brigades and you will know. Brother Wang Lang, how many people on your side are willing to rebel against the Chui family?" Lu Rengui suddenly asked tentatively. Wang Lang said confidently, "Brother Dainu, I don't dare to say about other brigades, but as long as someone takes the lead to rebel against the Chui family, the 200 brothers in the 6th squad will definitely follow." According to the military system of the Tang dynasty, there were 5 brigades under each battalion. Each brigade led 3 groups. Each group led 5 10-man leaders and each group led 10 men. In other words, a brigade was only allowed to have 150 soldiers, and a battalion had 750 soldiers. But the Chui family had recruited too many new soldiers this time, and there were not many officers who could lead soldiers. So, every battalion and every brigade was overstaffed. For example, the 9th Battalion had 9 brigades, and each brigade had 200 soldiers. Lu Rengui laughed and said, "Good. Brother Wang Lang, since you trust me so much, then I'll tell you the truth today. Actually, I've always been planning to rebel against the Chui family because I can't just watch my subordinates die with that old fart Chui Junchuo. I have a plan that can topple the Chui family. Before this, I have contacted the other recruits. Including you, there are a total of 8 teams on our side. I want to wait until there are more people before activating this plan. At that time, we will have the opportunity to completely push the Chui family into the abyss." Wang Lang was excited when he heard this. He said, "That's great. That's great. I, Wang Lang, did not misjudge you. Brother Dainyu, what's your plan? Can you tell me about it? Lu Rengui shook his head and said, Brother Wang Lang, it's not that I don't trust you. It's just that we don't have enough manpower. When there are more people, Dainyu will tell you everything. Then, we will send the Cui family to hell. Wang Lang nodded and said, Good. Brother Dainyu, don't worry. I have 2 good friends who are brigades in other battalions. They are also farmers outside the city like me. They have long disliked the Cui family. I will help you contact them. They will definitely be willing to rebel against the Cui family with us. Lu Rengui said happily, That's great. Brother Wang Lang, after you convince them, let me know. With these 2 brigades, we should have enough people. When we get together, I will tell you the plan. We can definitely overthrow the Cui family in one fell swoop. Brother Dainyu, then it's settled. As for my 2 friends, I promise to convince them before noon tomorrow. I will bring them to meet you. Good. The next day, Chang'an City, Imperial Palace. Under Taiji Palace, hundreds of officials were in the morning court. What was different from the past was that there were many officials who came to the morning court with an uneasy heart. This was because they had received news early in the morning that 42 officials had been sent to prison last night. They were from all departments, ranging from the 3rd-ranked officials to the 9th-ranked officials. Since the establishment of the Tang Empire, there had never been a situation where more than 40 officials were arrested at the same time. This meant that there would be a huge earthquake in the Tang Empire's officialdom. However, only those who had a guilty conscience would feel guilty. In the early Tang dynasty, there were many people in the imperial court who did not have a guilty conscience. Thus, Xiao Yu was speaking frankly in the main hall, reporting to Li Er the expenditure of the imperial court's treasury in the first 3 months of this year. In general, compared to last year, the expenditure of the treasury has increased slightly in the first 3 months of this year. The reason is that His Majesty has rebuilt Shanyu and built the Yellow River Forest Belt. However, these expenses are completely within the range of the imperial court's ability to bear. Li Er listened to Xiao Yu's Tang Empire Treasury report, expressionlessly. It was as if the arrest of a large number of officials yesterday had nothing to do with him. After waiting for a long time, Xiao Yu finally finished. Li Er saw that no one came forward to report, so he said, Last night, I received news that Li Jing and Duan Jishuan defeated the rebel army in Jianghu. The Cui clan of Bowling and the Zheng clan of Xinjiang had hidden 50,000 secret guards, hundreds of Jianghu experts, and 3,000 men of sacrifice. They fought with Duan Jishuan's Black Armor army in the wilderness. In the end, except for a few who surrendered, the rest were all annihilated. Li Jing led the 3 armies and fought with the 150,000 soldiers of the Cui clan outside Guangxing County at dusk yesterday. He killed 45,000 soldiers and forced the Cui clan's army into the city. Now, Cui Junchuo is like a turtle in a jar. He can't make any waves anymore. The officials were slightly shocked in their hearts. Firstly, they were surprised that the Cui clan of Qinghe that was said to possess an army of 300,000 was actually so weak. Secondly, most of the officials were unable to figure out why Li Er was able to receive news of victory last night when it was clearly yesterday afternoon. How did he send the news? Even a messenger pigeon would not be so fast. However, core officials like Zhang Sun Wuji and Fang Xianling knew that when Li Jing led the army to Zhengzhou, he brought along a telegraph. Therefore, they definitely wouldn't have such doubts. Congratulations, Your Majesty. Although they were confused, they still had to congratulate Li Er for winning the battle. Does our Emperor Li Er not care about his face? The civil and military officials cupped their hands and said in unison. However, Li Er's face did not have a trace of joy from winning the battle. He just kept a cold face and did not say a word. This made the officials feel very strange. Humph. Congratulate? You should indeed congratulate us, because over the past few days, We have discovered 42 officials who have colluded with the enemy and betrayed their country. They are eating the salary given by the imperial court, but they are doing the shady business of colluding with the enemy and betraying their country. If not for Baichi intercepting their carrier pigeons flying to Jianghu, you would have heard the grievous news of Luoyang being surrounded and about to be captured. Li Er suddenly slammed the table and shouted angrily. The entire hall was echoing with his angry roar. The civil and military officials immediately kept quiet out of fear. None of them dared to breathe loudly. Lu Dui. After a moment of silence in Taiji Palace, Li Er's cold voice came from above. This old official is here. Lu Dui, the Chancellor of the Supreme Court, hurried forward and cupped his hands. Li Er coldly swept his gaze over all the officials in the court. Then he looked at Lu Dui and said, "In a moment, I will hand over all these officials and the intercepted letters to you. I give you 7 days to investigate these officials together with the Ministry of Justice and the Censorate. Find out if they have any accomplices. After 7 days, report to me the results of your investigation. At that time, those who should be killed will be killed and those who should be exiled will be exiled." Lu Dui's heart trembled. He cupped his hands and said solemnly, "This official obeys the decree." The officials in the court felt a chill in their hearts. They knew that Li Er was going to start a massacre. "I would like to remind some people that you are officials of the Tang Empire first and then people of the aristocratic families. Without the Tang Empire, you are nothing." Humph. Court is dismissed. After Li Er said this coldly, he got up and left in a huff. Now that he had almost wiped out 3 of the 5 families, he had the confidence to say these words. The officials looked at each other and sighed. Then, they left the hall and went about their own business. Little fishy, little fishy. At noon, in a private house in Wuning Square in the south of Guangcheng County, a fierce-looking man took advantage of the fact that no one was around to jump over the wall and come to the backyard. "Big brother Lu? Why are you back?" Little Fishy, who was taking an afternoon nap in the attic, hurried downstairs to welcome him when she heard the shouts below. "Shoo! Lower your voice. I snuck out during lunchtime. Let's talk inside." Lu Rengui hurriedly whispered. "Oh. Okay. Little Fishy replied and led Lu Rengui into the house. Then, she said, "Big brother Lu, you must have not eaten lunch, right? I still have some steamed buns left. Why don't you eat some to fill your stomach?" Lu Rengui waved his hand and said, "There's no time. I can't stay any longer. I came back to look for you today because of an urgent matter. I'll make it short and leave after I'm done." Little Fishy hurriedly sat up straight and said, "Okay, Big brother Lu, go ahead. I'm listening." Lu Rengui said, "Little Fishy, I've already convinced the captains of 10 teams. They are all willing to join me in the rebellion against Chui. I can mobilize 2,000 troops. I plan to bring these people to kill the soldiers guarding the gate at midnight tonight. Then, I'll open the city gates and release the drawbridge to let the army outside the city in. So, you have to inform Duke Wei outside the city in advance and let them prepare. Once midnight arrives, we'll work together and take down Guangcheng City in one fell swoop. Understand?" Little Fishy said in surprise, "Wow. Big brother Chui, you're amazing. You can actually gather 2,000 troops from the rebel army." Lu Rengui waved his hand and said, "Okay, let's not talk about this first. Send out what I just said and see if Duke Wei agrees. I'll wait here. Hurry." "Oh. Okay. But even if they receive the news, it will probably take a while before they reply. Big brother Lu, take advantage of this time to eat something. I'll go up and send the telegram now." Little Fishy said and then went upstairs excitedly. If this plan succeeded, she would be able to escape Guangcheng City and return to Chang'an. Lu Rengui sat alone downstairs, thinking about what to do at night. It would take a lot of effort, so he picked up the steamed bun on the table and started eating. Chapter 1333. 2 in 1 chapter. South of Guangcheng County, Middle Army Tent. After lunch, Li Jing gathered all the generals together to discuss the plan to break the city. Everyone, His Majesty sent us a letter this morning. First, he asked us to capture all the disciples of Cui family in Bowling and Zheng family in Xinjiang. Second, he asked us to solve the problem of Cui family in Qinghe. Although Cui Junchuo's power is gone, he obviously wants to hide in the city and drag everyone in Guangcheng County to die with him. Now, many of the guards on the south gate are the old, weak, women, and children they captured. If we want to attack the city, on one hand, we have to consider the casualties on our side. On the other hand, it's inevitable that we have to kill those innocent people. His Majesty asked us to reduce the casualties of the people as much as possible under the premise of eliminating the rebels. Li Jing, as the general manager of the army, naturally sat on the highest seat. Qin Shubao, Cheng Yaojin, Niu Jinda, Duan Jishuan, Sui Provincial Governor Wang Yu, Bian Provincial Governor Zhao Kai, and Hunan Provincial Governor Ren Ken were kneeling on the left and right. Cheng Yaojin was furious. Humph! This Cui Junchuo is really a bastard. When I, old Cheng, break through the city gates in the future, I'll definitely beat this old thing up and feed him to the dogs. Cheng Yaojin had killed countless people in his life, but he only killed enemies. Old hooligans like Cui Junchuo who killed civilians were despised by old Cheng. Qin Xiong's face sank. He thought for a while and said, if Cui Junchuo really wants to let the people defend the city, then we can't attack the city. His Majesty has always loved the people like his children. We can't fight against those people, right? Li Jing nodded. Shubao is right. That's why I gathered everyone here today to discuss how to attack the city. First of all, you need to mobilize 20,000 soldiers from other provinces as soon as possible and divide them into 2 groups. One group will go to Bowling and the other group will go to Xinjiang. You must capture all the people of Cui family in Bowling and Zheng family in Xinjiang before the news of the victory in Guangcheng County spread out. Although Ren Ken was a pacification ambassador, Li Jing was the general manager of the marching army and had Li Er's emperor's sword. All the officials in Hunan province should be under his control. Therefore, when he heard Li Jing's words, Ren Ken quickly stood up and saluted. Yes, head chief. I, Ren Baqian, will immediately send someone to Qi province to gather the troops. Yes. Li Jing nodded and said, next, everyone, think about how to take down Guan City. We didn't bring much food with us on this expedition. Even if we can mobilize food from the nearby provinces and counties, the imperial court can't afford to drag it on for too long. Therefore, we must think of a foolproof plan as soon as possible. Hearing this, everyone in the tent frowned. Reporting. Chief Steward, young Master Meng said that he has something important to discuss with you. At this moment, a soldier came in from outside the tent and said carefully. Usually, outsiders were not allowed to disturb this kind of high-level meeting. However, Li Jing had already said that Meng Wenhao and Iron Egg were special figures in the army. Therefore, even though the guard knew that an important meeting was being held in the tent, he still forced himself to come in and report. Li Jing's heart skipped a beat. He quickly said, "Let him in." "Yes, sir." The guard received the order and left. After a while, Meng Wenhao walked in from outside the tent. Seeing so many people in the tent, he couldn't help but be stunned. Then, his expression became a little hesitant. "Greetings, head chief and generals." Meng Wenhao saluted. Li Jing nodded and said, "Yes. Wenhao, I heard that you have something to ask me." "Say it." Meng Wenhao looked at the people around him. He knew Qin Xiong, Cheng Yaojin, Niu Jinda, and Duan Jishuan, but he had never seen Wang Yu and the others. He didn't know if he should tell them the information he had just received. After all, this matter concerned the life and death of many people. Li Jing's eyes were very sharp. How could he not see the hesitation in Meng Wenhao's heart? He smiled and said, "Haha, Wenhao, you don't have to have any misgivings. Everyone in this tent can be trusted. In the battle yesterday, if any of them were missing, the rebel army in the city would definitely have killed their way out of the encirclement." Hearing this, Meng Wenhao looked embarrassed and saluted to the people around him. He said apologetically, "I was rude and offended the generals. I hope you can forgive me for being disrespectful." Ren Kan laughed and said, "Young master, you are so cautious. I guess you have very important information to tell the chief steward, right? It's never wrong to be cautious about such things. We are not unreasonable people. We will definitely not take it to heart." Wang Yu and Zhao Kai nodded in agreement. Seeing this, Meng Wenhao turned around and saluted to Li Jing. He said with a serious face, reporting to the chief steward, "I just received a telegram from Little Yu. It said that the Bian province army commander, Lu Rengui, has united 10 new recruits in the city who want to rebel against Shui. They can control 2,000 troops. Lu Rengui plans to bring these new recruits to kill the soldiers at the city gate at midnight tonight. He plans to open the city gate, lower the drawbridge, and lead the army in from outside the city. I wonder what the chief steward and the generals think. They are waiting for my reply." "Oh. There is such a thing?" Li Jing was shocked. They were now worried about how to break through the city gate with the least casualties. In the end, someone sent a pillow to them while they were dozing off. If someone cooperated to open the city gate, then all the problems would be solved. They would not lose too many soldiers, nor would they hurt too many innocent people. Do the generals think that Lu Rengui's plan is feasible? Li Jing looked at everyone and asked in a deep voice. Everyone looked at each other. Qin Xiong stood up and said, "Guangcheng County is the governing area of Jianghu. The city is strong. If we attack from the front, there will be heavy casualties. If we can really break through from the inside and then cooperate with the outside, it is undoubtedly the best plan to break the city. I think this plan is feasible." Bian Province Governor Zhao Kai smiled and said, "Chief Steward, I also think this plan is feasible." Lu Rengui was the Bian Province army commander and was his subordinate. At such a critical moment, Lu Rengui directly played the key role of one person to decide the situation. This made him, the Bian Province governor, very proud. Wang Yu curled his lips in annoyance. He thought to himself that Lu Rengui was also a talent. He would see if he could be transferred to Sui province. He was willing to directly give him the position of commandant. Cheng Yaojin, Niu Jinda, and the others did not have any objections. Seeing this, Li Jing said to Meng Wenhao, "Immediately reply to Lu Rengui. Tell him to open the city gate at midnight tonight and lower the drawbridge. The army outside the city will be prepared to enter the city in advance." "Yes, Chief Steward." Meng Wenhao cupped his fists and left. In the tent, Li Jing immediately began his tactical deployment. "Generals, listen up. Tonight at midnight, organize the troops and follow me into the city. However, each department needs to leave 10,000 troops outside the city to guard the city gates to prevent the rebels in the city from escaping." "Yes, sir, Guangcheng County, Wanning Square." Beep. 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 It's here. It's here. It's finally here. Little Fishy waited for a long time before the telegraph finally rang again. She quickly took a pen and recorded the code. Speaking of which, the distance between the two telegraph machines was now only a city wall. There was no need to go to a very high place to send a telegram to each other. This undoubtedly created a great convenience for the communication inside and outside the city. After a while, Li Yu received and translated the code. Then, she went downstairs. Lu Rengui, who was downstairs, had already eaten his fill of steamed buns. "How is it? Did Duke Wei agree?" Lu Rengui asked anxiously. Little Fishy smiled sweetly and nodded. Yes, Wenhao just sent a telegram saying that Chief Steward Li and the rest felt that this plan is feasible. Tonight at midnight, the army outside the city will gather at the east gate. Once you open the gate, the army outside the city will flood in and destroy the Chui family. Good, good, good. Lu Rengui waved his fist excitedly and said, Okay, I will go back to the east of the city first. If I return late, I will probably take care of things. You and Wei's Wuching must not go out tonight. After all, swords have no eyes in war. Do you understand? Yes, yes. I understand. Brother Lu, go quickly. Little Fishy smiled and replied. Lu Rengui clasped his fist and left hurriedly. Iron Egg, are you also going to enter the city with the army tonight? South of Guangcheng County, outside the central military tent. Meng Wenhao and Iron Egg, the two special people in the army, were sitting on the celestial lamp to observe the enemy. Meng Wenhao looked at the situation in the city with his binoculars and asked Iron Egg. Yes. It is not easy to get a chance to go to the battlefield. How boring it is to stay in the camp every day. Tonight, we will enter the city with the army. Maybe we can kill a few of the Chui family's dogs. Iron Egg stroked a heavy mo sword and replied softly. Meng Wenhao put down the binoculars and looked at Iron Egg and said, But swords have no eyes in war. General Duan is so good at martial arts, and he was seriously injured yesterday. Tonight, the city will be very chaotic. If you are also injured, Yamacho and his wife will be very worried. Iron Egg shook his head and said, Master said that it is difficult to make progress by practicing martial arts on a daily basis. Only in real combat and in the face of a big crisis can there be a big breakthrough. My master was assassinated by Snake King. In a desperate situation, he comprehended Dao and broke through. That was how he became the youngest martial arts grandmaster in the Tang Empire. And my father, in his early years, followed General Qin to fight everywhere. Although he did not get an official position in the end, he is still a great hero in my heart. I want to be a master like my master and a great hero like my father. But how can I become a master if I am locked in a cage every day? How can I become a great hero? So tonight, I must enter the city and see for myself. Meng Wenhao was slightly moved. Everyone had different dreams. He wanted to learn martial arts well and become a useful person in the Tang Empire. He wanted to bring glory to his ancestors and let his father, mother, and sister live a good life. Iron Egg's dream was to become a master and a great hero on the battlefield. As a dream chaser, what reason did he have to stop Iron Egg? In that case, Iron Egg, you can go. I will wait here for your good news. Meng Wenhao said with a complicated expression. Yes, yes. Wenhao, don't worry. After entering the city, I will find little you, and the others. Then, I will let the army take them to a safe place. Iron Egg said with a big laugh. Thank you. Chui Quan, have you arranged the defense of all the city gates? We can't let anything go wrong. In the provincial governor's mansion, Chui Junchuo sat on the seat of honor and asked Chui Quan. Reporting to Grand Duke, rolling stones and hot oil have been prepared at all the city gates. Once the army outside the city attacks, there will be heavy casualties. Currently, there are 2 commoners who have been conscripted to guard the southern city gate. Along the way, there were 3 rebellions, but nothing else happened. Chui Quan bowed and replied. Oh. There were rebellions? Can they be punished severely? Chui Junchuo's eyes darkened as he asked. Chui Quan hurriedly said, reporting to Grand Duke, they have all been killed. After the rest of the commoners saw what happened to them, no one dared to cause trouble anymore. Yes. Then they should all be killed. These rebellions should be taught a lesson. Otherwise, it will be difficult to manage them. Chui Junchuo nodded. Then, his eyes darkened as he said, "In the new army, there must be many people who are dissatisfied with our Chui clan. Therefore, you should also send some veterans to watch the city gates and prevent them from slacking off or secretly opening the city gates." Chui Quan nodded and said, "Don't worry, Grand Duke. There will always be veterans watching around the new soldiers. Nothing will go wrong. In fact, many people are still loyal to the Chui clan." "Yes. That's good. That's good. Let's see how long Li Jing can drag this out. After a long time, won't he have to withdraw his troops?" Chui Junchuo was completely relieved when he heard this. However, he didn't know that the current Chui clan was no longer the 5 surnames and 7 sects that everyone looked up to in the past. Especially the recent actions of the Chui clan had already made many commoners hate them. A just cause enjoys more support while an unjust cause finds little support. The Chui clan was about to pay the price for their recent unjust actions. As night fell, Guangxing County was lit up with thousands of lights. However, in these thousands of lights, there was no warm atmosphere like in the past. Because now, Guangxing County was no different from a huge cage. Everyone was a prisoner inside. No one knew how long they could live. Although they were fine today, who knows if they would be captured to guard the city walls tomorrow? "Brother Wang Lang, is everything ready?" Lu Rengui found an opportunity to find Wang Lang, the captain of the 6th squad, and asked in a low voice. "Brother Dainu, don't worry, everything is ready. And tonight, the one who will be on duty in front of the city gates is our adjunct Tuang. He will bring his personal guards." Wang Lang replied in a low voice. Lu Rengui frowned and said, "Personal guards? It is said that in this personal guards, everyone is good. At night, we have to be careful. We can't let anything go wrong." "Understood. Understood." The city gate was quiet again. However, as the saying goes, the tree wants to be quiet, but the wind won't stop. Sometimes, behind the quiet, there was a bigger storm brewing. At 6:00 in the evening, a black shadow quietly sneaked into the tower where Adjunct Huang was temporarily staying. Chapter 1334. Huff. Huff. East of Guangxing County, in one of the corner towers of the city gate tower, Zhengzhou's Zhichong House's military officer, Huang Cheng, was sleeping soundly on a bed. Although it was his turn to supervise the new army tonight, it was already the middle of the night. How could he not sleep? Besides, in Huang Cheng's opinion, these new recruits were all very timid and could not cause any trouble at all. Therefore, he slept very soundly and peacefully. Tisk. Tisk. A black shadow floated by and a cold light flashed. The 2 soldiers who were dozing off in front of the turret didn't even have time to cry out before they collapsed on the ground. Blood flowed out of their necks like a stream. The black shadow landed in front of the door, then took out a blade and extended it to the gap in the middle of the door. Ta, ta ta. After a while, the lock behind the door was opened. The black shadow carefully pushed the door open and entered. Looking at the person who was sleeping like a dead pig on the bed, he quickly unsheathed the blade, and a cold light flashed. The head was separated from the body. The black shadow did not stop and immediately flew out. How is it? How is it? Brother Dainu? The black shadow came to a corner of the city gate tower, and Wang Lang quickly went forward to ask. It turned out that the black shadow was Lu Rengui. Huang Cheng is dead. Now that his personal guards are leaderless, we can start the operation now. Lu Rengui smiled and replied. That's great. Then I'll let the brothers start the operation now. Wang Lang said excitedly. Inform the brothers in the other teams to gather immediately and get rid of the personal guards. Let's end this quickly. After a while, all the soldiers on the city gate tower gathered. First, they killed a dozen of Huang Cheng's personal guards on the city gate tower. Then, under Lu Rengui's lead, 2,000 people went down the city gate tower and went straight to the personal guards at the city gate. Who is it? Stop. Which battalion are you from? Why are you not guarding the city up there? Why are you coming down? A soldier at the city gate hurriedly shouted when he saw Lu Rengui leading a large group of people over in an aggressive manner. Hearing the commotion, more than 100 soldiers behind him also became alert. Brother, Adjunct Huang asked me to come down and ask you to go up. He has something to tell you in person. Lu Rengui said as he led his men closer to the city gate. The soldier asked doubtfully, Sir Adjunct? Why is he looking for us? Besides, why would I let you guys come down? Before the soldier could finish his words, Lu Rengui had already pulled out his saber and pounced towards him. Kill! Lu Rengui's speed was as fast as lightning. Under his sudden attack, the soldier had no time to dodge and his throat was instantly slit. After standing still, Lu Rengui let out a low roar. Behind him, more than 2,000 recruits all wielded emo swords and slashed at Huang Cheng's personal guards. It's a rebellion. Someone is going to rebel. Someone from the personal guards immediately shouted. At the east gate, they were not the only group of personal guards. There were also 5,000 veteran soldiers stationed there. Quick! Let's end this quickly. Lu Rengui growled and took the lead to rush into the guards. Captain, wait for me. Feng Wu was so anxious that he almost called out Lu Rengui's real identity. Fortunately, he changed his words in time. After that, he also rushed forward with his mo sword. He had to protect Lu Rengui's safety. The two groups of people quickly clashed. Lu Rengui's side had more than 10 times the number of people on the other side. Although the soldiers of the personal guards were generally more skilled, it was still difficult for 2 fists to fight against 4 hands. After a short while, the personal guards of nearly 200 people were left standing. Of course, Lu Rengui's side also paid a heavy price. There were more than 300 casualties, which was almost double the number of the enemy. The gap between the recruits and Huang Cheng's personal guards was immediately apparent. I know you. You're Ren Dainiu of the 5th Battalion. How dare you rebel against the Chui family? Aren't you afraid of being cut into pieces? A soldier pointed at Lu Rengui and shouted unwillingly. Humph. Even if I die, I won't be a lackey of the Chui family and harm the people. Kill. Kill them all. There's not much time left. At this critical moment, Lu Rengui did not waste his breath. He took the lead and rushed towards the soldier. Bang! 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 At this moment, there was a rush of footsteps from afar. Lu Rengui's face changed and said, Quick! Just a little faster. Their reinforcements are here. Kill! As soon as he finished his words, the recruits rushed towards the remaining 20 personal guards and launched the last round of attacks. After a few seconds, all of Huang Cheng's personal guards were killed. Lu Rengui quickly said, Feng Wu, quick! You take a few people to open the city gate and lower the drawbridge. The rest of you, follow me to stop the rebels. Yes. In the battle just now, Lu Rengui had used his outstanding martial arts skills to conquer the majority of the recruits. At this moment, when they heard his orders, no one objected. Although they knew that with just these recruits, they would definitely not be able to defeat the 5,000 veterans, but they still followed Lu Rengui without hesitation and turned around to face the incoming veterans. How dare you? Who dares to open the city gates and rebel against their superiors? Attack! Arrest them all! Sure enough, it was the 5,000 veteran soldiers who were stationed at the east side of the city. Lu Rengui took a deep breath. He knew that he could not defeat them, but he had to buy time for Feng Wu. He rolled his eyes and glanced at the torches on the city wall not far away. Many recruits were peeking at them. He shouted loudly, brothers who were forced into the camp by the Cui family, listen up. The Cui family not only wants us to help them to defend the city, but they also want the old, weak, women and children to defend the city. Don't you have any relatives or friends in the city? After we die on the city wall, the Cui family will bring your relatives and friends to defend the city for them. If you are still a man, stand out and fight against the Cui family with me. You will die anyway. Do you want to die standing and be remembered forever? Or do you want to die kneeling and be remembered as a disgrace to your descendants? Come. Come. Fight against the Cui family. Fight against the Cui family. Fight against the Cui family. Lu Rengui's word struck a chord in the hearts of all the recruits. As soon as he said this, the 1,000 or so recruits beside him immediately roared in unison. Fight against the Cui family. Fight against the Cui family. Very quickly, the recruits who were watching from the city gate tower also started to shout. They had long been dissatisfied with the recent actions of the Cui family. However, they didn't dare to resist as they didn't have anyone to lead them. Now that someone had raised their arms and shouted, what was there to hesitate about? Even if they had to die, they would rather die standing and be remembered forever. Dong dong dong. There was a series of footsteps on the city wall. It was obvious that the recruits were coming down the city wall. Shut up. Go. Chop this bastard into minced meat. When the leader saw Lu Rengui's glib tongue trying to incite the other recruits to rebel, he quickly pulled out his sword and shouted. Kill. More than 5,000 old soldiers rushed forward and engaged in battle with Lu Rengui's 1,000 over recruits. Lu Rengui and his men were inferior in terms of numbers and strength. Naturally, they were forced to retreat. In just a few seconds, more than 10 of them were injured. Kill. At this moment, more than 500 recruits came down from the city wall. When they saw the battle at the city gate, they rushed up without hesitation. On top of the city wall, more recruits were rushing over. After a few minutes, the city gate was finally pushed open by Feng Wu and his men. At this moment, there were more than 5,000 to 6,000 new recruits. More recruits were coming after hearing the news. On the other hand, the 5,000 old soldiers were surrounded and nearly 1,000 of them were injured or killed. Do you people not want to live anymore? Rebel. Rebel. The provincial governor will not let you go. The Cui family will not let you go either. The old soldier shouted angrily when he saw the city gate being opened. Humph. This is called the righteous get more help while the unjust get little help. The Cui family is selfish and has done some heartless things. They have already lost the support of the people. Their retribution will come soon. Lu Rengui snorted and looked at the old soldier. Quick! Quick! Lower the drawbridge and let the imperial army come over. Feng Wu, who was at the city gate, quickly shouted to the soldiers around him. Yes. There was an ear-piercing screech, followed by the sound of the other end of the drawbridge falling to the ground. The drawbridge at the city gate was finally lowered. Quick! The city gate is open. Everyone, follow me. At this time, there were already more than 100,000 soldiers standing outside the city gate. Cheng Yaojin shouted excitedly when he saw the city gate was open. He held his lance and urged his horse to gallop toward the city gate. Kill! Niu Jinda and Qin Xiong also followed closely behind. Bang! 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 Hundreds of thousands of soldiers swarmed towards the east city gate of Guangqing County. The thousands of old soldiers in front of the city gate wanted to escape when they saw the army entering the city. However, they were blocked by the thousands of new soldiers and were quickly killed by the army of the imperial court that entered the city. Lu Rengui, take these new recruits and follow the army into the city to capture the leader of the rebels. Under Zhao Kai's lead, Qin Xiong saw Lu Rengui and ordered. Yes, sir. General, Cui Junchuo should be in the governor's mansion now. Pan Jinyue should be in the provincial governor's mansion. Lu Rengui cupped his fist and said loudly. The new recruits next to him were dumbfounded. What is going on? Isn't this guy called Rendainu? Why is he called Lu Rengui? Also, how does he know the guards outside the city? Okay. Lu Rengui, take these people and follow General Cheng to the Chui family to capture Chui Junchuo and the others. I'll take them to the provincial governor's mansion. Qin Xiong gave a simple order and led the soldiers into the city. Lu Rengui bowed and shouted, Brothers, it's time to redeem ourselves. As long as we capture Chui Junchuo, we can redeem ourselves. Okay. Capture Chui Junchuo. At this time, Lu Rengui's identity was no longer important. To these new recruits, as long as they could redeem themselves and reduce their crime of defecting to the rebels, that would be enough. Hey! Let's go. I didn't expect you to incite so many new recruits to go against the Chui family with you. You're quite capable. I, old Cheng, like you. Cheng Yaojin looked at Lu Rengui with appreciation and then laughed. Chapter 1335. Lu Kanjun, where are Wei Zuocheng and Little Fishy now? Are they safe? Cheng Yaojin led an army of 50,000 and headed straight for the Chui family. On the way, Iron Egg found Lu Rengui and asked. Lu Rengui saw that Iron Egg was only 10 years old and was following the army to battle. He couldn't help but feel surprised, so he asked, Little brother, you are? Iron Egg replied as he walked, Everyone calls me Iron Egg. Oh, Meng Wenhao and I were the ones receiving the telegrams you sent out of the city. We are good friends with Little Fishy, so we are very worried about her safety. Lu Rengui suddenly understood and asked, Then you should both be students of Yanhuang College, right? I heard from Miss Li Yu that this telegraph was invented by the Marquis of Yong'an. I think only his students would use this kind of thing. Iron Egg nodded and said, Yes. We are both my master's students. My master is also very interested in you, Lu Kanjun. He hopes that after this war, you can come with me to Chang'an City. When Lu Rengui heard Iron Egg call Li Zishuan master, he thought that all the students of Yanhuang College called Li Zishuan that way, so he didn't make a fuss. However, when he heard the last sentence, his eyes widened and he said, I have never met the Marquis of Yong'an. How did he know me? Tai Dan thought about it and said, Although my master lives in Cloud Mountain, he knows about the world's affairs. He's an extraordinary person. He knows that you're brave and resourceful, so he cherishes you. What's so strange about that? This child helped Li Zishuan to show off. Li Zishuan's image in Lu Rengui's mind instantly became tens of thousands of times higher. Living in the mountains but knowing about the world, wasn't this the work of a god? At this moment, Lu Rengui only thought of Li Zishuan as one of those immortals on earth. He hurriedly cupped his hands respectfully and said, I am indebted to Marquis Yong and for thinking so highly of me. After this matter is over, I will personally go to Chang and to pay him a visit. Iron Egg turned his head and looked at Pang Feiji behind him. Pang Feiji quickly gave him a thumbs up. With this, Old Pang's mission in Zhengzhou was completed. Chicken Bro was full of admiration for Iron Egg. Ahem. Big brother Lu, where are little you, and the rest? Iron Egg coughed lightly and returned to the topic at hand. Oh. They are all in the tunnel of Wuning workshop. They are very safe. Brother Iron Egg, you don't have to worry. I will take you there after we destroy the Chui family. Great-grandfather. Tai Gong. Something bad has happened. In the Chui residence, the old housekeeper hurriedly ran to Chui Junchuo's bedroom and shouted anxiously. Chui Junchuo, who was sleeping on the couch, was suddenly awakened. He quickly opened his eyes and said, What's the matter? Why are you panicking? Come in and tell me. Yes. Great-grandfather. The old housekeeper pushed the door open and entered. At this time, Cui Junchuo had already sat up. The old housekeeper bowed and said, "Great-grandfather, something bad has happened." At the east gate, the new soldiers guarding the city mutinied. They killed Adjunct Huang and then opened the gate to let the army in. "Great-grandfather, quickly take the young master and escape." "What? The army outside the city has entered the city?" When Cui Junchuo heard this, he felt as if he had been struck by lightning. His vision turned black and he almost fainted. "It's over. It's all over. Once the army enters the city, the Cui family will definitely be wiped out." "Great-grandfather. Great-grandfather. You must escape. We still have 30,000 shadow guards and 5,000 men of sacrifice. Please take the young master and escape." The housekeeper knelt down beside the bed and said anxiously. "Yes. Escape. The Cui family cannot be destroyed. It's better to leave some hope. Immediately let Qi Li lead the hall of worship, the men of sacrifice, and the shadow guards to escort the young master out of the city." Cui Junchuo's lifeless eyes suddenly flashed a ray of light, and he quickly ordered. "Great-grandfather, what about you? I'm old and I've lived enough. I won't escape. Housekeeper, you've been with me for so many years. Later, take advantage of the chaos and escape." Cui Junchuo sighed. A man's words were kind when he was about to die. At this moment, a rare trace of kindness appeared in his heart. "Great-grandfather, I've been with the Cui family all my life. Where can I go? I'm willing to live and die with the Cui family." Cui Junchuo patted the old housekeeper's shoulder and was speechless. "General Cheng, the Cui family now has 30,000 shadow guards and many Jianghu experts. General Cheng, please be careful." When they were about to reach the Cui family's residence, Lu Rengui cupped his fists and said to Cheng Yaojin. Cheng Yaojin laughed carelessly and said, "Hee hee. That's good. I've come all the way from Chang'an to Zhengzhou, and I haven't had enough fun yet. Tonight, I'll use the shadow guards of the Cui family as practice for the little brats below. Hurry up, don't let the Cui family escape." Asterisk bang. 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 Asterisk while they were talking, a large number of soldiers suddenly rushed out of the gate in front of them. In front of the army was a young man wearing a scholar's robe. He was riding on a horse and was urging the people behind him. "Hurry up. Now that the guards outside the city are empty, let's go out from the south gate." Cheng Yaojin narrowed his eyes and said, "Lu Rong, bring 10,000 men to the Cui family's residence to capture Cui Junchuo. The rest of you, follow me. Don't let them escape." "Yes, General." A general behind Cheng Yaojin quickly took the order and left. Cheng Yaojin shouted, "Chase! All of you, chase after them. Don't let the Cui family escape." "Yes, sir." The army started moving. Cheng Yaojin took the lead and rode his horse at the front. Lu Rengui, Iron Egg, Pang Feiji and the rest quickly followed behind and chased after them. "Not good. There are pursuers. Qi Li, get your men to stop the pursuers. The rest of you, follow me and escape from the south gate." When Cui Xuanji heard the commotion behind him, he turned around and was immediately shocked. He said to Qi Li beside him with a panicked expression. Qi Li frowned. Although he did not want to agree to this difficult task, he thought that Cui Xuanji was now the young leader of the Cui family. If he could really escape, he would benefit a lot in the future. So he braced himself and said to the two people beside him, "Third brother, fourth brother, protect the young master well. I will bring up the rear." Wang Wangzhen and Ming Huan cupped their fists and said, "Big brother, you must come back alive." Qi Li smiled and said, "Don't worry. If I want to escape, no one can stop me." After that, he laughed and led thousands of Cui family's shadow guards toward Cheng Yaojin's army. Cui Xuanji, on the other hand, quickly summoned the remaining troops and ran toward the south gate without looking back. "General Cheng, your opponent is us. If you want to pass through this road, you have to pass through us first." Qi Li led 5,000 shadow guards and blocked the path of Cheng Yaojin's army. Guangcheng County was not like Chang'an City. The distance between the streets was small. Naturally, the streets were not as wide as those in Chang'an City. 6 or 7 people standing side by side basically blocked the entire road. Therefore, Qi Li and the others had completely blocked off the path. "Hey! You talk big. Oh, you're a grandmaster. I, Old Cheng, will fight you. Lu Rengui, take 20,000 men and go around the side streets to chase after the Chui family. Leave these people to me." Cheng Yaojin narrowed his eyes and looked at Qi Li. Suddenly, his eyes burned with the fire of war. But his mind was still clear. He knew that he could not let anyone from the Chui family escape tonight. So he ordered Lu Rengui. This was also a test for Lu Rengui. "Yes. General Cheng." Lu Rengui clasped his fists and left. Cui Xuanji's plan was perfect. He let Qi Li block Cheng Yaojin while he slipped away from the South City Gate. Once he reached the South City Gate, he could recruit the guards near the South City Gate. Wouldn't his strength increase by several times? But sometimes, dreams were full, but reality was harsh. Just as he reached the South City Gate, Cui Xuanji found that it was already chaotic. The recruits at the East City Gate rebelled. How could the South City Gate be spared? The recruits and veterans here were also fighting. In the beginning, the Chui family had recruited 250,000 new soldiers with 50,000 old soldiers, 30,000 shadow guards and 20,000 government soldiers, as the foundation to expand into a 300,000-strong army. However, their foundation was not solid enough. Moreover, the Chui family's recent actions had really made those new soldiers bitterly disappointed. In addition, Lu Rengui had raised his arms and led a group of people to rebel against the Chui family at the East City Gate. The time bombs that the Chui family had buried finally exploded on this night. Now, in Guangcheng County, the recruits who knew that the Imperial Army had entered the city all picked up their weapons and fought with the veterans who usually shouted at them. When Cui Xuanji arrived at the South City Gate, he saw this scene. 50,000 to 60,000 recruits were fighting 5,000 to 6,000 veterans. It was basically 10 against 1, and veterans were dying in pools of blood. Cui Xuanji gritted his teeth and said, "Go to the West City Gate." "Huh. Young Master Cui, you can't go anywhere today. Stay here." While Cui Xuanji was hesitating, Lu Rengui arrived with the army. "Go! Go! Kill them!" Cui Xuanji's expression changed and he said viciously. Clang! Wang Wangjin and Ming Huan looked at each other, drew their swords, and stabbed at Lu Rengui. They knew that it was impossible for them to fight their way out in this situation. Almost everyone in Guangcheng County was House Chui's enemy. They might as well capture Lu Rengui and force the Imperial Army to retreat and let them out of the city. It was a good plan, but Lu Rengui was someone who had been on the battlefield for a long time. How could he be so weak? He took 2 steps back and then fell on his back. He didn't fall completely, but when he was close to the ground, he put 2 fingers on the ground to support his weight. With this step and fall, he dodged Wang Wangjin and Ming Huan's fatal attack. Go! That's the young master of House Chui. It's a great achievement to capture him. Don't let him get away. Taking the opportunity, Lu Rengui circulated his internal energy and roared. His shout, which was infused with internal energy, not only stirred up the emotions of the soldiers behind him, they all drew their swords and charged at Cui Xuanji. Even the new soldiers who were fighting with the old soldiers at the city gate all looked at Cui Xuanji. Obviously, they wanted to make a contribution and take revenge at the same time. Their current situation was all thanks to House Chui. Kill! Lu Rengui's army of 20,000 charged at Cui Xuanji and his secret guards. Many new soldiers at the city gate also changed their direction of attack and charged at Cui Xuanji. Despicable. Wang Wangzhen and Ming Huan's expressions changed. They wanted to go back to help, but Lu Rengui wouldn't let them go. His right hand twirled his saber, and he took the initiative to attack Wang Liangzhen and Ming Huan. "Colonel Lu, let me help you." Iron Egg was anxious. He raised his Mo sword and joined the battle. Since he started drawing qi into his body last year, he had trained hard for almost a year before entering the body refining realm. Although Wang Wangzhen and Ming Huan were both experts in the qi transformation realm, Iron Egg wasn't afraid. He had seen experts in the Grandmaster realm. How could he back down because of two small fries in the qi transformation realm? "Brother Iron Egg, be careful. These two are very strong," Lu Rengui warned as he launched his attack. "Colonel Lu, don't worry. I only need to help you hold one person back." With a leap, Bruiser arrived in front of Ming Huan. He had chosen Ming Huan because he was relatively weak. He had only just entered the qi transformation realm. "Humph. You want to stop me with just you, a brat who's still wet behind the ears?" Ming Huan snorted coldly. Then his body moved in a dazzling manner. Suddenly, a long sword stabbed at Iron Egg's chest without warning. It was fine if he didn't attack, but once he attacked, he used a killing move. Clearly, Ming Huan didn't want to waste time on Bruiser. Iron Egg had been by Li Zishuan's side for many years. Although his aptitude wasn't as good as others, he was definitely much more knowledgeable than his peers. After all, he had witnessed several battles between grandmasters. It was very useful for improving his eyesight and combat experience. The moment the long sword was unsheathed, Iron Egg had already reacted. He stabbed his Mo sword into the ground and used his hands to block Ming Huan's killing blow. "Humph. Arrogant." Ming Huan was surprised at first, but then he sneered. The long sword quickly stabbed at Iron Egg's chest. Iron Egg first took 2 steps back and dodged the attack. Then he grabbed Ming Huan's wrist and used Tai Chi to push Ming Huan away. Ming Huan staggered and almost fell to the ground. His heart was filled with disbelief. What kind of martial arts was this? Why did he feel like he couldn't use any strength? "Big brother, let me borrow your sword." Iron Egg borrowed a sword from a soldier next to him. Then he looked at Ming Huan, his eyes full of eagerness. Sure enough, actual combat was the best way to make one's blood boil and focus their attention. He knew that he couldn't beat Ming Huan, but he wanted to use the Tai Chi sword that Li Zishuan had taught him to hold Ming Huan back. After Lu Rengui finished off Wang Zhen, he would be free to deal with Ming Huan. "Hey! I didn't expect you to have some skills. But you won't be so lucky next time." Ming Huan's expression was very unsightly. He took a deep breath, and then he vanished on the spot. A moment later, he appeared above Iron Egg, and then he swooped down and stabbed his sword towards the top of Iron Egg's head. Iron Egg's eyes flashed. He lifted the long sword he borrowed and used Tai Chi. His sword was like a magnet, firmly sucking Ming Huan's long sword. His whole body leaned back, forming a very small angle with the ground. Tai Chi Sword Technique 38, Phoenix Wing Spread. Iron Egg's wrist moved slightly and twirled the sword twice. The tyrannical force on Ming Huan's long sword was instantly deflected by Iron Egg. Sacrificing oneself to follow others, failing to lead in, pulling 1,000 pounds with 4 tails. This time, Ming Huan didn't dare to underestimate Iron Egg anymore. The two of them tangled together again. Iron Egg relied on his exquisite Tai Chi sword technique to defend with all his might. Ming Huan wanted to finish off Iron Egg as soon as possible. One of them was in a hurry and the other was slow. It was a bit like the situation when Snake King ambushed Li Zishuan in Chang'an City last year. On the other side, Lu Rengui and Wang Liang's fight had basically come to an end. Because Wang Liang was overcautious and had distracting thoughts, Lu Rengui found a few openings and left 3 sword wounds on Wang Liang's body. At this time, Wang Liang's arm was injured and his sword technique revealed a big opening. Lu Rengui seized the opportunity and stabbed Wang Liang's throat. Puchi. Wang Liang didn't have time to change his technique. Lu Rengui's sword slit Wang Liang's throat. Wang Liang clutched his neck and fell to the ground. Third brother. Ming Huan roared and tried his best to rush over, but he was held back by Iron Egg. Lu Rengui sneered and rushed forward. He and Iron Egg fought Ming Huan together. Ming Huan couldn't even kill Iron Egg, let alone Lu Rengui, who was even more powerful than him. How could he be a match for Lu Rengui? In less than 10 rounds, he was defeated. Iron Egg sneakily attacked him and pierced his heart. At the city gate, the Cui family's shadow guards were basically wiped out. Cui Xuanji had been captured by Feng Wu and the rest. Lu Rengui laughed and said, "Let's go. Let's go to the Cui mansion and meet up with General Cheng." As soon as he finished speaking, a loud voice came from behind, "Haha. No need. Everyone in the Cui family has been captured. Since you are done here, follow me to the provincial governor's mansion." It was Cheng Yaojin leading a large group of people to support them. How could Qi Li and his men be a match for Cheng Yaojin? The battle over there ended even faster. As for the Cui mansion, Cui Junchuo had sent all her shadow guards to protect Cui Xuanji. Cheng Yaojin's aide led the troops to the Cui mansion and captured all the Cui family members without any effort. At this point, the Cui family of Qinghe had become history. A 1,000-year-old family was wiped out in one night. Life was unpredictable, how sad. Chapter 1336. All the guards of the Cui family were annihilated. The old soldiers of the Zhichong house in Jianghu didn't even need the imperial court's army to act. They were either annihilated by the new soldiers who had a deep grudge against the Cui family or kneeled down and surrendered. All the reactionary forces in Guangxing County were finally wiped out. The clansmen of the Cui family in Qinghe, all the officials and generals in the provincial governor's manor, as well as the county magistrate and registrar of Guangxing County, were all captured and locked up in the prison of the provincial governor's manor. Li Jing directly took over the provincial governor's manor. Hundreds of thousands of soldiers from outside the city entered the city at night. Guangxing County changed hands overnight. Yi Minglei, the position of county magistrate of Guangxing County will be temporarily taken over by you. Before dawn tomorrow, draft a notice to pacify the people and hand it to Wei Zuocheng for inspection. If there is no mistake, hurry up the printing and post it in the city tomorrow morning. We must let the people see the true face of the Cui family and let them understand that the emperor truly loves the people like his own children. The Cui family is just a hypocritical wolf that wants to kill its master. Although it was already late at night, the provincial governor's manor was still brightly lit. Li Jing sat on the seat of honor and made arrangements for the people after the war. In the early years, he followed Li Er to conquer the north and south. Every time he conquered a city, the first thing he did was to pacify the people. After the chaos, there would be great governance. This sentence not only applied to the change of the dynasty but also to the post-war reconstruction of the city. Those who had just been freed from the chaos of war, their hearts were restless. If they were not pacified in time, once they were instigated by someone, there would be another turmoil. Li Jing had been on the battlefield for a long time. It was because he was very clear about this that he solemnly told Yi Minglei. "Thank you for your trust, head chief. Rest assured, head chief, I know the true colors of the Cui family and what they have done in the past few months. Tomorrow's announcement to pacify the people will definitely allow the people to distinguish between good and evil and return their hearts to the imperial court." Yi Minglei didn't expect that this time he would gain a blessing in disguise and become the acting county magistrate of Guangxing County. Although it was only a temporary position, but if he did it well, there was a high possibility that the word temporary would be removed and he would directly become the official county magistrate. He cupped his hands and left after receiving the order. Now, there were only less than 2 hours before dawn. Yi Minglei estimated that he wouldn't be able to sleep tonight, but what did that matter? Right now, his entire body was filled with enthusiasm. Left Minister Wei, the announcement to pacify the people is of great importance. When the time comes, I'll have to trouble you to check on Yi Minglei. After Yi Minglei left, Li Jing looked at Wei Zheng and cupped his hands. It couldn't be helped. After all, Wei Zheng was the best writer here. Otherwise, Li Jing would definitely not be willing to trouble Wei Zheng, because this old troll often liked to cause trouble. Wei Zheng did not shirk away and readily agreed, "This is my duty. How can it be troublesome? Head chief, you can rest assured." Yi Minglei had stayed with him in the underground tunnel for many days. Strictly speaking, the two of them could be considered friends in adversity. For such a small matter, of course, he wouldn't decline. Li Jing's heart was slightly relieved. He looked at Cheng Yaojin, Qin Xiong and the rest who were sitting below and said, "This time, everyone has done their best to besiege Guangxing County. When we return to the imperial court, this old man will definitely report to the emperor and reward you according to your merits." Everyone stood up and cupped their hands. "Thank you, head chief." Li Jing nodded and said, "It's not early now. Everyone has been working very hard these days. Quickly go and rest. Tomorrow, all the generals must count the casualties and submit the battle report to this old man. This way, this old man can send the news of victory to the emperor." "Yes." Everyone responded and cupped their hands to bid farewell. The incident happened suddenly and it was already 1:00 in the morning. There was no place for them to stay in the city. So tonight, they all stayed in the guest rooms of the provincial governor's residence. Who asked Pan Zhenyue to have so many rooms in the provincial governor's residence? Wenhao, at first, I really didn't expect that you would come all the way to Guangxing County to save me. You knew that there was a war here, but you still insisted on coming. Aren't you afraid of accidents? In a garden in the west courtyard of the provincial governor's residence, Little Fish and Meng Wenhao sat on a stone bench. With the faint light from the lantern beside them, they talked about the joy of reunion in a foreign land. Which girl didn't yearn for love? Girls of this age were all infatuated. In order to save her, a young man traveled hundreds of miles without any complaints and came to the dangerous battlefield. How could Little Fish not be moved? How could she not be moved? Meng Wenhao smiled and said, "Little Fish, you are a girl. You are not afraid in the enemy camp. What do I have to be afraid of? Besides, the first person you met in Chang'an City was me. If you are in trouble, who will help you if not me?" Hearing this, Li Yu felt warm in her heart. She didn't know why. She had always been open-minded, but at this moment, she didn't know what to say. After a moment of silence, Little Fish raised her head and rebuked. "Idiot, I came here to take care of the city, to get rid of violence and to save Left Minister Wei. As long as I can achieve my goal, even if I die, I think it's worth it. After all, I'm just an insignificant person to everyone. But you are different. You have parents and sister. If you have an accident here, what will they do?" Meng Wenhao frowned and said, "Who said you are just an insignificant person? Although you don't have parents, in Yunshan, there is Yamacho who cares about you. Master's wife loves you. Also, Mr. Ma usually takes care of you. How can you be an insignificant person?" After that, Meng Wenhao hesitated for a long time. As if he felt that it was not enough, he added, "And, I also care about you. So, you are definitely not an insignificant person. In Chang'an, you have friends and elders. When they heard that you had an accident in Guangxing County, everyone was very worried about you. Sometimes, the more ordinary the words, the more touching they were." At this moment, in Little Fish's mind, the scene of Meng Wenhao bravely standing up for her when she encountered bandits in Chang'an at the beginning of last year. In less than a year, she, a child without parents, not only established herself in Chang'an, but also made many friends and met many elders who cared about her. Li Zishuan was like her father and brother. In her most difficult time, he took her in and helped her. Ma Zhou was like her teacher. During the time in the editorial department of Datong Daily, she learned a lot of useful things from the talented Ma Zhou. Faubert was like her grandfather, indulging her to do whatever she wanted in the workshop. As for Meng Wenhao, he was her first friend and Zui Hao's best friend. Little fish, what's wrong with you? Why are you crying? Li Yu was silent for a long time. Meng Wenhao was puzzled. Inadvertently, he caught a glimpse of tears in the corner of Li Yu's eyes. He quickly went up to her and asked with concern. I'm fine. It's just that a gust of wind blew sand into my eyes. Li Yu suddenly woke up from her memories. She rubbed her eyes and pretended as if nothing had happened. She said, Wenhao, it's getting late. You've been fighting with the army for the past few days. It's better for you to rest early. Meng Wenhao felt a little strange, but he didn't know where to start. He could only say, okay. Little fish, you should rest early too. Let's talk tomorrow. Okay. Little fish nodded. Meng Wenhao turned around and left. When he was about to reach the corridor under the eaves, Li Yu suddenly shouted, Meng Wenhao. Meng Wenhao couldn't help but stop in his tracks. He turned around and heard Li Yu continue, meeting you is the greatest honor in my life. Thank you for coming to save me. You are Little Fish's best friend for life. After that, Little Fish's face suddenly turned red. She hurriedly turned around and ran back to her room. Meng Wenhao was stunned. After a long time, he shook his head and smiled. He then walked into the room. Let old Chui go. Let the Chui family go. The Chui family are all good people. Let old Chui go. He is a good person. Yes. The current emperor killed his brother and imprisoned his father. It's a treacherous act. He needs a wise leader like old Chui to take over the throne to help the country. Li Jing, old Chui is only helping me to help the country. What's wrong with that? Why do you want to capture him? Let old Chui go. The next day, when the people woke up, they found that Guangcheng County had a new master overnight. Most of the people were very happy. After all, when Guangcheng County was surrounded 2 days ago, the Chui family had already shown their ugly side. The people all knew that as long as the Chui family was in power, they would very likely be captured and sent to their deaths to defend the city. Thus, the next morning, when the people learned that the imperial army had entered the city and that the Chui family had been destroyed, they all rushed to spread the news. The city could be said to be extraordinarily lively. However, there was a group of people who were filled with righteous indignation when they learned that the Chui family had been destroyed and Chui Junchuo had been captured. They went to the provincial governor's residence together and completely blocked the entrance. They stood in front of the door and loudly protested. These were all Confucian scholars of Guangcheng County. They had previously relied on the Chui family, hoping that they could one day enter the court and become officials through the Chui family's connections in the court. Perhaps some of them had recently been fantasizing about helping the Chui family succeed in their rebellion and become heroes of the founding of the country. But now, Li Jing had destroyed the high and mighty Chui family in their hearts. At the same time, he had also extinguished their dreams in their hearts. Thus, these greedy Confucian scholars came to the provincial governor's residence to cause trouble. On the other hand, this also showed that the Jianghu Daily had been very successful in brainwashing these people. Li Jing, who had heard the commotion, couldn't help but be furious when he heard the Confucian scholars shouting at the door. He turned his head and said to a guard, "Beat them all away with sticks." Yes. After a while, a group of armored soldiers rushed out of the provincial governor's residence. They held wooden sticks in their hands and rushed toward the crowd. Ouch! My leg! Ouch! My head. Li Jing, how dare you? We are the disciples of the saints. How dare you use weapons? You are going against all the scholars in the world. Indeed, there are incapable rulers and treacherous officials. After you die, you will go down in history in infamy. The leading scholar shouted loudly at the top of his voice. Li Jing, who was about to enter the house, had a change in expression at this moment. He said in a low voice, "Arrest all of them and send them to prison." The Confucian scholars had harmed the country. Li Zishuan's engineering was more useful. Li Jing couldn't help but sigh in his heart when he thought of the crucial role Meng Wenhao and the Iron Egg had played in this war, and then looked at these Confucian scholars who couldn't distinguish between good and evil. Chapter 1337. Chief Steward, there are so many Confucian scholars. Should we arrest them all? In front of the Guangxing provincial governor's office, a guard hesitated when he heard Li Jing say that he wanted to arrest all the Confucian scholars. The Great Tang was founded on martial arts. Although it was not like the Song and Ming dynasties, ordinary people still respected scholars. Today, more than 200 Confucian scholars came to the provincial governor's office to cause trouble. Compared to the number of scholars the Chui clan had raised, these were just a drop in the ocean. However, if Li Jing arrested all of these Confucian scholars, it would definitely shake the court and cause all the scholars in the world to attack him. Guangxing County has just been established. We need to calm the people down. Arrest them and interrogate them first. If they are innocent, then let them go. If they are in cahoots with the Chui clan, then no one can save them. So what if they are scholars? Can a scholar violate the law and slander the emperor? Li Jing also felt that this matter was tricky, but for him, the most important thing was to calm the people of Guangxing County. Yes. Chief Steward. The guard cupped his fists and walked to the door. He ordered loudly, "Arrest all these audacious students who slander the emperor and throw them all into prison." You dare? We are the disciples of the saints. We read the books of the saints. A hint of panic flashed in the eyes of the leading scholar. Then, he put on a fierce front. Humph. Disciples of the saints? You think you are worthy? The benevolence, righteousness, propriety, wisdom, and faith of the saints? What have you learned? The saints told you to be loyal to the emperor and love the country. Is this what you did? You are just a bunch of selfish and greedy scoundrels in troubled times. Are you worthy of being called disciples of the saints? You are simply ruining the reputation of Confucius. Take them away. At this moment, an old man walked out of the provincial governor's office and scolded the group of Confucian scholars. This is Minister Wei. A Confucian scholar recognized the old man. Who else could this old man be but Wei Zheng? Since the beginning of this year, Wei Zheng had been sent to Hunan province to clean up the government. He had appeared in public many times, so it was not surprising that someone recognized him. When the leading scholar saw that it was Wei Zheng, his face immediately paled. When it came to generals like Li Jing, he could use his glib tongue to accuse Li Jing, but when it came to Wei Zheng, who made a career out of scolding, he was truly terrified. After all, the person in front of him was a super ruthless person who dared to scold Second Emperor Li in front of him. Who could be compared to him? Humph. You can't differentiate between good and evil, loyalty and treachery. You've read the books of the sages in vain. Today you even came to the provincial governor's office to mislead the people with your lies, with the intention of inciting the common people to rebel with you. This old man will definitely report this to His Majesty and strip you of your academic status, so that you will never be able to participate in the imperial examinations. The more Wei Zheng spoke, the angrier he became. His last sentence scared the group of Confucian scholars quite a bit. Wei Zhucheng, please calm down. Please don't take away the student status. We were all bewitched by Shui Guangwen and came here to cause trouble. Yeah. Left Minister Wei, please calm down. We were all bewitched by Shui Guangwen. I beg Wei Wucheng not to deprive us of our academic status. Wicked people needed to be tamed by wicked people, and scholars naturally needed to be tamed by scholars. Wei Zheng had also read the books of the sages, so he knew what these Confucian scholars cared about the most. He immediately grasped their sore spot, and the group of Confucian scholars began to beg for mercy. The leading Confucian scholar roared in exasperation, "Stop! Nonsense! You are all talking nonsense. You came willingly. What does it have to do with me, Shui Guangwen?" Li Jing frowned and said, "Take this Shui Guangwen down and properly interrogate him about his relationship with the Chui family." Yes. Immediately, two wolf-like soldiers lifted Shui Guangwen up. Chief Steward, although the rest of the Confucian scholars were bewitched, this shows that they can't distinguish right from wrong and should be punished. Why don't we also capture them and lock them up for a few days as punishment? I will report this to His Majesty. Wei Zheng looked at the rest of the Confucian scholars and frowned, then suggested to Li Jing. Li Jing originally had such a plan. When Wei Zheng said this, he had no more scruples in his heart. He waved his hand and said, "Capture them all and properly interrogate them." Yes. A group of soldiers surrounded the 200 Confucian scholars. Now that the Confucian scholars knew fear, they all knelt down and begged for mercy. At this time, the onlookers burst into cheers. Good. Good capture. A few days ago, it was you people who were talking about how good the Chui family was. In the end, you almost killed all of us in Guancheng County. You lackeys of the Chui family, relying on a few books to help the Chui family confuse us, the people. You are really vicious, you deserve to die. That's right. I beg left Prime Minister Wei and General Li to make the decision for the people and severely punish these scholars. Back then, the Chui family established the Zhengzhou Daily and ordered the scholars under them to give lectures in the streets, promoting Li Er's brutality and praising the Chui family's benevolence and righteousness. This encouraged the people to actively join the army and support the Chui family. However, in the end, the Chui family used them as stepping stones and scapegoats in their plans for hegemony. So now, not only did the people hate the Chui family, but they also hated these Confucian scholars who helped the tyrant. This was the aspiration of the people. Wei Zheng pursed his lips. He was a little sad but also a little relieved. He turned around and shouted at the backs of the Confucian scholars who were being escorted away, "This is the aspiration of the people, do you see it? You bring disaster to the country and the people, but you call yourselves the children of saints. You have let down Confucius and the people of this world. As long as I, Wei Xuancheng, am in this world, I will make sure that you scum will never be able to rise again." After that, he looked at Li Jing and said, "Director Li, please let me handle these Confucian scholars. If there is anything illegal on them, I will not be merciful." Previously, His Majesty asked me to come to Hunan province to clean up the governance. I didn't expect that the Chui family would rebel halfway. Now that the rebellion has been quelled, but the officialdom in Hunan province still needs to be cleaned up in time. So, Director Li, you take the army back to Chang'an first. I will stay here and give Hunan province a bright future. Li Jing was shocked and moved. He couldn't help but respect Wei Zheng because Wei Zheng took the initiative to take on this kind of dirty and tiring work. Obviously, he wanted to take the blame for him. If he were to deal with this matter, it would definitely cause many civil officials in the imperial court to impeach him. Wei Zheng was helping him to reduce the trouble. In that case, I will have to trouble you, left Prime Minister Wei. Li Jing cupped his hands and said, "The city has just been taken care of, and the security around Jianghu is also worrying. In order to avoid the danger last time, I will leave 5,000 troops for you to use." Wei Zheng didn't refuse because although the Chui family had been destroyed, who knew if there were any remaining forces stirring up trouble in the dark? He cupped his hands and said, "Then I will thank you, Director Li." At noon, after eating lunch, Li Jing called Meng Wenhao over and handed him a letter and said, "Quickly send this news back to Chang'an. After the army replenishes their rations, we will return to the imperial court tomorrow." Since Wei Zheng was willing to stay in Guangcheng County to clean up this mess, Li Jing felt that there was no need for him to stay here. In terms of pacifying the people, Wei Zheng was undoubtedly better than him. As such, he planned to return to the imperial court tomorrow morning. Why wait until tomorrow? The main reason was that the army didn't bring much rations to ensure the speed of the march. If they didn't replenish their rations in Guangcheng County, the army would probably starve on the way back. Yes. Director. Meng Wenhao took it with both hands and was about to turn around and leave when Li Jing stopped him. "Meng Wenhao, wait." Meng Wenhao was confused and didn't know what Li Jing wanted. Li Jing got up and coughed twice. His face flashed with embarrassment. Cough cough. "Meng Wenhao, do you have any intention of making contributions in the military in the future? With your talent in telegraphy, this old man can persuade His Majesty to give you a position in the army. What do you think?" Poaching, the dignified military god of Tang actually wanted to poach someone. Because of Han Yushi, Li Zishuan was Li Jing's junior. But now, Li Jing actually wanted to poach his student. No wonder he had an embarrassed look on his face just now. Meng Wenhao obviously didn't expect Li Jing to say this to him. Hearing this, he was stunned for a moment and then took 2 steps back. He solemnly bowed and replied, "Director's military achievements are outstanding and awe-inspiring. It is indeed my honor to be able to serve beside you. But Wenhao's skills were all taught to me by Yamacho. Even if Wenhao wants to go to the military, Wenhao has to get Yamacho's permission. Besides, I only learned a little about Yamacho's engineering. I don't want to leave Yanhuang College now, so I hope you can forgive me." Li Jing's face turned red and he waved his hand. Cough cough. "It's fine, it's fine. I'm just asking casually. Don't take it seriously. When you return to Yunshan, don't mention this to Yamacho. If Li Zishuan were to find out about this, where would he put his old face?" At this moment, Li Jing regretted asking just now. Meng Wenhao couldn't help but laugh in his heart. He didn't expect the invincible military god of Tang, Li Jing, to have such a moment. How rare. "Don't worry, Director. I didn't hear anything just now. But I have something to say, I don't know if it's appropriate." Meng Wenhao cupped his hands and said. Li Jing raised his eyebrows and said, "Oh. Wenhao, go ahead." Meng Wenhao said, "It's actually not difficult for Director to use telegraphy in the military on a large scale. Yamacho promotes engineering so that the students of the academy can apply what they have learned. Yamacho will definitely be very willing to lend you a hand in this matter." Li Jing's eyes lit up. Indeed, it was better to go directly to Li Zishuan, the head of engineering, than to poach people behind their backs. Meng Wenhao saw that Li Jing was silent and deep in thought, so he quietly left. "Father, Guangcheng has been victorious." Director Li sent a telegram saying that the head of the Chui family, Chui Junchuo, and the governor of Zhengzhou, Pan Jinyue, have been executed. The army will return tomorrow. In Chang'an City, Li Tai had just finished his lunch when Li Er rushed over and reported. "Oh. Guangcheng County has been conquered so quickly? Quick. Let me have a look." Li Er was so surprised that he couldn't close his mouth. 2 days ago, he was still worried about how to conquer Guangcheng. Today, he received news that Guangcheng had been conquered, which really surprised him. Li Tai quickly handed the telegram over. As they weren't in a hurry to march this time, there was plenty of time to send the telegram. Therefore, this telegram described the process of conquering Guangcheng County in detail. Li Er read it for a full 15 minutes before he finally finished reading it. He couldn't help but sigh, "Good. We didn't hurt the innocent people, and our soldiers didn't suffer too many casualties. This plan of cooperation from the inside and the outside was well done. Lu Rengui. This person is also a talent. He is brave and resourceful. The governor of Bian province sent him to manage the city. It was the right choice. If it weren't for him, Wei Xuanqing would have met with misfortune this time. This Li Yu can actually stay calm in a dangerous situation and help the army communicate with each other. When Shi and Yi Fashion went to Guancheng County, I was worried that they would ruin my plans, but I didn't expect that in the end, she would become a key figure in the entire war. And this Meng Wenhao and Iron Egg, they all contributed greatly to this war. The people around Li Zishuan are really extraordinary. I'm not in Jianghu, but Jianghu is full of legends about me. Now, there is one person who didn't personally go to the battlefield, but the outcome of the war was reversed because of him. This person was Li Zishuan. Whether it was Yi Fashion and Li Yu working together to secretly visit Guancheng, Meng Wenhao and Iron Egg following the army, or Lu Rengui's successful plan of cooperation from the inside and outside, behind all of these, there was more or less Li Zishuan's shadow. Father, now that Guancheng has been broken, and Chief Steward Li has returned to the capital, there shouldn't be any military matters that need to be communicated by telegram. Therefore, I plan to return to Yanhuang College this afternoon. I hope that father will allow it. Li Tai cupped his hands and said. To be honest, he was really not used to leaving the academy for so many days. Now that the war was over, he naturally wanted to return to Yunshan as soon as possible. Li Er was stunned and said unhappily, "You child, are you so unwilling to accompany father and mother?" "I don't dare. I just saw the importance of engineering in the Tang Empire from this war. I want to learn it as soon as possible so that I can help father build the country and conquer the world in the future." Li Tai quickly came up with a reason to shut Li Er's mouth. Li Er heard this and said happily, Good. You are indeed my good son. Then you can go." The next day, in the east of Guancheng County. After the three armies were assembled, Li Jing gave the order and the army set off. Tens of thousands of soldiers moved in order and returned to the capital. "Farewell, General Li, General, have a safe journey." Unexpectedly, the people of Guancheng County were waiting on the road that the army had to pass through early in the morning. Both sides of the street were filled with people who heard the news and rushed over. When the army passed by, countless people shouted loudly. Now, the people understood that the Cui family was only using them in the past, not for their own good. If Li Jing didn't lead the army to Guancheng County, the people of Guancheng County might have lost their lives for Cui Junchuo's personal ambition. It was Li Jing's army that saved them. Of course, they would be grateful from the bottom of their hearts. Wenhao, looking at these people, I now feel that the risks I took in the past half a month were worth it. Otherwise, there would definitely be many children who lost their parents because of the war and become orphans like me. Little Yu rode on the horse and walked side by side with Meng Wenhao. Hearing the shouts of the people on both sides of the road, she couldn't help but sigh. Meng Wenhao thought for a while and said, "I also feel that everything I did was worth it. Not only did I save you, but I also saved these people. The Yamacho taught us to have a heart for the world and a life for the people. I did it." Chapter 1338. Husband, I'm back. Lantian County, Yunshan Residence. Han Yushi pushed open the door and entered. She saw Li Zishuan, who had just finished practicing his swordsmanship in the front yard, and said with a smile, "How did my wife come back so quickly today?" Li Zishuan took the handkerchief from Xiao He and wiped the sweat on his forehead. He was full of curiosity. Because Yi Fashion was in Guancheng, Han Yushi had been going to the residence next door early in the morning to chat with old Madame Yi and old Madame Yi. The main reason was that she was afraid that the old madam would be too worried and get a mental illness over time. Husband, aren't you asking the obvious? Yesterday, you told grandmother that Guancheng had fallen and that Fa Shan and the others had been rescued. Grandmother's mood instantly improved. Why would she need me to comfort her? When I went there just now, grandmother had already left with grandfather. I heard from the servant that they had gone to the academy early in the morning. Han Yushi said with a smile. After Yi Fashion escaped from Guancheng, he did not return to the capital with the army. After bidding farewell to Little Yu, Iron Egg, Meng Wenhao, Lu Rengui and the others, he left for Nanyang. He planned to go home and bid farewell to his parents before going to the south to visit the famous mountains and great rivers. He wanted to visit the reclusive experts and pursue his own path. As for the merits, he did not care at all. Li Zishuan smiled and said, "Grandfather and grandmother have reached the age where they should be enjoying their old age. Something like this happened a while ago and it really made them worry a lot. In the end, I did not expect Fa Shan to accompany Little Yu, to Guancheng. This child is kind. The Yi family really has a successor. Grandfather and the others should be happy for Fa Shan." Han Yushi asked curiously, "Husband, do you value Fa Shan a lot?" Li Zishuan now had hundreds of students, but she had never seen Li Zishuan value someone so much. Li Zishuan thought to himself that the future leader of the world's Daoist sects was definitely important to him. However, he could not say such things out loud. He thought for a while and said, "The monk is very talented and intelligent. He is different from the other rich kids. He can endure hardships. It would be hard for someone like him to not succeed in the future. That's why I said that the Yi family has a successor." Han Yushi nodded with a smile. Then, she rolled her eyes and said, "Husband, Iron Egg has helped a lot during this expedition. Do you think His Majesty will reward him?" In the end, this was his biological sister. Back then, after Iron Egg went to manage the city, Han Yushi was extremely worried every day. Now that Iron Egg was about to return in triumph, Han Yushi, as his sister, began to worry about whether her younger brother would be able to get the reward he deserved. Li Zishuan patted his wife's shoulder and replied, "Wife, don't worry. His Majesty has always been fair in his rewards and punishments. Iron Egg's contribution is obvious to all. His Majesty will definitely not ignore it. Actually, I don't want to see His Majesty reward Iron Egg too much. He is still young. If the reward is too much, I'm afraid he will lose the motivation to improve himself." Han Yushi said thoughtfully, "Husband, you have a point. However, Iron Egg's contribution this time is not that great. I think he should only get some reward money." Young master." Just then, Song Xiaoxi's voice came from outside the courtyard. Li Zishuan turned around and said, "What is it? Come in and talk." Han Yushi saw that Li Zishuan had something important to do, so she went into the house first. Song Xiaoxi entered the courtyard and walked to Li Zishuan's side. He bowed and said, "Young master, the drainage canal beside the Bar River has already drained all the water in the Mei village section of the river. Today, the foundation of the dam will be built. Do you want to go and take a look?" Li Zishuan heard this and his spirit was lifted. He said with a face full of joy, "Okay. You go first. I will change my clothes and be there soon." The reason why Li Zishuan did not personally participate in this battle was mainly because he was focused on the Bar River Dam. In the past half a month, under the joint efforts of him, Mo Huai, and Yen Shaoning, they had solved many engineering problems in the construction of the dam. The most important thing was that Li Zishuan had solved the most critical problem in the reinforced concrete dam project, steelmaking. Next to the ironworks of the workshop, a small steel mill appeared. The ancient people did know how to make steel. In the late spring and autumn period, before 476 BC, man-made steel had already appeared in China. By the time of the Eastern Han Dynasty, the technology of steelmaking had already been mastered. The most commonly used techniques were stir-frying and tempered steel. The so-called stir-frying was to heat pig iron until it was melted or basically melted, then stir it in the furnace. The carbon contained in the pig iron would be removed by the oxygen in the air, thus obtaining steel. The quality of steel produced by this method was not high. As for tempered steel, it was to repeatedly heat, fold, and forge a piece of iron. The purpose was to make the structure of the steel dense, the composition of the steel body more uniform, reduce impurities, and thus improve the quality of the steel. Therefore, the quality of the swords made from tempered steel was very high. Although the quality of tempered steel was high, this method had low output and high cost, and it was difficult to meet the needs of industrial development. The method Li Zishuan used was the converter steelmaking method. This method was invented by the British H. Bessemer in 1856. The oxidizing agent used in the process was oxygen. Air was blown into the molten pig iron to oxidize the impurities such as silicon and manganese. A large amount of heat was released during the oxidation process. 1% silicon could raise the temperature of pig iron by 200 degrees Celsius, allowing the furnace to reach a high enough temperature. Converter steelmaking was carried out in the converter. The shape of the converter was like a pear, with refractory bricks on the inner wall and many small holes, tuyères, on the side of the furnace. Compressed air was blown into the furnace from these small holes. It was also called a side-blown converter. In the beginning, the converter was horizontal. Liquid pig iron at 1300 degrees Celsius was poured in and a certain amount of quicklime was added. Then air was blown in and the converter was rotated to make it stand upright. At this time, the surface of the liquid pig iron reacted violently, causing iron, silicon, and manganese to oxidize, FeO, SiO2, MnO, and form slag. Using the convection of the molten steel and slag, the reaction spread throughout the furnace. A moment later, when there was only a small amount of silicon and manganese left in the molten steel, the carbon began to oxidize and form carbon monoxide, exothermic, causing the molten steel to boil violently. A huge flame appeared at the mouth of the furnace due to the overflowing carbon monoxide burning. Finally, phosphorus also oxidized and further formed ferrous phosphate. Ferrous phosphate then reacted with quicklime to form stable calcium phosphate and calcium sulfide, which together became slag. When the phosphorus and sulfur gradually decreased, the flame subsided, and brown iron oxide appeared at the mouth of the furnace, indicating that the steel had been refined. The steel produced by this method, whether in terms of output or quality, was superior to the stir-frying method and the 100-tempered steel method. When Mo Huai saw the large amount of high-quality steel produced at the mouth of the converter, he exclaimed in disbelief. It must be known that the Mo family was not only proficient in construction, but also in steelmaking and sword-making. In the end, he discovered that Li Zishuan, who was not a member of the Mo family, actually had such heaven-defying steelmaking skills. Mo Huai could not help but be even more convinced of Li Zishuan because of this. After solving the steelmaking process, Li Zishuan experimented with the mixture of steel and cement. The degree of hardness was comparable to that of a boulder. It was precisely because he solved these basic problems that he was able to build the foundation of the dam today. After changing out of his training clothes, Li Zishuan wore a white scholar's robe and came to the bank of the Bar River. From afar, he could see the black mass of workers on both sides of the river. In order to speed up the progress of the project, Li Zishuan used the tactic of overwhelming the workers, just like the last time when he built Yanhuang College. He recruited more than 10,000 craftsmen and commoners. Basically, all the young and strong people in Lantian County were recruited. This was a classic example of not having enough time, so he made up for it with numbers. After all, he had money. Yamacho, you're here. Mo Huai's eyes were sharp. After discovering Li Zishuan's arrival, he hurriedly came up to greet him. Mr. Mo, I heard that the dam is going to build its foundation today, so I came to take a look. Li Zishuan smiled and looked at the Bar River in front of him. Due to the drainage canal next to it, the water in this section of the river had already been drained, revealing the yellow riverbed. The soft sand on the riverbed had already been dug away by the craftsmen and commoners. In a while, they would be building the foundation from where they were dug away. Seeing this scene, Li Zishuan felt a surge of pride in his chest. With a sigh, he said, "After several months, we've finally passed the most difficult time. Before this, who would have thought that we could cut off the surging Bar River in such a short period of time? Now, not only are we cutting it off, but we also have to build a dam with a width of several feet in the middle. From now on, the natural moat will be cleared." Hearing this, Mo Huai laughed and said, "In the end, Yamacho's plan is the most appropriate. Moreover, Yamacho has invested so much manpower, material, and financial resources. If we can't produce results as soon as possible, it would make this old man look incompetent." Li Zishuan hurriedly said, "Why do you say that, Mr. Mo? During this period of time, the one who has worked the hardest is none other than you. When the dam is completed, you will be the hero of the entire Lantian County. All the people who have benefited from the dam will be grateful to you. Hey, Yamacho, according to what you said, I don't have to work hard?" While the two were talking, Yan Xiaoning walked over from the side and said half-jokingly. He and Li Zishuan were very good friends, but because he was also on duty at Yanhuang College, when there were people from the college present, he would usually call Li Zishuan Yamacho and not directly call him by his name. This was to give face to his own friend. Li Zishuan turned to look at Yan Xiaoning and said, "Haha. It's all hard work. It's all hard work. Oh, right, Xiaoning, why don't I see ink girl?" Yan Xiaoning's eyebrows twitched and he almost vomited blood. A trace of embarrassment appeared on his face. He thought to himself, "This bad friend of mine is really touching the pot that doesn't boil. Mo Huai is still in front of me. Is it appropriate for you to mention his daughter in front of him? Ahem. She. Why is she here? She should be in the workshop right now." After being reminded by Li Zishuan, Yan Xiaoning didn't dare to face Mo Huai as usual. He was nervous and uneasy like a son-in-law meeting his father-in-law. "Young master, elder Mo, the materials are ready. Should we start building the dam's foundation?" At this moment, Faubert came over to resolve Yan Xiaoning's embarrassment and said, "Yes. Let's start." Li Zishuan smiled and nodded. Chapter 1339. The construction process of a dam was generally divided into 3 steps. First, cutting off the flow, dig one or several tunnels or channels in the natural river, then cut off the river so that the water flows downstream through the diversion holes or channels. Second, excavating the foundation pit. The dam also needed a stable geological structure to be built, so the sediment on the river had to be dug out, and the embankments, like door frames, on both sides had to be dug out until the bedrock was exposed. Third, filling the dam body. Fill the dam body according to the type of dam, concrete dam, rock-fill dam, etc., until the top was capped. Now, the Bar River Dam was in the second step. Under Li Zishuan's command, concrete pillars wrapped in steel bars were inserted into the foundation pit that had been dug in advance. The riverbed of the Bar River was suddenly filled with dang-dang-dang hammering sounds. After the reinforced concrete pillars were inserted into the riverbed, the next step was to use cement to fill the dam body below. Relatively speaking, this was not difficult, so Li Zishuan watched for half an hour, then said goodbye to Mo Huai and the others and left. When he passed by the workshop, Li Zishuan's heart skipped a beat. He did not go home directly, but walked toward the workshop. When he arrived at the workshop, he asked for Mo Lingwei's location. Li Zishuan went to a laboratory in the headquarters building of the workshop. The door was not closed, just left open. Li Zishuan walked in directly. Mo Lingwei was fiddling with a strange-looking machine on the table. The top of the machine was a cylinder with many rotating mechanisms in the middle. Below the rotating mechanism was another cylinder, and below the cylinder was a square table. There was a square hole in the middle of the table, and a spring clamp was fixed on both sides of the hole. From the appearance, it was basically a beggar's version of a modern microscope. He just did not know how good the image quality was. Li Zixuan didn't expect this girl to be so capable and efficient in getting things done. The fine-tuning parts of the microscope were all fine-tuned with screws. The workshop didn't have a machine tool yet, so they couldn't process the screws in batches. The screws used in the microscope were all processed by hand. Therefore, this microscope was definitely one of a kind in the world. Even Mo Lingwei herself could not make a microscope that was exactly the same as this one. This also meant that although one microscope had been manufactured, it could not be mass-produced. Li Zixuan looked at the microscope on the table and couldn't help but ask, "Ink Girl made a microscope?" Ah. Mo Lingwei was focused on adjusting the microscope when she suddenly heard the sound behind her. She screamed and was almost scared to death. Ah. Yamacho. You. Why don't you make any sound when you walk? Also, why didn't you knock? You scared me to death. Mo Lingwei turned around and saw that the person who spoke was Li Zixuan. She rolled her eyes and blamed him. Li Zixuan said innocently, "Ink Girl, the door wasn't closed. Why would I knock? Also, who said that I don't make any sound when I walk? I didn't deliberately control my feet. Ink Girl, you were too focused, so you didn't hear it." Mo Lingwei proudly snorted and avoided the topic. She replied, "This microscope has basically been assembled according to Yamacho's instructions. Currently, it can see some small things, but there are still two problems that I don't understand." Li Zixuan curiously asked, "What are the problems?" Logically speaking, Mo Lingwei's practical ability in engineering was unparalleled in the entire Yanhuang College. Therefore, Li Zixuan was also very curious about the problems she encountered. First, there's the problem of the light source. Because the distance between the objective lens and the object being observed is very small, it's difficult for the light to shine on the object being observed. Therefore, the image seen through the eyepiece is very dark and difficult to distinguish. Second, what's the point of going through so much trouble to build the microscope? Is it just to see some small things? But if you want to see those small things, you can just use a magnifying glass. Why bother? Mo Lingwei frowned and was very puzzled. It had to be said that this girl's attainments in the field of optics were definitely at a higher level. Now that she was conversing with Li Zixuan, she had inadvertently used some professional terms. If it were anyone else, they probably wouldn't be able to understand it. Li Zixuan smiled and replied, "Miss Mo, it's not that there's no solution to the first problem you discovered. First, you can use a set of immortal mirrors to guide the sunlight from outside the house or the candlelight from inside the house and reflect it onto the object. Second, we can directly create a light source under the stage that supports the object being observed." Create a light source? How do you create a light source? Yamacho, are you going to put a candle under it? That won't do. The candle will smoke the lens. Mo Lingwei quickly said. Li Zixuan was a little amused and said, "Who said I'm going to use a candle as a light source? Don't worry, the light source I'm talking about will definitely not produce any smoke when it shines. Moreover, the light it emits will be several times brighter than the light from a candle." Mo Lingwei curiously asked, "No smoke? Yamacho, is it possible that this light source doesn't need to be burned to emit light? But how can there be something in this world that can emit light without burning? Yamacho, quickly take out this light source and let me take a look." At this moment, Mo Lingwei's interest in Li Zixuan's light source was far greater than the microscope itself. Li Zixuan touched his nose and coughed dryly, "Ahem. Ink Girl, this light source hasn't been made yet, so you should use the first method I mentioned." The light source he was talking about was actually a light bulb. Although he couldn't get the key material for light bulbs, tungsten wire, he could use other materials to replace it, such as carbonized bamboo wire. In 1854, Henry Goebbels used a piece of carbonized bamboo wire and placed it under a vacuum glass bottle to emit light. Today, his invention seemed to be the first practical incandescent light bulb. The light bulb he tested at that time could last for 400 hours. Later, Edison used tungsten wire to make incandescent light bulbs, which could only last for about 1,000 hours. Therefore, before finding tungsten metal, using carbonized bamboo wire to replace tungsten wire was a very good choice. Mo Lingwei listened to Li Zishuan bragging about this light source for so long, but in the end, he said, it hasn't been made yet. Even though she usually respected Li Zishuan very much, she couldn't help but roll her eyes at Li Zishuan. If it was someone else, she would probably have directly scolded, if you haven't made it yet, why are you talking to me? Yamacho, what about the second question? Mo Lingwei took a deep breath. She resisted the urge to scold him and said. Li Zishuan smiled a little awkwardly and said, as for the second question, actually, I asked Ink Girl to make a microscope to observe smaller objects. It's hard to see clearly with just a magnifying glass. Mo Lingwei was puzzled. Smaller objects? What are they? Could it be a molecule or an atom? In Yanhuang College's physics and chemistry textbooks, there were only introductions about molecules and atoms. Therefore, it wasn't strange that Mo Lingwei knew about molecules and atoms. But, this girl really dared to say that she wanted to use a microscope to observe atoms. This requirement was too high. First, it had to be clear that the size of atoms was around 0.1 nanometers, nm. A normal optical microscope's wavelength distribution was between 400 and 700 nanometers, which was limited by the diffraction limit. The optical microscope's resolution limit was only a few hundred nm. Therefore, if one wanted to use a microscope to observe atoms, they had to use a super-resolution electron microscope. With Tang Dynasty's current industrial foundation, let alone a decade, even if Tang Dynasty was given 100 years, its technology wouldn't be able to reach that level. Ink Girl, you're joking. I'm talking about smaller objects, not atoms. Oh, right, Ink Girl, have you calculated the magnification of this microscope? Li Zishuan suddenly thought of a very important question, so he asked. Mo Lingwei thought for a moment and replied, I've roughly calculated that this microscope's magnification is about 400 times. Li Zishuan heard this and nodded in satisfaction. In his previous life, Levin Hooker made the world's first super magnification microscope, which had a magnification of 270 times. Mo Lingwei's microscope had completely surpassed Levin Hooker's by 270 times. Very good. 400 times, it should be barely usable. Li Zishuan laughed and then pretended to be mysterious. Ink Girl, follow my previous method and improve the microscope. When the time comes, I'll show you something good. Mo Lingwei was very curious and asked, Yamacho, what is it? Hee. This is a secret for now. Li Zishuan chuckled and did not answer. Mo Lingwei curled her lips in dissatisfaction and then put on a pitiful expression and said, Yamacho, look at me, a girl. I don't study etiquette, but I work for you in the workshop every day and don't even receive a salary from you. Do you think it's easy for me? You still treat me like this, you don't know how to treat a girl well. Humph. Li Zishuan quivered and thought that this girl was really a spoiled actress. He guessed that only Yan Xiaoning could tame her. He quickly waved his hand and said, Ahem. Ink Girl, about what I'm going to show you in a few days, it's useless to say it now because I haven't made it yet. However, you did play a big part in making this microscope, but I'm not a stingy person. When the time comes, I'll give you some benefits and you'll definitely be satisfied. Mo Lingwei's eyes lit up and she immediately became spirited. She quickly asked, what benefits? Yamacho, hurry up and tell me. Li Zishuan chuckled and said, the benefits are that I'll be your matchmaker with Yan Xiaoning. How about it? How's this benefit? Mo Lingwei blushed and said angrily, who wants to marry him? Yamacho, when are you going to be our matchmaker? Li Zishuan was dumbfounded. He almost didn't get it. Cough cough. As soon as possible. I'll mention this to your father and Uncle Yen as soon as possible. You go ahead with your work, I still have something to do, so I'll leave first. Li Zishuan quickly left. He was afraid that if he stayed with this girl any longer, his brain would become abnormal. Chapter 1340. When Li Zishuan and Mo Lingwei were discussing the profound problems of the microscope, in the imperial palace of Chang'an City. In the imperial court, a report of victory set off a stormy wave. Yesterday, I received a report of victory. Guangcheng County was breached the night before yesterday. Li Jing and Lu Rengui, the Bianzhou commandant who was hiding in Guangcheng County, worked together from inside and outside. Without wasting a single soldier, they attacked the city. The Chui family's guards and the provincial governor's mansion's rebel army were all executed. The direct descendants of the Chui family of Qinghe, the Zheng family of Xingyang, and the Chui family of Bowling, as well as the provincial governor of Jianghu, Chui Quan, and the related criminals of the Guangcheng County will all be escorted back to the capital. The soldiers of the three armies returned to the imperial court this morning. At this point, the danger of Luoyang has been resolved, the rebellion in Jianghu has been quelled, and the storm in Hunan province has been settled. In the morning, after dealing with the daily reports of the officials, Li Er announced such a big piece of news with a smile. The officials were in an uproar. In the past, when the imperial court sent troops to battle, once there was a report of victory from the front line, the soldiers who sent the report would usually shout, "XXX victory," when they entered the city. Therefore, generally well-informed officials could know the victory of the imperial court's army in the front line before the imperial court. But now, all the news of victory came so quietly that the civil and military officials in Chang'an City did not notice it in advance. Not only that, the speed of the news was even more unbelievable. Fang Xianling stood up and cupped his hands, saying, "Cui Junchuo and the others disregarded the emperor's grace and rebelled against the emperor. They were guilty of the most heinous crimes. Today, they became prisoners. They deserved it. Now that the rebellion has been quelled, I congratulate your majesty. We congratulate your majesty." The civil and military officials bowed their heads and congratulated loudly. Li Er nodded his head and said, "Aristocratic families rose up at the end of the Eastern Han dynasty. In the previous dynasty, they formed the 7 big families led by the Chui family of Bowling. However, Qinghe Chui, Xingyang Zheng, and Bowling Chui are going against the heavens and causing chaos. They are no longer worthy of enjoying the glory of a 1,000-year-old aristocratic family. As such, I want to rewrite the annals of the ancient clans and remove these 3 families from the list. This matter will be handed over to you, Minister Fang. As long as you have the need, the officials in the imperial court will be under your command. In addition, in recent years, those aristocratic families and big clans have been selling their daughters for marriage. Every time a girl marries into another clan, they will ask for a large amount of money as a betrothal gift. They will make a deal based on the number of betrothal gifts. I hope that the revised clan annals can completely get rid of such bad habits. The officials were stunned. They were all at a loss for what to do with Li Er's combination of punches. Clans, as the saying goes, officials have descendants, and there are officials in the pedigree, that is, aristocratic families. Since Cao Pai implemented the 9-rank system, the official election system was controlled by aristocratic families and big clans. They selected officials completely based on the level of family prestige. In layman's terms, if your ancestor was a high-ranking official, then you can definitely become an official. If your ancestor was a pauper, even if you were a genius, sorry, please stand aside. This way of selecting officials, in the Wei, Jin, and northern and southern dynasties, caused a situation where there were no poor families in the upper class and no clan in the lower class. At the same time, in terms of marriage, aristocratic families also thought highly of themselves and never intermarried with poor families. It could be said that family status had completely become the standard to judge a person's moral level and marriage. Under such a situation, the study of genealogy came into being. The aristocratic families all compiled genealogies for themselves and evaluated their family prestige in various places. Moreover, this practice was protected by the government at that time. After more than 200 years of the Wei, Jin, and northern and southern dynasties, the aristocratic family's power had been severely weakened by the Sui dynasty. They were no longer as glorious as before. Emperor Wen of the Sui dynasty, Yang Jian, abolished the 9-rank system and created the imperial examination system. Moreover, after experiencing the turmoil at the end of the Sui dynasty, the aristocratic family suffered a serious blow. However, in the Tang dynasty, the Shandong aristocratic families led by Cui, Lu, Zheng, Li, and Wang were deeply rooted and still had a certain amount of power even though they had been attacked by the Peasant War. Many ministers in the imperial court fought to marry the Shandong aristocratic families, and the Shandong aristocratic families still maintained their aloof social status. In the common people, the Cui family's reputation and status far exceeded that of the royal family. This was something that Li Er could not tolerate. Now that he had the prestige of pacifying the 3 aristocratic families, Li Er decided to revise the clan annals and reconfirm the Longxi Li family's aloof status in the world. Who would dare to disagree? Sometimes, although the butterfly effect could change the direction of the wheel of history, some historical events would still happen. It was just that the events were brought forward. According to the official records, in the 6th year of Zhengguan, Li Er and Fang Xianling had a long conversation. During this conversation, the topic of marriage customs at that time was mentioned. They believed that the drawbacks of the clans selling marriage were prominent and harmful to the customs of the people. The imperial court should start to reform. This long conversation between the emperor and his minister opened the prelude to revising the clan annals. Immediately after, Li Shimin gave specific instructions. He ordered the officials of the imperial court to search for the clan records in the world. Based on the relevant records of the existing historical materials, he would examine the authenticity of them, praise the loyal and virtuous, and demote the traitors. This was a huge project. With the emperor's order, the group of talents around Li Shimin began to move actively. Those who participated in the revising of the clan annals included Wei Zheng, Fang Xianling, Gao Shilian, Wei Ting, Cin Wenwen, Linghu Defen, Yu Shinan, and the others. In the 12th year of Zhengguan, the clan annals had been completed. 293 surnames, 1,651 families, had basically followed Li Er's instructions. The royal family was the leader, followed by the relatives, and Bo Lingcui was demoted to the 3rd class. However, at that time, the people did not recognize Li Er's new revision of the clan annals. The status of the nobles in Shandong was still higher than the royal family. Now, Li Er had started the work of revising the clan annals in advance. The final result was very likely to be different from the original result in history. This old subject will follow the imperial edict and do my best to rewrite the clan annals. After hearing Li Er's order, Fang Xianling was stunned for a long time. When he reacted, he hurriedly stepped forward and bowed. The removal of 2 surnames and 3 sects meant that from today onwards, there were only 3 surnames and 4 views in the world. Moreover, it was the 3 surnames and 4 views led by the Li royal family. Such a major event would definitely shake the world. The hearts of the officials trembled. Li Er had only ascended the throne for 2 years, yet he was already able to have such political and martial arts skills. Those officials who still wanted to climb up the ranks of the aristocratic families had no choice but to think carefully in their hearts. After the morning court, Li Er ordered people to post the notice of the great victory in Guangxing County in Chang'an City. When the people saw it, they all rushed to spread the news. The news that the Cui family of Qinghe, the Zheng family of Xingyang, and the Cui family of Boling rebelled and were all destroyed by Li Jing spread throughout Chang'an City in a very short time like a gust of wind, and it was still quickly spreading to the surrounding counties. The Cui family of Qinghe, the Zheng family of Xingyang, and the Chui family of bowling were all destroyed? These are all thousand-year-old aristocratic families. How could they be gone just like that? Yes. In the past, from the officials to the people, it was the highest honor to marry the daughter of the 5 surnames, especially the daughter of the Chui family. Even the prime minister wanted to marry her, but he couldn't get her. But now that the Chui family has fallen, the daughter of the Chui family will probably be sent to the musical house, right? Humph. I think the Chui family and the Zheng family deserve it. Especially the Chui family. Last year, you all know the mistress of the Chui family, Wang, right? That evil woman made the servants in the mansion into human swine. How vicious is that? If it wasn't for some kind-hearted person who exposed this matter, I think Wang would still be at large in her heart. That's right. The Chui family is not only rich but also cruel. It's better to destroy such an aristocratic family as soon as possible. Now, who would be proud of marrying a daughter of the 5 surnames? In my opinion, the best way to earn a lifetime of glory and wealth is to enter Yanhuang College, or marry the daughter of the Marquis of Yong'an. The Marquis of Yong'an is a new noble in the imperial court. He has money, power, influence, and ability. He will definitely have a bright future. Pfft. Although the Marquis of Yong'an got married last year, he doesn't have any children now, let alone a daughter. Who do you want to marry? Hey! What are you afraid of? Doesn't the Marquis of Yong'an have a sister who hasn't been married yet? Even if he can't be a son-in-law, he can be a brother-in-law. Bah! You despicable bastard! The sister of the Marquis of Yong'an hasn't even reached marriageable age, and you want to marry her? Shameless! That's right. Even if she has reached marriageable age, it won't be your turn. The Marquis of Yong'an is talented in both civil and military affairs. He will only choose a handsome and elegant man like me as his brother-in-law. Bah! Qin Chengfeng, you are even more shameless. Far away in Cloud Mountain, Li Zishuan, who didn't care about worldly affairs, would never have thought that trouble would fall from the sky while he was sitting at home. Moreover, if he knew what the common people were talking about, he would definitely vomit 3 liters of blood because of these ancient people's ability to change the topic. They were clearly talking about the imperial court's rebellion and the annihilation of the 3 aristocratic families, but why did they end up talking about him, Li Zishuan, looking for a brother-in-law? This ability to change the topic was too scary, right? Brother, when is Iron Egg coming back? Lana, who didn't know that she had become the best daughter-in-law in the common people's mouths, hurriedly asked when she saw Li Zishuan coming back. Li Zishuan smiled and patted the little girl's head, saying, "What is it?" Lana, why are you looking for Iron Egg? Lana pushed away Li Zishuan's big hand on her head. She felt that Li Zishuan's action was treating her like a child, which was disrespectful to her. The little girl frowned and said, "Nothing much, it's just that I went to the academy to play recently, but there was no Iron Egg, so it was very boring." Brother Cho Nyo only knows how to bully Lana, humph. Brother, just tell Lana when Iron Egg is coming back. After saying that, the little girl pouted proudly, looking very cute. Li Zishuan heard this and felt helpless. With Cheng Chumo's bad temper, if he didn't tease Lana, he would probably feel uncomfortable all over. Iron Egg has already left Jianghu with the army today, and he should be back in 6 or 7 days. Lana, don't worry. Big brother will show you something fun. Lana's eyes lit up, and she immediately became interested. She asked excitedly, "What is it?" Li Zishuan smiled and said, "Hee, I can't tell you now, but you'll know when the time comes." Stinky brother. You're still keeping me in suspense. Humph. Yamacho, His Majesty has gone to the academy. You should go quickly. In the afternoon, Li Zishuan was sunbathing in the front yard when Mo Zhong suddenly rushed to the door and said. Li Zishuan quickly got up and said, "Okay. I'll go over now." No matter what, Yamacho Li Zishuan was the most powerful person in this land. When he came to Yanhuang College, Li Zishuan, as the Yamacho, had to be present, just like a leader inspecting his work. Half an hour later, Li Zishuan arrived at Yanhuang College. After asking about Li Er's current location, he quickly followed him. Old Li was now in the corridor outside Class 1's classroom. It seemed like he was secretly listening to the teacher's lecture inside. Li Zishuan was just about to bow when Li Er waved his hand to stop him, as if he had eyes behind his head. Li Zishuan understood what Li Er meant, so he didn't say anything. Thus, a dean of Yanhuang College and a Yamacho of Yanhuang College actually leaned on the window outside the classroom and did the shady business of eavesdropping on the teacher's lecture. This class was physics. Class 1's physics class was originally taught by Mo Huai, but Mo Huai was now busy with the construction of the dam and couldn't leave at all. Therefore, all of Mo Huai's affairs in the academy were temporarily handed over to Mo Chui. This person was also the focus of Mo Huai's training and was very likely to be the next Mo family big son. A while ago, Li Zishuan had secretly tested Mo Chui's ability and found that whether it was his grasp of physics or his ability to lecture in class, this young man was basically on par with Mo Huai. Based on this, Li Zishuan gradually relaxed. When school started, all of you must have seen Yamacho personally demonstrate the telegraph machine. You only know that the telegraph machine is very magical and can transmit messages from far away, but do you know why it can transmit messages? What does it rely on to transmit messages? Before you understand this, you must first understand a phenomenon, electromagnetism. Yes, you didn't hear wrong, electromagnetism. First of all, you should have seen magnets before. Yamacho's compass used the magnetic needle under the effect of the Earth's magnetic field. The magnetic needle's south pole points to the north pole of the Earth's magnetic field to achieve the function of indicating direction. This is called magnetism. As for electricity, Yamacho's telegraph machine previously relied on electricity to drive it. Electricity and magnetism are two different things, but who would have thought that the two can be converted to each other under special conditions? Well, not only did you not think of it, but I also didn't understand it. But Yamacho thought of it. To be honest, sometimes I'm also very curious about how Yamacho's brain can store so many novel things. Just a bit of the knowledge in his brain is probably something that others can study for a lifetime without being able to understand. Okay. Back to the topic. In this lesson, I'll show you how electricity can be converted into magnetic fields. The current teaching progress of the academy had reached the electromagnetism section. Mo Chui stood on the podium and spoke with fervor and assurance. He did not notice the two big bosses eavesdropping outside the window. His lecture was serious and not humorous, and it was very attractive to listen to. Come with me. After some time, Li Zishuan was already immersed in the content of Mo Chui's lecture. Li Er, who was beside him, said in a low voice. Yes. Your Majesty. Chapter 1341. Marquis Yonghan, if I didn't hear wrongly, that Mr. was explaining the principles of the telegraph to the students? Arriving at the conference room on the first floor of Guanghua building, Li Er gestured for Li Zishuan to close the door. Then, he looked at Li Zishuan and asked. Li Zishuan didn't know what Li Er meant by this question, but he still replied truthfully, Your Majesty, what Mr. Mo said before was only the most basic theoretical knowledge used in the telegraph, the most basic knowledge. What's wrong with the most basic knowledge? If these most basic knowledge were to be learned by foreigners, wouldn't they also be able to create the telegraph? Li Er mercilessly interrupted Li Zishuan's words. His face was gloomy as he said, I let you establish Yanhuang College to open the minds of the people and promote engineering. I didn't let you leak the military secrets of the Tang Empire. The telegraph is the highest military secret of the Tang Empire, but you so easily revealed its principles to the public. Have you considered the consequences? This time, the imperial court sent troops to Jianghu. Before Cui Junchuo attacked Luoyang, they completed the encirclement of Guangxing County in time. Then, during the siege, Li Jing and Lu Rengui worked together to break into the city without expending a single soldier. What did they rely on? You should know better than me. You can imagine, if the technology of the telegraph fell into the hands of the enemy, how much trouble would it bring to the Tang Empire? As the Yamacho of Yanhuang College, why didn't you think of this? Li Er blabbered on and on, not giving Li Zishuan a chance to interrupt. It could be seen that he was quite angry now. It was because of the recent war that Li Er saw the importance of the telegraph in the military, so he had such a big reaction now. Li Zishuan saw that Li Er had finally finished speaking, so he quickly took the opportunity to say, "Your Majesty, knowing the principle of the telegraph machine and making it are two completely different things. It's like everyone knows that food is grown from the ground, but does everyone know how to grow the ground? Of course not. I'm introducing these things to the students in the physics textbook so that they can understand the characteristics of things in this world and broaden their horizons. This way, they can create more valuable things in the future. Even a wise man would make a mistake. Although this official is proficient in engineering, this official's strength is limited after all. This official needs many successors of engineering to help this official overcome more technical difficulties. If this official blindly cherishes what he knows, once this official gets old or dies, engineering will quickly decline and there will be no successor." Li Zishuan felt that he needed to explain the gap between theory and practice to old Li, and at the same time change old Li's long-held beliefs. This question was actually very simple. In modern times, it could be said that 90% of college students and even high school students knew how the telegraph worked. But did they know how to make a telegraph? Obviously, it was impossible. Among the 90% of the students, it would already be good if 5% of them could make a telegraph. Another example would be the atomic bomb and hydrogen bomb. Many people knew the explosion principle of the atomic bomb and hydrogen bomb. One was nuclear fission, and the other was nuclear fusion. However, with so many people knowing the principle, why were there so few countries in the world that possessed nuclear weapons? There was a huge gap between theory and practice. It was impossible for a person who knew the principle to understand everything in practice. These were two completely different things. Li Er's expression became slightly better. He said doubtfully, "According to what you said, even if all this knowledge was leaked to foreign countries, our enemies would still find it difficult to imitate the telegraph?" Li Zishuan cupped his hands and replied, "Your Majesty, that is indeed the case. Even if they have figured out how to make a telegraph machine, by that time, we may have already produced an even more advanced telegraph machine with a longer transmission distance and a more stable message transmission. Moreover, although this is the case, this knowledge is unique to our Tang Empire. Currently, only the students of Yanhuang College have the qualifications to learn it. This official will also instruct them to keep it a secret. Even if the students outside or the envoys of other countries enter the academy, they will not be able to learn this knowledge. Your Majesty's words today can be considered as a reminder to this official. In the future, this official will strengthen the education and punishment of the students of the academy. In the future, Yanhuang College's enrollment will focus on whether the students are patriotic. This will prevent evil people from sneaking into the academy and stealing knowledge. This official will quickly come up with a regulation for these things and then hand it over to Mr. Kong Gui and Mr. Wenji to strictly implement it. This will further prevent the teachers and students of the academy from leaking the academy's knowledge." Li Er's expression finally improved. He nodded and said, That's more like it. Yanhuang College will definitely be an important tool of the country in the future. This emperor will pay attention to it. Don't play dumb with this emperor. You must also pay attention to the management of the academy." Although Yanhuang College had only been established for less than a year and had not fully blossomed, Li Er could already see the importance of Yanhuang College to the Tang Empire's national strength. This official obeys. Li Zishuan cupped his hands and said. Li Er waved his hand and said seriously, "All right." let's get down to business. We came here today because we have something to discuss with you. Li Zishuan was puzzled and said, Your Majesty, please speak. Li Er pondered for a moment and slowly said, This time, in resolving the crisis of Luoyang and taking down Guan City, the telegraph played an extremely important role. The situation on the battlefield is constantly changing. The commander behind the enemy needs the latest news from the front lines, and the soldiers at the front lines need the latest orders from the commander. The telegraph perfectly solved all the problems. This thing is simply a divine tool for military formation communication. The apothecary mentioned to this emperor in his report that he wants to fully implement the telegraph in the army. This emperor feels that the apothecary's words are very reasonable. Therefore, firstly, the telegraph that the army needs, Marquis Yong, and see if you can think of a way to create another batch. Secondly, no one in the army knows how to use the telegraph. Either you let your students teach the soldiers how to use the telegraph, or you can directly send a batch of students into the army to take charge of the telegraph. What do you think? When Li Zishuan heard this, he frowned slightly. He did not expect Li Er to be in such a hurry to promote the telegraph. The problem was that the telegraph was still in the experimental stage. If they wanted to use it on a large scale, there were still many problems that needed to be solved. Your Majesty, the current telegraph technology is still not mature. This official suggests that Your Majesty wait a few more days for the Academy to improve the telegraph before promoting it to the army. You must not be too hasty. Li Zishuan cupped his hands and said. Li Er said somewhat unwillingly, The immature you are talking about should be referring to the telegraph's transmission distance not being far enough, right? However, there is already a solution. In this Guan City rebellion, Li Yu was at the top of Songhua Temple's pagoda, and Meng Wenhao was on the fairy lamp. They were able to transmit information to Chang, and more than 400 miles away. This is already enough. At most, when the army goes to war in the future, we can bring a few more fairy lamps with us. Li Zishuan shook his head and said, Your Majesty, using a telegraph to send a telegram from a high place can increase the transmission distance, but there is also a limit. With our current telegraph, this official estimates that 400 miles is very likely to be the limit. Any further and it might not work. Moreover, if we need to climb to a very high fairy lamp every time we send a telegram, it will be very disadvantageous for the army's concealment. If our army needs to sneak behind the enemy, what should we do? Do we have to raise a fairy lamp? Wouldn't that be telling the enemy the location of our army? Therefore, this official hopes that Your Majesty will give this official some more time. When the time comes, the telegraph that has been modified by the Academy will not only be able to transmit messages further, but it will also only need to be sent on flat ground when sending a telegram. This kind of telegraph is more suitable to be promoted in the army. When Li Er heard this, his expression could not help but change. He asked uncertainly, Can this kind of telegraph really be made? Absolutely. Li Zishuan replied with certainty. Li Er nodded and said, Good. Then how long do you need? Li Zishuan thought for a moment and replied, At least half a year, at most a year. Because the modification of the telegraph needs to search for and refine a few special materials, this official cannot give Your Majesty a very precise time. Li Er did not ask Li Zishuan what materials he needed because he knew that it was useless to ask. He definitely did not have them. Otherwise, Li Zishuan would have directly borrowed them from him instead of painstakingly searching for them. Therefore, Li Er directly said, This emperor knows that you have sent people to search for all kinds of mineral veins. In the future, as long as it is useful for making a telegraph, this emperor can give it to you no matter what kind of mineral it is. If you don't have enough people to search for mineral veins, this emperor can also allocate some people to you. If this emperor remembers correctly, there are two brothers in the imperial army. Their ancestors were Daoist sorcerers who specialized in searching for Longdiangshu. Although these two did not learn the family's skills, they have been to most places in the Tang Empire. If you need people to search for mineral veins, this emperor can send them to follow you and help you search for useful mineral veins all over the world. Yes, yes. Your Majesty, to be honest, this official does not lack anything right now, but I lack people. When Li Zishuan heard this, he was immediately overjoyed. When he sent off Fu to Sichuan to search for vanadium ore, he was thinking that he should form a team that specialized in searching for mineral veins. However, he had not been able to find the appropriate talents. He did not expect old Li to directly send him warmth today. This warmth was sent at the right time. Li Er could not help but smile and said, "All right. This emperor will let them come to you when the time comes." These two people are called Lu Feng and Lu Yun. Other than being experienced and knowledgeable, their martial arts are also not bad. In the future, after they help you search for mineral veins, they will stay behind to be your guards. You and Yanhuang College are important to the Tang Empire. You cannot have any mishaps. Li Zishuan was stunned when he heard this. He quickly waved his hand and said, "Your Majesty, this cannot be done, absolutely cannot be done. The two of them are imperial guards. How can they be my guards? Your Majesty, please retract your order." Previously, when Pang Feiji searched for the whereabouts of the four ghosts of Tai Bai for several months to no avail, Li Zishuan had thought of expanding a group of guards. Although he was indeed lacking guards, he could not use the imperial army as his guards. One had to know that the imperial army was equivalent to the emperor's personal guards. If they were to be his guards, it would be taboo. No matter. You just need to improve the telegraph machine as soon as possible. If this is done, I will guarantee Yanhuang College's glory and glory for generations to come. Li Er waved his hand and said without allowing any objection. After that, he did not wait for Li Zishuan's reaction and left directly. Chapter 1342. After Li Er left, Li Zishuan immediately asked someone to invite Yen Silu and Li Gang. Then, a meeting was held in the conference room. The content of the meeting was mainly about what he had just said to Li Er, about strengthening the confidentiality management of the academy. From today onwards, Yanhuang College will set up a confidentiality work-leading group to take charge of all matters related to the academy's confidentiality. I will personally be the leader, and Mr. Kong Gui and Mr. Wenji will be the deputy leaders. Inside the academy, except for the economics department, the teaching and experimental places of the other departments are classified as confidential places. Non-students and teachers of the academy are not allowed to enter. In addition, manuscripts and books that contain sensitive technical information are classified as confidential carriers and must be kept by special personnel. Depending on the importance of the content, they can be divided into 3 levels: confidential, confidential, and top secret. Confidential and top secret carriers are not allowed to be taken out of the academy. If anyone is found to have taken them out without authorization, they will be expelled from the academy and sent to the Supreme Court. As for the classification system of confidential carriers, as well as the assessment and punishment system for strengthening the confidentiality education of students, I will list out a very detailed regulation in a few days. At that time, the two of you can directly follow it. We must let the students remember that keeping the academy's secrets must be the top priority at all times. No matter how outstanding the person is or how much contribution he or she has made to the academy, it will be useless. He or she will receive the most severe punishment from Yanhuang College and the Supreme Court. Li Gang and Yen Silu were extremely surprised and opened their mouths. At first, they thought Li Zishuan was just talking casually. They never expected that Li Zishuan would come up with such a detailed and comprehensive confidentiality system. Obviously, he had a well-thought-out plan. Although they had never heard of some of the terms in it before, they felt that the whole system was perfect after listening to it. Anyway, Li Gang was confident that he could write all kinds of articles, but he really couldn't write about a confidentiality system. Since His Majesty personally ordered it, the two of us naturally have no objections. Moreover, Yamacho, your arrangements are extremely reasonable. After you have written the confidentiality system, I and Kong Gui will start to implement it in the academy. Li Gang nodded in agreement. Li Zishuan smiled and said, as the saying goes, if you want to wear a crown, you have to bear its weight. Since Yanhuang College was founded on engineering, and the teachers and students in the college study the most advanced engineering knowledge in the world every day, they have the obligation to keep the college's secrets. I'm sorry that I've caused trouble for the two of you again. Sorry for the trouble. In fact, he didn't come up with this system by himself. In his previous life, he had a senior who entered a military confidential unit after graduation. Every once in a while, they would have a confidential exam, and the content was similar to what he had just said. Most of these were things he had heard from his senior brother in his previous life. In the evening, the two helpers that Li Zishuan was going to assign to Li Zishuan finally arrived at Yunshan Villa. It wasn't just two people who came, but a group of people. There were a total of 15 people. Of the two people in the lead, one was about 30 years old. He had a square face and wasn't ugly. Coupled with his beard, he was a very charming middle-aged man. If it was in his previous life, he might have been able to charm some infatuated girls. The younger one was about 24 or 25 years old. He had a delicate face, but his facial features were sharp and there was a sense of arrogance between his eyebrows. Li Zishuan looked at the two people from head to toe. The two people opposite him were also secretly looking at him. After a while, the two quickly bowed and saluted, "Greetings, Marquis. I'm Lu Feng, Lu Yun, and I'm here to serve Marquis." Li Zishuan nodded and said, "There's no need for the two generals to be so polite. His Majesty clearly said that he would only send the two of you. Why did so many people come?" Lu Feng clasped his fist and said, "Marquis, these are my brothers in the Imperial Guards. Searching for the mineral vein requires a lot of manpower. I requested for an imperial edict and brought all of them here." When Li Zishuan heard this, he smiled and nodded, Since that's the case, you guys can stay in Yunshan Villa for the time being. As for searching for the mineral vein, I'll arrange for you guys to go in a few days." Just as he finished speaking, Li Zishuan struck out like lightning. With a hand knife, he chopped towards Lu Feng's neck. Lu Feng was obviously caught off guard. In the blink of an eye, he retreated while crossing his arms in front of his neck, forcibly blocking Li Zishuan's chop. Bang! The two of them separated immediately upon contact. Lu Feng was directly pushed back 10 steps. Lu Yun, who was beside him, was anxious. He swung his fist towards Li Zishuan. Li Zishuan smiled and grabbed Lu Yun's wrist unhurriedly. With a Tai Chi push, he borrowed the force of Lu Yun's attack. Lu Yun immediately lost his balance and almost fell to the ground. However, Lu Yun was no ordinary person. He quickly regained his balance, turned around, and with a black tiger steals the heart, he threw a punch at Li Zishuan's chest. Li Zishuan's body slightly arched back. True Qi instantly gathered in his chest muscles. Then, he straightened his chest. Like a fully drawn bow that was released, his true Qi borrowed the rebound force and directly rushed towards Lu Yun's punch. Bang! With another loud sound, Lu Yun was sent flying without any suspense. When the rest of the Imperial Guard saw that their general was attacked, they subconsciously wanted to pull out their swords to help. However, the person opposite them was a marquis. How could they help? Just as they were hesitating, Lu Feng shouted, "Lu Yun, stop. Don't be rude to Marquis." After saying that, he strode towards Li Zishuan and clasped his fist, "Thank you Marquis for showing mercy. My second brother did not know etiquette and offended Marquis. I hope Marquis can forgive him." Lu Yun saw this and quickly understood that Li Zishuan was just testing the martial arts of the two brothers. Hence, he quickly came over to apologize, "Marquis, I have offended you. Please punish me, Marquis." Li Zishuan waved his hand and said with a smile, "All right, get up." Just now, this Marquis was just itching for a fight and wanted to exchange pointers with you. It can't be considered as offending your superiors. The two generals have excellent skills, not bad, not bad. Lu Feng was convinced and said, I have long heard that Marquis is the youngest grandmaster in Tang. If Marquis did not deliberately show mercy, I am afraid that I would not have been able to block that blow. Marquis has great merit. I, Lu Feng, am impressed. Lu Yun also looked at Li Zishuan with a fanatical expression and clasped his fist. Thank you, Marquis, for showing mercy. Li Zishuan smiled and said, the two of you don't need to be so modest. With your strength, I'm sure you're among the best in the Imperial Army. Alright, go pack up and stay on Cloud Mountain. Yes, Marquis. Lu Feng and Lu Yun accepted the order and left. Li Zishuan looked at the backs of the two brothers and smiled slightly. One was in the late stage of Qi transformation, and the other was in the middle stage of Qi transformation. Li Er had really sent him two strong helpers. In the next 2 days, Li Zishuan was busy drafting the confidentiality rules for the academy and also took time to go to the workshop. It seemed that he was doing something. On the morning of the third day, Song Xiaoxi suddenly came to report, Young master, Ink Girl asked you to go to the workshop. She said that she has finished the modification. Finished the modification. That meant that the microscope had an additional light path to increase the brightness of the field of vision. Li Zishuan heard Song Xiaoxi and immediately understood what Mo Lingwei meant. He called Lan over and said, Lan do you remember 2 days ago that I told you that I would bring you to see something good? Lan eyes lit up and she said excitedly, yes, yes. Brother, can you bring me to see that thing now? Li Zishuan nodded and said, haha. Lan guessed right. Let's go, follow me to the workshop. The little girl was used to being wild. Hearing this, she immediately cheered and said, okay. Lan wants to go to the workshop with brother. Han Yushi, who came out after hearing the noise, looked at the siblings helplessly. Li Zishuan invited, wife, do you want to go together? This is something that I have never seen before. Han Yushi smiled and said, husband, you can go with Lan I still have to go to Chang'an City later. There are some things that I need to deal with at the Warm Tang Foundation. Li Zishuan heard this and did not insist. He took his little sister out and went to the workshop at the bottom of the Cloud Mountain. Yamacho, you're finally here. Aya, Lan you're here too. In the workshop, in the laboratory from before. Li Zishuan pushed the door open and entered. Mo Lingwei came up to him and greeted the siblings. Lan giggled and quickly stuck to Mo Lingwei's side. Li Zishuan nodded and said, okay. Then, he looked at the microscope on the table. Compared to the last time, the microscope today had an additional light path that guided light from the outside and reflected light to the stage. Li Zishuan glanced at it briefly and quickly simulated the path of the light path in his mind with his strong mental strength. It was just a subconscious operation, but he couldn't help but be shocked because the scene in his mind was exactly like the computer in his previous life running Zmax, a very famous light path simulation software. He could clearly see the path and details of the light path in every part of the light path. This ability was just like how he could simulate all kinds of mechanical structures in his mind before. Now, it seemed that his strong mental strength could not only be used to simulate mechanical structures. In fact, it was like a supercomputer installed in the brain. It could simulate any kind of complicated calculation, three-dimensional modeling, and all kinds of mathematical or physical models. It was really amazing. Young master, these are the glass slides you made a few days ago. At this moment, Song Xiaoxi came. When he entered the workshop, Li Zishuan had asked him to get something. That's right, it was the slides and cover slips that were necessary for the microscope to observe the samples. Okay, give them to me. Chapter 1343. 2 in 1 chapter, Yamacho, why did you ask someone to bring the glass sheets over? Mo Lingwei asked curiously when she saw Song Xiaoxi bring over a box of glass sheets. Li Zishuan smiled and said, Ink girl, these glass sheets are used to store objects under observation. Think about it, if the sunlight shines from below and the object is placed in another container, how can the light pass through? Mo Lingwei nodded thoughtfully and said, Yamacho is right. Then what is Yamacho planning to use this microscope to look at today? To look at the water. To see what is in the water that we usually drink. Li Zishuan said with a smile. Then, he turned around and ordered, Xiaoxi, bring me a bowl of clear river water. The diameter of the bacteria in the river was generally about 5 microns. The microscope made by Mo Lingwei had a magnification of 400 times, which meant that it could magnify the bacteria to about 2 millimeters. The human eye could see at least 0.2 millimeters, so with this microscope, it was possible to see the bacteria in the river. What's more, other than bacteria, there are also some parasites in the river. These parasites are much bigger than bacteria. Yes, young master. Song Xiaoxi nodded and left to carry out the order. But he was a little confused. Look at the water. What's there to look at? It's cool and clear, what can be in it? Although he was thinking this, Song Xiaoxi still walked to the cafeteria of the workshop. The new workshop now has more than 1,000 permanent employees. Of course, there is a staff cafeteria. The workers in the cafeteria will bring back water from the Ba River every morning and fill the cafeteria's water tank. So Song Xiaoxi doesn't need to go to the river, he only needs to come here to get water. Oh, Brother C, why are you here? Song Xiaoxi had just walked into the courtyard where the dining hall was located when a servant came up to him with a fawning smile. Although Song Xiaoxi was just a servant in the workshop, the servants were also divided into ranks. Song Xiaoxi served Faubert every day and could also see Li Zishuan often. How could an ordinary servant compare to him? Ahem. I'm just here for a bowl of water. You can go about your business, tycoon. Song Xiaoxi understood that Li Zishuan and Mo Lingwei's microscope should not be revealed to outsiders yet. After being by Faubert's side for so long, he still had a sense of secrecy. Therefore, he casually made up an excuse and planned to go in and get the water himself. It just so happened that he was feeling a little thirsty. The manservant named Daheng hurriedly said, Hey, fourth brother, wait here. I'll go boil some water for you. Song Xiaoxi quickly grabbed Tycoon and said, No need. I like cold drinks. I say, you brat, hurry up and do your own things. Don't delay things, otherwise chef you will scold you again. Oh. Then, fourth brother, I'll go back to work. Tycoon heard this and could only go back to washing the vegetables. Song Xiaoxi went to the kitchen and took a porcelain bowl. He scooped a bowl of water from the water tank under the shed outside the house and poured a bowl of water into his stomach first. Then, he scooped another bowl of water and muttered to himself, Sigh, today's weather is really hot. No, I have to scoop another bowl of water to take home. After that, he walked out of the courtyard leisurely. Tycoon, who was in the courtyard, looked at the sun in the sky and asked curiously, Is it hot today? It's not hot, right? Why does fourth brother feel hot? Young master. Young master. The water is here. After a while, Song Xiaoxi came back with a bowl of water and returned to Mo Lingwei's laboratory. Li Zishuan took the water and walked to the table. He asked Mo Lingwei for a pair of white gloves and used a latex dropper to drip the water from the bowl onto the glass slide. Then, he used a pair of tweezers to cover the glass slide. Speaking of which, the laboratory in this world had some basic tools such as gloves, tweezers, droppers, and test tubes. In terms of facilities, this was the most advanced laboratory in the whole of Tang dynasty. However, in modern times, this laboratory could not even be compared to a high school chemistry laboratory. Li Zishuan placed the glass slide that contained the river water on the microscope stage. After adjusting the position, he fixed it with a clamp. Hee. Luckily, it's a sunny day today. At this time, Mo Lingwei smiled and handed Song Xiaoxi a mirror. Then, she ordered, Xiaoxi, take this divine mirror and stand behind the door. When the sunlight comes in, it has to shine on this mirror. Understand? As she spoke, she pointed to a mirror on the table and said, look at the mirror. Okay. Xiaoxi understands. Song Xiaoxi replied and walked to the door with the mirror. After a while, a ray of sunlight shone into the room. Song Xiaoxi carefully adjusted the angle and reflected the sunlight on the mirror that Mo Lingwei pointed at earlier. Okay. Xiaoxi, stand still. Mo Lingwei shouted. Then, she squatted down and started to fiddle with the mirrors on the table. She mainly adjusted the angle of the mirrors so that the sunlight could shine on the bottom of the microscope. Okay. It's done. Li Zishuan's left eye was in front of the eyepiece. When he saw the light in his field of vision, he quickly said. Then, his right hand started to twist the screw next to the microscope to adjust the distance between the objective lens and the glass slide. Gradually, the blurry light in his field of vision became clearer and clearer. In the end, there were many different shapes in his field of vision. Some of them were even moving. Li Zishuan was very happy. He quickly said, okay. We can see the things in the river. Ink girl, come and take a look. Wow. Really? Let me see. Hearing this, Mo Lingwei rushed to the front of the microscope. She moved her eyes closer and saw many moving black spots in the light. Some of the moving black spots were bigger and looked like squirming maggots. Mo Lingwei was shocked. Yamacho, what are those things? Where did they come from? Mo Lingwei left the microscope and asked Li Zishuan. Hee. Of course they came from the water. You saw it just now. The glass slide only had a drop of water that little four sent over. Li Zishuan said with a smile. They came from the water? Doesn't that mean that in the water that we usually drink, there are many of those tiny little bugs? When Mo Lingwei heard this, his face turned green. Luckily he didn't eat in the morning. Otherwise, he would have vomited his breakfast. Sister Wei, what little bugs? Lan wants to see too. Lan listened for a long time and became interested. She quickly pulled Mo Lingwei's arm and asked eagerly. Mo Lingwei looked at the little girl sympathetically and asked, Lan, you really want to see? Yes. Of course I want to see. Lan nodded without hesitation. Hee. Okay. Then I'll bring you to see. Mo Lingwei laughed mischievously. Then, she moved a stool and said, Lan, come. Stand on this. The table where the microscope was placed was quite high. With Lan's height, she couldn't reach it. Li Zishuan saw all this but he didn't stop her. At this moment, he took a stand from the side and walked out of the room. He said to Song Xiaoxi, let me hold this mirror. Xiaoxi, go to Yunshan Mountain and see if Priest Sun, Professor Wang, and Professor Qin are there. If they are, invite them here. Tell them that the workshop has made a magical instrument that can see tiny things. Song Xiaoxi quickly replied, yes. Young master. Xiaoxi will go now. Li Zishuan took the mirror and placed it on the stand. Then, he adjusted the angle of the mirror slightly. Mo Lingwei said, it's done. Yamacho. Li Zishuan nodded. When he was about to go in, he realized that Song Xiaoxi hadn't left yet. He couldn't help but ask, Xiaoxi, is there anything else? Song Xiaoxi scratched his head and said embarrassedly, young master, just now Professor Mo said that there were bugs in the river. But when I brought it over, I didn't see anything in the water. In fact, he was panicking because he had just drunk a bowl of cold water a few minutes ago. Li Zishuan found it funny and said, "Those bugs can't be seen with the naked eye. You can only see them with the microscope inside." "Why? Xiaoxi, do you want to see them too?" Last year, when they were testing the telegraph machine, Song Xiaoxi ran back and forth until he got a heatstroke. Li Zishuan had a good impression of him. "Okay." Song Xiaoxi's eyes were fixed on the inside. When he heard that, he subconsciously responded. Then, he quickly reacted and waved his hands. "No, no, no. This is something that young master and Professor Mo made. Xiaoxi is just a servant. How can I see it? Young master, Xiaoxi will go to Yunshan now." "Stop." Li Zishuan grabbed Song Xiaoxi and frowned. "What servant, master? If I tell you to go take a look, then go take a look. Go in. You can go to Yunshan after you see it." After that, he walked in. Inside, Lan had finished looking at the river on the glass slide. The little girl's face was pale as she squatted by the side and retched. "Wah. Lan drank water in the morning. There are bugs in Lan stomach. Woo woo." Mo Lingwei giggled at the side. She was gloating. "Huh. Lan you were the one who wanted to see it. You can't blame sister." Li Zishuan ignored the two girls. He said to Song Xiaoxi, "See for yourself. Look at the cylinder above and you'll be able to see what's in the river." "Yes. Thank you, young master." Song Xiaoxi obeyed and placed his eyes above the eyepiece of the microscope. Suddenly, a very beautiful image appeared in front of his eyes. There were moving little black dots and wriggling little black lines. This image was so beautiful that he didn't dare to look down. Young master. What are those moving black dots and black lines?" Song Xiaoxi took 2 steps back and looked at Li Zishuan in fear. "Oh. This is a bug, but it is also not a bug. Go and get Priest Sun here first. I will tell you later." Li Zishuan did not explain immediately. If he did, he would have to explain again when Sun Simiao and the rest arrived. Oh. Song Xiaoxi answered in a panic and ran out. After about half an hour, footsteps and Sun Simiao's laughter came from outside the door. "Huh. Xiao Xian has finally made the thing that he promised me. Today, I will open my eyes." His voice was heard before he arrived. Then, Sun Simiao walked in with Hu Jingyao, Professor Wang, Professor Qin and the rest. Without waiting for Li Zishuan to greet him, Sun Simiao's eyes had already locked onto the microscope on the table. With an excited expression, he asked, "Little Xian, is this the tool that you told this poor Daoist before that can see tiny things?" Li Zishuan replied, "That's right. I call it a microscope. I used it to observe the river. Priest Sun, you can take a look at it." "Microscope? That's a good name." Sun Simiao praised and then said impatiently, "Little Xian, please teach this poor Daoist how to use this microscope." "No problem." Li Zishuan smiled and followed Sun Simiao to the microscope. Under his guidance, Sun Simiao finally saw the world in the drop of water. This. Is this really just a drop of water? How can there be so many living things in the water? Sun Simiao had traveled extensively in his life. What had he not seen? Moreover, he was already past the age where he would make a fuss about nothing. However, when he saw the world in the drop of water, he could not help but take 2 steps back and exclaim. "Priest Sun, this is really just a drop of water. Look, it's the drop of water that we took out from that bowl." Li Zishuan pointed at the bowl of water next to the table and said. Sun Simiao turned his head and looked at it. He could not believe it. "The water is so clear, but why can I see so many living things in it with the microscope? Let me take a look too." Professor Wang and Professor Qin could not hold back their curiosity. They rushed to the side of the microscope and put their eyes next to the eyepiece. After they saw it, they were shocked. Yamacho, what are those black dots and black lines in the water? Why do they look like living things? Professor Qin stroked his beard and asked in a low voice. Everyone looked over, including the pale-faced Song Xiaoxi. Li Zishuan smiled faintly and said, Dr. Qin, although the river looks clear, it contains a lot of things. There are dead things, and there are also living things. The living things that I call the most are bacteria. These bacteria are very small, but how small are they? Let's put it this way. Do you think our hair is thin? Professor Wang nodded and said, Of course, our hair is very thin. Li Zishuan smiled and continued, but this type of bacteria is not even 1/10 of the diameter of a hair. Do you think we can see it with our naked eyes? Of course, other than bacteria, there is something bigger. I call it a parasite. Once it enters the human body, it will live in the human body. It is very difficult to digest and expel it. Some of these parasites can make people sick and even die. Sun Simiao heard and could not help but sigh. There are so many living things in a drop of water. The Buddhists have a saying, a flower, a world, a leaf, a bodhi. It seems that it is true. Ugh! Song Xiaoxi, who was next to him, rolled his eyes and fainted. Chapter 1344. Young Master, I'm not dead. In Mo Lingwei's lab, Song Xiaoxi sat on a stool and slowly regained consciousness. He looked at Li Zishuan and the rest and asked in confusion. Li Zishuan pursed his lips. Although he was trying to stifle a laugh in his heart, he said in a bad mood, Die? What die? Priest Sun, Professor Qin, and Professor Wang are all famous doctors. Do you think it's that easy for you to die? Song Xiaoxi was enlightened. He quickly stood up and saluted Priest Sun and the rest. Thank you, Priest Sun, Professor Qin, and Professor Wang for saving my life. This kid really thought that he had just walked through the gates of hell. Sun Simiao was a decent person. He was not like Li Zishuan who had a bad heart. He waved his hand and laughed. You were just shocked and fainted. It's not a big deal. I didn't save you. You don't have to thank me. Huh? Song Xiaoxi was stunned. Wasn't he on the verge of death because he drank cold water and was invaded by parasites? Why did Sun Simiao say that he was just shocked? Wouldn't that be too embarrassing? At the thought of this, Song Xiaoxi's face turned as red as a monkey's butt. Young Master. Faubert should need help. I'll go over now. Song Xiaoxi lowered his head and said to Li Zishuan. Then, he quickly ran away. Hey. Stop right there, Xiaoxi. Mo Lingwei quickly stopped Song Xiaoxi. She smiled and asked, Xiaoxi, what happened to you just now? Why did you faint? Song Xiaoxi turned around and scratched his head awkwardly. No. Nothing, Professor Mo. He. Nothing? If it's really nothing, why would a man like you faint? Tell me. Mo Lingwei said in disbelief. Well, Song Xiaoxi was at a loss for words. He did not know where to begin. Who had not spoken all this while, opened his mouth at this moment. Sister Wei, don't make things difficult for Xiaoxi anymore. I reckon that he should have been frightened by young master's words just now. Song Xiaoxi nodded and said, yes. Young master said that there are parasites in the river that can kill people. When Xiaoxi brought young master some water, he was thirsty and drank a bowl. So I felt a little pain in my stomach just now. When I thought of what young master said, I thought I was going to die. Kakik. When Lan heard this, she was so happy that she couldn't stop giggling. Xiao, my brother must have lied to you just now. Look at how scared you are. Lan also drank the water from the river when she was young. Wasn't she still fine? Although the little girl felt that the little bugs in the water were disgusting, she didn't think that drinking unboiled water would kill people. There were many people who drank unboiled water in this world. It had to be said that although Lana was young, her logical thinking ability was not weak at all. When Song Xiaoxi heard this, he said with a face full of surprise, "Young master, is what Miss Lan said true? You were lying to us just now." Li Zishuan shook his head and said with a serious face, "Who said I was joking? There are parasites in the river that can really kill people. From what I know, some linear parasites, once they enter the human body, will reproduce in large numbers. Other than the human bones, they can't enter the brain, eyes, heart, liver and so on. They can enter everything. Do you think it will be fatal?" When these words came out, everyone was shocked. Lan's little face was pale with fright. She said with tears in her eyes, "Brother. Then did the water that Lan drank in the past have those parasites? Lan doesn't want my head to be full of bugs." Li Zishuan couldn't help but rub Lan's little head and comforted her softly, "Lan, don't cry. How can you encounter those parasites so easily? As long as Lan doesn't drink unboiled water in the future, nothing will happen." Lan won't drink unboiled water in the future. Lan heard and hurriedly promised. Actually, ever since the cholera in Jianghu city last year, everyone in the Li family had stopped drinking unboiled water. But after today's incident, Lan probably wouldn't dare to touch unboiled water in the future. This was more effective than repeated warnings. "Young master. Xiaoxi also won't dare to drink unboiled water in the future." Song Xiaoxi also promised with a face full of fear. Li Zishuan nodded satisfactorily. Sun Simiao looked at him and asked, "Xiao Xian, you said that other than parasites, there are also bacteria in the water. What are bacteria? Are they harmful to the human body?" What he had seen and heard today had brought great shock to Sun Simiao, a doctor who had been practicing medicine all his life. It could be said that it was an eye-opener for him. He felt that the door to a new world was slowly opening up to him. Sun Simiao had studied medicine, pathology and pharmacology his whole life. But from Li Zishuan's words, he could discover some new knowledge. Inside the room, Dr. Qin, Dr. Wang, and Hu Jingjing all looked at Li Zishuan at that moment. Li Zishuan thought for a moment and said, "From what I know, there are many types of bacteria. On one hand, bacteria are the source of many diseases, including tuberculosis, gonorrhea, anthrax, plague, trachoma, and other diseases. They are all caused by bacteria. On the other hand, there are also situations where we use bacteria. For example, when making wine, we use distiller's yeast. There are some bacteria that are beneficial to the human body. These bacteria can convert the sugar in the ingredients into alcohol. The more bacteria there are in distiller's yeast, the fuller the taste of the wine." Dr. Wang stroked his beard and said in amazement, "This is really a big world. There are all kinds of strange things. I've lived my whole life and thought that I'm knowledgeable. But today, I realize that I'm just a frog at the bottom of a well. But I'm a little curious. How did Yamacho know about these things?" "Ahem." Li Zishuan blushed and said hurriedly, "Well, this is what my master told me in the past. As for the truth, we'll have to wait for the students of Yanhuang College to verify it one by one. Speaking of which, isn't the medical school going to be established soon? Let's leave these questions to the future medical students. Master, you wouldn't mind having another title as a microbiologist, right?" Li Zishuan sighed in his heart. Dr. Wang didn't doubt him. He cupped his hands and said, "Don't worry, Mountain Elder. In the future, the medical students will definitely verify everything that Mountain Elder said." At this time, Sun Simiao closed his eyes, as if he was sleepwalking, and slowly walked out of the room without saying a word. "Hey! Priest's son, where are you going?" Li Zishuan felt that something was wrong and quickly chased after him. "Master! Young master!" Hu Jingjing screamed and also chased after him. Everyone in the room looked at each other. Dr. Qin could not help but ask, "What's wrong with Dr. Sun?" Dr. Wang thought for a moment and said, "I think Dr. Sun must have been inspired by Mountain Head's germ theory and wanted to use it to verify it with the medical theories we learned from medical books in the past. I think Dr. Sun's medical skills will have another breakthrough soon." Sun Simiao had hit the nail on the head. Although Li Zishuan's theory of bacterial pathogenesis was contrary to traditional Chinese medicine's theory of evil energy entering the body and harming people, Sun Simiao felt that the two seemed to have something in common. They could complement each other and corroborate each other. Now, Sun Simiao's mind had entered a state of war. He didn't even notice that Li Zishuan and Hu were calling out to him. "That's enough. Don't shout any more." Li Zishuan shouted twice and found that Sun Simiao did not move. He guessed that Sun Simiao might have entered a magical state similar to a martial artist's epiphany, so he stopped Hu Jingjing and said, "Priest Sun should be thinking about his medical theory now. Let's not disturb him. Let's quietly help him walk for a while. Just don't let him trip on a stone." "Oh. Okay, young master," Hu Jingjing responded. She grabbed Sun Simiao's right arm and began to carefully help Sun Simiao walk forward. "Young master, I guess it must be the germ theory you just talked about that made my master doubt his medical skills. That's why he's like this now. I've never seen my master frown like this before," Hu Jingjing said after walking for a while. Li Zishuan heard this and nodded thoughtfully. He said, "It's my fault. I shouldn't have told your master these things that haven't been verified yet. Your master's medical skills are unparalleled in the world. If he doubts his medical skills because of a few words from me, then I'm really a sinner." Hu Jingjing hurriedly said, "Young master, don't say that. I didn't have any intention of blaming you just now. Moreover, I believe that what young master said is definitely true. Actually, outsiders say that my master's medical skills are unparalleled in the world. But in private, my master often laments that his medical skills are still shallow and that he still needs to improve. But he has traveled all over the world and still can't find a way to improve his medical skills. Master used to teach me that there are 6 qi in a person's body. They are wind, cold, heat, humidity, dryness and fire. There were 2 sides to the 6 qis. One side was beneficial to the human body. As for the other side, if the 6 qis became too restless and went beyond what we could bear, then it would become the 6 obscenities, also known as the 6 great evil qis, which would cause harm and illness. For example, tuberculosis. According to the medical books, tuberculosis is caused by heat entering the body, causing the body's vital energy to be damaged. But young master, you just said that tuberculosis is caused by a bacterial infection. What you just said is completely different from what I know about medicine, pathology, and pharmacology. But my master is not an ordinary person. Who knows, he might be able to comprehend something from it. Who knows?" Li Zishuan was silent. In his previous life, the Western theory of bacteria and viruses went against the theory of evil qi causing illness and the theory of yin, yang, and 5 elements in Chinese medicine. Many people used the fact that Chinese medicine did not understand bacteria and viruses to attack Chinese medicine. But was Chinese medicine really that bad after 5,000 years? Of course not. At the very least, from the perspective of Li Zishuan, who had personally transmigrated to the Tang dynasty, Chinese medicine wasn't just for show. Famous doctors like Sun Simiao, Dr. Qin, and Dr. Wang would definitely be able to kill all the medical experts in the modern era. But could it be said that Western medicine was inferior to Chinese medicine and had no redeeming qualities? Of course not. Western medicine was more direct than Chinese medicine. If a virus caused a disease in the human body, then it would be killed directly. Therefore, Western medicine usually took effect faster than Chinese medicine. Chinese medicine placed more importance on the management of the internal environment. Cleaning up phlegm, sludge, moisture, heat, and toxins meant cleaning up the environment where all kinds of harmful parasitic bacteria grew. Just like removing garbage, all kinds of pests and diseases would be greatly reduced. Therefore, it was more important to treat a chaotic situation when it was not chaotic. To replace the sewage, it was more important to take care of dredging the river. The origin of life was symbiotic with the internal and external environment. Chinese medicine's concept of the unity of man and nature and the human body as a whole would always be the navigation mark of medicine. The reason why Li Zixuan proposed the theory of bacteria and viruses was that he hoped that with Sun Simiao's superb talent in medical skills, he could find a new way to combine Chinese and Western medicine. Oh, no, there was no Western medicine now, so it should be said that he had found a new way to evolve Chinese medicine.